Testing.
There we go. My voice. Okay, let's get you guys up. Hello, all.
Good evening.
How am I coming through? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
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 All right. Let me know when that changes, okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, well, I didn't mention it last time, but I'm pretty sure it's not StreamYards because it's on the VOD, and your audio is messed up on the VOD last week.
Because that's weird because on my end, the people watching from my stream and it's not ported through StreamYards, it's ported through my OBS. They said it was fine.
Check your VOD.
My VOD was messed up?
Yes.
Oh shit. I believe you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, today it sounds good. I'm glad to hear it. We want you to come in loud and clear to deliver your awful points. But yeah, glad to have you here, fellas. I like your hair. Your hair's looking good, Gibbs. I don't know. I'm looking good today. So,
Thank you.
nice.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, fellas. What are we doing now? What are we talking about? What's going on?
Gibbs, I saw you as a cartoon today.
Oh,
what
yeah?
was that all about? Yeah.
What was the?
That was kind of weird.
What was the cartoon?
It was you were a cartoon on a Andrew Wilson diss by the Raging Tomato in a Christmas theme. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I haven't seen it.
I don't know if you agreed to that.
I need to see it.
Featured.
Yeah, now. Yeah, send it to me. I want to check it out. That sounds funny as fuck. That might explain why I got some notifications and messages that I've done in the last 2 hours.
That could be it. That could maybe be it.
I was wondering why I was suddenly getting more hate than usual.
Wait, were they making fun of Gibbs, or they were just roasting him, or I don't know the context.
I'm like,
I didn't see any comments about Gibbs.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why I'd be included.
That seems mean-spirited, or I don't know. Do you know these people, Gibbs?
Yeah, I know them. There's some like drama between the Crucible and like the Tomato.
And Rob Noor.
Yeah, and Rob and all them, and like, I don't know. I'm like, I guess I'm involved now somehow. I mean, I think they're just probably including conservative commentators in there somehow. Like,
no, it's not. You're like pseudo involved. Not really involved.
I'm just like in the background or some shit.
Yeah, there was. I'll send it to you right now. Everybody who is considered part of the Panelverse appears as a character.
Ah,
in
yeah,
there.
that's kind of what I was expecting. With the
And so you are a part of that. Give me a second.
now part of the Panelverse. There we go.
You're part of it now. You're
we're now
officially considered
multiversal.
part of it.
We're for Twitchful. Now we're where the other one. We're moving around. That's funny.
Takes a hit off of like,
Hello, fuck it.
I'm part of it now.
Yeah, we all cope in various ways.
You're one of the most distinct characters, by the way. I didn't know who anybody fucking was, and then it came to you, and I'm like,
Not
that's
a creature
Gibbs.
was stirring.
That one's Gibbs. They got you
Mystery.
pretty good.
We don't know what he was staring at. But
That's
he
funny. Yeah, I'm about to check this out here.
Ugh. But just
Something
next door,
something
there
daughter
was
wrote about
party going
a
on
moat
at
around
Hanover's
America. Is that how you
Christmas
recognize
out on the
them?
lawn. Wait, what's that
Don't
forget the
noise?
Manifest
He said.
Destiny.
So he ran
China,
Yeah,
China,
yeah.
China had a wall. We can build the great American ocean around us. All right.
You and your Destiny outfit. So
next door, leaving his wife in
That's
bed.
funny.
I'll show them, he thought. The power of the cuckable.
Yeah, okay.
This
What
is my
else are you talking about,
shot.
fellas, while we're waiting for other people to gather?
He ran so
think we should talk about this
fast,
tweet,
then
Corey,
he bumped his
reversal.
head. Now visions of
Sure.
the Panelverse danced in his head.
Well, then
Go
say
ahead.
things. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Why don't you introduce it to us as the topic here, Kelly, since you or Fairy Queen, whichever one of y'all wants to go first on that.
Well, I part of my contribution to the tweet was just 5 words. I didn't write the majority of it.
Okay. Somebody wrote a
And it was a
novel, so I guess that's
screenshot.
you, FQ.
I think that Corey should introduce the topic. I mean, he posted the tweet. I think
I did.
I think it would be best if you explained, the tweet that you are quote tweeting and responding to, and then we can, go off from there.
Yeah, I responded to a woman who was pretty much complaining about the ick, and I provided some psychological evidence showing that maybe the ick says something about you. And then Fairy Queen, I believe, wrote a manifesto, pretty much making some judgments about me and some other people at large, my choice of clothing, and maybe some psychology behind me. And then that's it in a nutshell.
What psychology do you think I recognized, Corey?
I mean, what was the original tweet so people understand? Like, you gotta give context.
Yeah, what did Sarah actually say in the original tweet that she
If I remember correctly, well, I can just give me a few seconds to look it up.
To give them to
exactly.
someone better. Duh.
I believe it was men wearing sweatpants in public gives me the ick, or an ick, so intensely I cannot even begin to describe. And I quote tweeted, and I said, I love the self-report, and screenshotted a psychological study.
Yes, the psychological study's name is The Ick, and then : discuss sensitivity, narcissism, and perfectionism in mate choice thresholds. And the highlighted part in vomit green states, narcissism correlated with the likelihood, but not the frequency, of experiencing the ick, indicating that narcissistic people may selectively reject partners based on specific perceived flaws. And there's more that comes after that.
Yes, that is true. I highlighted that.
Why did you highlight?
Because, well, that's the main finding of the study. That may or may not apply to that person.
I'm totally going to give them to someone
So you
better.
didn't post that study with any intention of casting aspersions on that person's character, on what she was like?
I said I love the self-report, so yeah, I'm hinting at that. That might apply to you. Absolutely.
So do you think then was the point then of posting an article about narcissism in response to her making like a one-off comment about sweatpants was just maybe indicate that she might be a narcissist and that's why she made the comment?
Yes, that is a fair, as in how you conduct yourself and the words that you use is a reflection of you and your values and maybe who you are. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And as you know, I screenshotted this and I gave my response and my analysis of what I think is really going on here, which I don't think this has anything really to do. I mean, maybe it has something to do with narcissism, but I really think that like this whole back and forth is really just an example of class signaling. And that's basically like what I said, like in my response.
Now we should add another bit of context because I believe the person that I responded to, her name is Sarah. I believe she responded to your tweet as well. Is that true?
It is true, actually. She quote tweeted it, but then she deleted the quote tweet later, and she
And
asked like, "What the fuck are you on about?" And then I explained, and then she
okay.
deleted it.
So she didn't even appreciate your tweet characterizing my tweet.
What did she respond to your tweet?
No. She said, I think whatever, touch grass, or basically, or it's not that complicated, not that deep. Touch grass, something like to that effect.
Yeah. So I think that she was embarrassed because if you go through her Twitter, and you're free to go through it, basically like what I stated, like in my, and you can read like exactly what I said. I don't really feel like, regurgitating every word that I wrote, but basically that this to me seems like a woman who lives in New York City, and she seems to feel like insecure about the fact that she has less money than her friends do. And she's trying to make it. She's trying, and you can see in her photograph, you can see in a lot of examples, like throughout her Twitter, in my opinion, seem to be an example of somebody that doesn't have a lot of money, that's trying to fit in with a class of people that have more money than she does. And so when she made the comment of sweatpants, like, or totally give me the ick, or whatever it was that she said, what she's trying to do is she's trying to say that she doesn't like it, like when men go out in public and they dress as though they're poor. She's making a classist comment. That's what she's doing. She is saying, and because sweatpants, this particular type of sweatpants that she seems to be talking about, appear to me to be working class coded. So we're not talking about, a guy in a tracksuit, running through the city, stopping up for coffee. We're talking about somebody that's going out to Walmart, out in the world, with a Walmart pair of gray Hanes that are hanging on for dear life with the drawstrings that look like they're going to fall apart in like 2 to 3 years, that were, badly stitched and probably aren't well taken care of and weren't selected for anything other than the fact that they are disposable or comfortable to wear. That's effectively like what she's criticizing, like in that article. And the reason why she's criticizing it is because she herself, in my opinion, seems to be economically insecure, and she's trying to boost her the perception of her own status by doing this, which is a common thing for a lot of people to do. It's common for people that, like, when they feel insecure about their own status or about how much money they have, to pretend to be snobby about things like, oh, well, I only drink this type of coffee, or, oh, I only have this type of beer. Music is another example of like how people like try to inflate their status. They pretend to be really snobby about obscure pieces of music that no one's ever heard of or cares about. That's, to me, what I perceive her doing. And I've known people that have done that before. And generally, I think it's typically bad form to point it out. The good thing, though, I think that, like, if somebody seems like they're insecure about their status and they make a crass throwaway comment, that the best thing to do is to pretty much just ignore it and to leave it alone. And if you respond to it, and if you respond defensively to it, that to me indicates a type of insecurity on your own part, which is the assessment that I made of you, like, within my tweet.
Absolutely. So I'm curious, who do you think is making more judgments about the person? Me or you?
Oh, I think I definitely am making more judgments, but I think, unlike you, I think like I am making the judgment only because you instigated this. So I am like the only reason I would ever make a comment like this is
based
because
off of your
What's
perception.
what's wrong with
what
her
judgment
perception?
did I make? What judgment did I make?
Yeah, the judgment that you made is that you tried to indicate that you think that she. Oh, I think Doobie's talking, by the way. I don't want to talk over him. Are you talking, Doobie? We can't hear you.
He's muted.
His mouth is moving.
Yeah, he's probably talking to his
his
supposedly
wife.
hot wife, who I've never seen
Okay.
before, because he hasn't shown me a picture of her. But go ahead.
Okay. By the way, Doobie, congratulations on your son. That's really fun. Congratulations. I never got to say that to you, so that's really cool. But anyway, but listen, I do not hide the fact that I'm being judgmental, but I am being judgmental of both of you to explain the real dynamics of what's happening here. And the dynamics of what's happening here is you are punching at a person who is trying to cover up their own insecurity because you yourself are insecure. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and do you think you're accurate in your assessments of everything else in the tweet?
I mean, like, obviously, like, it's surmise. I would never be able to know for sure. And I I also question, because I am personally insulting you, like in this tweet, like whether or not you
Which
would
is
ever
fine.
actually truly be honest
But
about anything in this tweet.
well,
to
no,
be
no,
honest.
let's
question
go
whether or
down
not
the
I could
rabbit
trust
hole.
you.
Let's go down the rabbit hole. So I
Oh, I don't know if
believe
you want to do that.
I'm more than happy to do that. So I believe
Okay.
so. You judge me as insecure, and you judge me.
Gibbs, we can hear whatever you're doing with your
You judge
hands.
me as I believe of lower class. Is that a fair
No, that
assessment?
is not a fair assessment. That is not what I said.
So then, what would be the fair assessment?
You, in my opinion, based off of the way that you are behaving here, are most likely middle class.
Okay,
that is my assessment.
And based off of your definition, what is middle class to you? And would you say, and like out of curiosity, if you want to say, like, are you just basing that off of my tweet alone, or like what you know about me generally? Because obviously we've
Bro,
interacted.
she
before.
just called you a brokey. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, we'll get to that.
So I invoked a book, which is an interesting book about class. It's by Paul Fussell. It was published in 1983. It's very interesting. It's actually a really interesting read. I'd really recommend checking it out sometime. So what it talks about is like classism in the United States. And the thesis that he has is that classism is not simply about income, although it has something to do with income. It has to do with the values that you hold, what it is that you care about, what it is that you feel insecure about, who it is that you're definitely desperately trying not to be. And if you read through the book, it talks about like habits regarding clothes, habits regarding housing choices, about college. It's very interesting because the book was published in 1983, and he talks about like the expansion of university and getting a university degree as the entrance to trying to be middle class. And basically his opinion that like the status that used to be associated with universities was gone, and it had left like approximately in the 1960s when a ton of universities began exploding around the country, which is like one of his parts. But basically like what he says is that the thing that separates you in terms of class is not really, it's too simplistic to say that it's about the money that you have in your bank or how much income that you have. It has to do with, you know, where did you go to school? You know, like how do you speak? You know, like what choices do you make? How do you make the decisions that you make with your purchases, like when you go out into the world? And what I am saying is that like the way that you behaved in this tweet and the overall affect of this conversation from you, quite frankly, denotes middle-class values. That is what I'm saying.
Could you be more like, so then if it's not tied to income, like what exactly is it tied to?
So it's one of the things, the one aspect of middle class that's denoted like within his book is he claims that a lot of it has to do with insecurity and striving and discipline. So middle class people typically like to show off the fact that they work hard, that they're disciplined, and that they have credentials, that they care about the rules, they care about following procedures. In your case, when I was just curious, because I looked at your Instagram, and you'll never guess like what it was I found when I went there. I found, this picture here, and I found a couple of other pictures of you in sweatpants here. And I have to say, I think that, I think that my assessment about the insecurity thing is true. I think it's absolutely true that you reacted to this girl's tweet because you dress this way, as these pictures denote here.
Wait. Well, read your tweet. Read your part of the tweet of the clothing. There's brands there. Are those Amazon brands?
No, you misunderstood. Okay, this is what I was saying to you earlier in the Corey. You are somebody who focuses and obsesses over the rules and not the logic behind why those rules exist. The purpose of me talking about Amazon, the purpose of me talking about Amazon brands is that you, in my opinion, if I were to look at the types of things that you wear, you probably get things that try to mimic upper middle class male rationalist aesthetics of people that go into STEM degrees. So you probably try to mimic an expensive nothingness in the way that you dress, the way that you talk to people about how and why you dress. You probably say, I don't think about what I wear. I just wear what's most comfortable or what's most logical or what makes the most sense. And so some of the things you think you buy, I mean, look here. Okay. Like this, like the brand name on, like, first of all, the presence of a brand name, right? This is like I'm sorry. Like, I realize how it sounds, okay? But when
you can say whatever
have
you
a
want.
big logo on your thing and you're clearly demonstrating it at a public place, and not only that, but you're taking a picture of yourself to show off your effort, how hard you've worked for what you have, that is a middle class value. I'm sorry, okay?
Pause, but you said this is a public place.
Yes. Wait.
What indicates that it's public place?
It's on your public page. You are posting this in public. Do you disagree that you're posting this in public?
Hold on, Fairy Queen.
I found this. I didn't have to dox you to find this. It is attached to your public persona. You posted this on your public Instagram that is associated with your brand.
Hold on,
you
Fairy Queen.
posted this in public.
Let me propose a third option.
And you took a photograph of this in the gym.
Hold on, Fairy Queen.
You
realize? Hold on.
You are trying to prove something. You are not somebody that tries to look effortlessly svelte. You want to show off how hard, how high you strive.
Hold on. Wait a second. I'm getting in here real quick. You're going to go for 30 minutes. Listen.
Hey. Gotta let people in.
All right, listen.
Okay.
No.
I'm
jumping. No, you're not saying nothing. I'm getting in there now. Sorry, Corey. This is what's happening. There's a third thing that's happening right here, Fairy Queen. And this is maybe you didn't respond to this when I said this in the back room, but this is how men are slutty. Right, you've done the exact thing that most men want. He said he put his name brand shit in some shit that makes his junk look good, and then he posted a photo. And now, not only did you go look at it, you saved it to your PC.
I looked at it.
You fell for it, hook, line, and sinker,
okay?
Bro. That is what we do, bro.
Listen, you want to know what looks
if
good?
I wear gray
told
sweatpants, I'm
Pride
trying to
what
get
looks
laid.
good. Okay?
Yeah, but you're lying. You're lying. Because you know why? I'll tell you why. You yourself have told me before.
Do you want me
I
to
like
be
a
honest
bad
with what
guy.
I think does look good? I'll show it to you right now.
You talked about how you like greasers, right? And they're like old, they're bad boys. You know what they wear? They wear sweatpants when they're working. You love this blue collar, I'm gonna grab you by the throat kind of man. Whoa, that's what you like.
They don't work.
Yeah.
People aren't wearing sweatpants to work. They're
they're wearing the sweatpants to work. You know what I mean?
Unless they're coders, maybe.
They're wearing them to work, Lactoid.
Okay, yeah, let's dissect. So you obviously looked at my Instagram. How many pictures are there of me personally out of all the pictures that are there?
Most of them aren't pictures of you personally, but the ones that are show you working.
No. Summarize it. All of you go to my Instagram. How many pictures? Summarize my Instagram. What is the overall message of my Instagram to you?
The overall message of the Instagram that I see is you working very, very hard. Okay, that is the overall vibe of this.
And how are you coming to that conclusion? What?
I am coming to that conclusion because it shows you working, first of all. The other pictures that are not of you working out are there are pictures here of your work. So you have pictures of studies that are posted here. You have pictures of you at work here that, like, for instance, like this picture of like you in the lab or of you doing things. That's an attempt to me that tries to signal status of like what it is that you do.
Working diligently.
There's a picture of pictures in the lab that you must have taken because it is taken with your iPhone. I mean,
I don't have an iPhone.
Okay, fine. Like with you. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is
No. I don't have an iPhone. This is moronic. This is moronic.
They work to perfection.
This is moronic. I agree. Okay, very moronic.
There's a picture of a lab bench. Okay, what is the caption there? What message am I trying to convey in that picture?
The message. Okay, look. Let me see tell you what I see here in this lab picture. Okay, I see a picture.
What is
giant picture of pre-workout. Okay, I see a giant
what's the caption? She can't engage. What is the caption? What message am I trying to convey?
He's trying to show off that he's got stamina. That's the message. You're welcome.
Yes, exactly.
That's true. I do have stamina. Can you read? Can you read? What is the caption?
Corey,
what message am I conveying?
Corey, this is what we're talking about. You know, I used to think that maybe like the reason we get into these pedantic disagreements is just that.
Well, I'm asking you a simple question.
You have like the worst case.
Okay, it's called flirting. That's why they're pedantic disagreements.
But the thing is, we all have Asperger's. Otherwise, we wouldn't all be here.
Do you have Instagram?
I really think that this is just you henpecking at specific.
Answer the question. Can you answer a simple question? What message? What message am I trying to convey in that post? Do you want to have a good faith discussion or not? So what message am I trying to convey in that post? What's the caption?
Dude, okay, we are not going to be able to have a discussion about this as long as you henpeck and you don't engage with the meat of what I'm saying.
I'm literally, you brought up my Instagram. I'm engaging with what you
brought up.
What am I
talking about your Instagram? It doesn't matter, okay? Who cares? You have a
exactly, because
lotion
you know that it
bottle,
makes you look
and
bad.
academia
You know
is
that
becoming
you
too
can't back up
feminized.
anything that you say.
What's the point of you saying it's too feminized? It's with a giant bottle of pre-workout sitting there.
Whoa,
dude.
Okay, whoa,
like,
are you?
What do you think the point of that is? You think I can't see what the point of that is?
Obviously, I don't expect you to understand what goes on in the lab. Like, what do you think that is there for? What do you think? What do you think that is there for?
I wouldn't expect a woman to know what's going on in the lab either.
Yeah. What do you think that is there for?
What do I think that is there for? I think you are trying to make an ironic
No. That is there all the time. From the moment I joined the lab, I brought that in. What do you think that's?
Did you also bring the pre-workout in? And did you put it on your desk for everyone to see? I'm not surprised by that.
What do you think that is?
Okay?
What do you think that is
that
there for?
That absolutely tracks.
Okay. What do you think that is there for?
I think that is there to show off the fact that you work very, very hard, that you like to go to the gym, that you take your health seriously, that you are disciplined about working out.
It has a utilitarian. It has a utilitarian purpose in the lab. Okay. What do you think it is?
Okay, hold on. Corey, rather than going back and forth with this, why don't you just tell her what it is so we can move on to the next point? Like, because this is not the heart of the disagreement, right?
Well, anybody that works in a lab, and you can see in the post there, if you know what a micropipette is, micropipettes have tips, little plastic tips that are disposable. Okay, and you want something to dispose into. Yes, and that's all that it's there for. And that's not even the main. It's not even highlighted really in the post. That's not the message in the post. She doesn't want to read the caption because she knows she doesn't. Does not bolster her argument. Okay.
No, I just read it through 2 or 3 times. You were all my witnesses. Did I not say the caption 2 or 3 times?
And what do you think I'm highlighting in what is on the bench? What is on the bench?
I'm not
going
to let you talk over me, okay? I think that you are making an ironic joke. That's what I think you're doing, okay?
And can you summarize? Can you summarize what the joke is? What is the joke to you?
The joke is that people say that academia is becoming too feminized, and there is your giant 30-ounce of pre-workout sitting next to a lotion bottle, okay? That is what I think the joke is.
Okay, you think I'm highlighting the pre-workout or the moisturizer?
Also, why are we focusing on this? This is ridiculous. You have how many pictures of yourself? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all of them are you in workout clothes. All of them are you like showing some kind of effort in doing things. Everything else, there is one picture
and how many
nuggets.
Total posts are there?
There is one picture here of you. I mean, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but literally showing your ass in sweatpants, okay, to the mirror, okay, as you're doing a handstand. Yeah. I mean, like
yet another picture that FQ has taken note of. I'm just, putting that out there.
So how many posts are there?
A little bit of a trend here going on.
How many posts are there in total? As in, are you saying the majority of my posts are of me personally?
I'm saying that the overall aesthetic of like your account and of the way that you engage with these types of things is, one, you over-engage with the rules and not the logic of what is being discussed. You over-engage and nitpick and deliberately hammer on points because you are
logic is all about nitpicking. Like, what are some other non-me posts?
Okay, the other non-me post, okay, is of this picture of you at the supermarket where you are showing us a picture of you getting Impossible chicken nuggets. That is, again, to me, a sign of you showing off your diet, okay? You are showing off the fact that you are a vegan. You are not just, it's not just simply that you are a vegan, it's that you are taking a photograph of it and you are displaying it. You are trying to get validation from other people. That's the whole point of taking a picture of yourself and posting it online. It is for other people to look at. That's why you post things. Doesn't matter. You still posted it, okay? And it's attached to your brand name. That's the point, okay?
Well, what is the post next to it?
What is the post next to it? I mean, the post next to it, again, is our food production is not only unethical, but wildly inefficient. This is a screenshot of a tweet, okay, from an Angie Karan. I mean, to me, like most of this is just is signaling. Okay, you are signaling like your values. Okay, you are
Doing all right.
signaling.
Well, okay,
Trying.
that I would
You
disagree
are.
with. Well, I'm
I-
always everyone's doing that at all times. Like that's a
Yes,
meaningless
they
statement.
are, but correct, they are. But the point is, okay, you can tell something about a person by what values they are like signaling,
And what
in
they
this
notice
case,
as well. I'm just saying that we can tell a lot from that.
and in this case, like what I am claiming based off of your overall, the way that you engaged with her, the reason why you engaged with her. By the way, very weird that you did that, by the way. That is clearly a shitpost throwaway comment, and you made a giant deal out of it by calling her a narcissist. It's very strange.
I made a giant deal by. Well, I did not call her a narcissist, to be clear.
That is such bullshit. You did call her. You just posted an article indicating that people who have
no problem. I have no problem.
I have no problem.
I have no problem.
Now
I have no problem saying I have no problem. If you can have a conversation,
you call her a narcissist.
You can have a conversation. I have no problem. I have no problem saying that I heavily implied or alluded to that she might be a narcissist, and I posted the study to that, but I did not call her a narcissist.
Dude, you are literally posing in a Superman t-shirt here. Like
I am, yes. Like there's one posting of that.
Yes, okay. And like why the point that I'm trying to make here with this post, okay, is that what part of like what it is to be middle class is to value discipline, to value working hard. You show off progress pictures, you show off that you are hardworking, you show off that you are credentialed, that you show up on time.
Wait, where do I show that I'm credentialed?
Didn't you used to say, like, isn't it in your bio that you at least used to like be pursuing a doctorate like in biochemistry? Isn't there a picture of you in a lab coat? Like, isn't that in like the heading of your Twitter bio? Is that not there? Am I wrong for thinking that that's not there? I'm pretty sure that it is. Yes. Why wear a lab coat? To signal
labeling myself as a biochemist, yes, but I'm not signaling.
Okay, guys, we've been back and forth on this Instagram profile, and this is like not the heart of the disagreement.
I would agree with you, but she brought it up. I didn't.
Yeah, she did, and we've tried to get to the bottom of that, but that's a dead end. I agree. If you guys want to continue talking about this, please, like, just get to it. I don't even know about this Instagram.
Okay, so according from what I heard from FQ is that the discipline is a middle class value. So
correct.
Then,
yes, it is.
Okay, and what are some upper class values?
Well, I mean, that actually, so if you're going by the book, it depends on which stratum you're talking about. So if you're talking about people that are incredibly rich, so this is called the top upper out of sight.
Wait, it's not. Wait, middle class is, well, according from what I heard, class is not associated with income or like money. I said
it's not merely about income. Like it's like okay. It's like necessary to an extent, but not sufficient. Okay. You can have two people of like similar income levels, but that doesn't necessarily, according to Fussell, that is, okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that they come from the same class background, right? So you could have a used car salesman, for instance, that like makes $100,000 a year, but he would still, depending on like what his background is, he might be considered to be of a lower class than, say, a professor who makes $100,000 a year, right? Because it's not just about the money. It is about how you present yourself, the type of work that you do, and the values that you hold. It's not simply about money, okay? And that becomes more and more and more apparent the further up you go, which is something that he talks about also like in the book. So again, it depends like on like which stratum you're talking about. But if you are talking about people that are the true 1%ers, okay? These are people that don't value effort at all. And according to him, they, at least in 1983 anyway, they were surprisingly not intellectual people. These are people who never have to work. These are people who you will almost never see and almost never hear of. They try to live in complete anonymity. They believe it should be assumed like the minute that you walk into their house or the minute that you meet them, that everything is a fine value and that everything is good. So paradoxically, what this means is that if you go into their house, they actually are insulted. Like if you compliment the food or if you compliment the decor, if you compliment like their behavior. Why? Because it's already assumed that everything that's being served to you is excellent. So if you compliment it, that means that when you walked into the room, you already assumed that it might possibly be bad. So you're unintentionally revealing the fact that you think that like the people that you're going to are not necessarily as great as they could be. They also don't go to college. They are not as obsessed with intellectualism. They are not as obsessed with reading. They are not as heavily involved in debate and surprisingly not as involved in politics as you might think. Why? Because they don't need to be in order to live comfortably, okay? They don't have that same drive. That's like what, and according to him, this happened really after the 1930s and the Great Depression. Before that, you had many families like the Vanderbilts who really cared about showing off and being super flashy with their wealth. It's where the Biltmore Mansion comes from in North Carolina, if you ever visit it. It's the largest mansion in the United States. It exists because it used to be the case prior to about the Great Depression that the truly rich love to show off. But after the Great Depression, the upper class hid, okay? And so you'll almost never see them. You'll almost never hear of them. They value complete and utter anonymity and nobody knowing absolutely anything about them. So those are the values. And pursuant to that, it means that they don't wear anything flashy. They deliberately try to wear muted colors. This is like generally like what the upper class. Then after the top upper out of sights, like you have like upper class. These tend to be people who have inherited their money, but they incidentally like happen to like have some sort of like a position of class status. So they work in think tanks, they work in banks. This is not like not
Sure,
like
sorry.
small
I don't want to
banks.
do like a whole thing on this. Like
I just asked. I
like,
asked like some example.
sure.
Like she
Yeah,
can't engage.
yeah.
She has,
hold on.
she has
Someone
no
tell me
way
where-
of having
Hold on,
having
where
a
are the
conversation.
people? Where are the
So,
people
so
from
far,
Dallas?
I've asked one
Like
question.
the
I'm trying to ask a
server
couple
rate
of
for this
questions.
class.
You asked me the values.
Corey,
I
is that
don't-
you in the? Is that you in these?
Yes, that's me.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
You're pretty
Okay,
fucking
so
hot,
so
bro.
far, if we could just try to zero in a little bit of like,
Thank you already
okay,
for proving me right again. I appreciate this.
discipline.
Yeah,
Okay, discipline is a middle class value. I haven't
Yep.
heard
He looks pretty
anything
good.
aside from
Looks pretty good.
anonymity is an upper class value. Can you like?
Yes,
to the-
valuing things of actual, so valuing anonymity, valuing the timelessness and durability of the cloth or the clothing. So if you are somebody that is upper class or upper middle class, it's not so much that you buy things from a specific brand name, but one, when you choose to buy something, it should be something that lasts a very long time. It should be something of durable like cloth, and it should be something that lasts ideally long enough that like, so if it's like a coat or if it's like a hat, something like that, something that you could potentially pass down. It should not be something that falls apart within a couple of years. And part of the way that he explains this is the reason like why anything that was once alive is typically considered to be a higher quality material. Anything that's synthetic is considered to be a lower quality
She's
material.
doing it again,
So-
by the way.
How am I doing anything? You asked me a question, I'm giving you the answer. This is another example. So anything alive. So cotton, leather, pearl. This is also the reason why lab diamonds are considered to be less classy than like blood diamonds. Okay, it's because they're considered because it's grown in a lab as opposed to being mined from the earth. Okay, I don't think
people put
that's
value
why-
on the pain. You know, like that's when like you get that
So-
like dish, like
I've-
the like what's
so
that little
far heard
bird
three-
you
three-
eat?
three
The bird you
values.
put your little veil over your face. You like derive pleasure from the pain. That's part of why
Terrorizing
blood rhymes.
the calf, right?
Yeah.
Having that into the
Uh-huh.
bloodstream,
Yeah.
right? Makes
That's
the
a real.
meat
This is a
sweeter.
real thing,
So-
though. Like I know she's
Exactly.
over there scoffing, but no, that's part of the reason blood diamonds have so much like value is because of the pain. That's why rubies, if you get them like rubies. Oh God, they moved again. If you get the rubies that are pre
Yeah,
like the
zooming in.
embargoes, those are worth way more, and those are all like come from genocide. So like, yeah, I like.
So, yeah, hold on.
I don't think
guys.
it's the genocide that makes them.
it doesn't
okay.
hurt the value.
So-
I'll tell
It
you
gives
that.
them a
it-
certain aura, a certain
Yeah.
smell. Okay,
You can
Yeah.
imbue them with
I
power,
need
you
the
know?
genocide rubies. That's
Yeah,
what
It
no.
smells like massacred African children.
Mhm.
All right. Anyway, let's
Or
go
South
to-
Americans, either
so,
one.
Like, guys, right?
I'm not picky.
Yeah.
I want to get to the heart of this. I want to push you guys to the heart of this because this class distinction isn't the heart of this. It's not, right? So I want to move. You guys can have this conversation some other time. You guys go to a long dissertation about like different class strata, right? Instead, let's like focus in on the heart of this tweet. And then after that, we can move on for our goddamn lives, right?
Okay.
So there was a tweet. Right, by this other woman, third party, not here for the audience members. Okay, all right, for the
Sick
ones who are
abs,
still
Corey,
here
sick
after all
abs.
this. Holy shit. So the tweet was like by a woman who says like a man who wears sweatpants give me the ick. Like I don't understand. Like I don't know. Like a deep ick or something like that. Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, our friend Corey, he responds. He says, like, I love the self-report. So he quote tweets her. He says, I love the self-report. And he attaches a link to a study that says that, like called the ick, narcissism, something, right? Like basically saying that people who have the ick, right, like are generally like are correlated to be like narcissists or have other personality defects like that. And then FQ saw that, and then she responded with one of her essays, a long treatise on uh, Corey on the fact that he would send such a response, right? And why she thinks he sent the response, and like what that says about him, and about like how men treat women, like the original poster, this woman named Sarah, right? Like this response is indicative to her of some sort of behavior that often happens with men in this, right? So okay, to now that we've caught up the audience again, all right, it seems like the heart of this would instead be like why did why is Corey responding to this tweet? Does this tweet have any merit? The original tweet, the open the ick sweatpants thing, right? Is that worthy of response, right? Is that some like was it unreasonable to send that tweet back to her, right? Like because FQ says otherwise, right? That this was somehow an offense, right? Corey doesn't think so. So let's try to focus on that part.
Well, I do want to. I like kind of memed a bit when I was talking about like the sexual preference thing, right? I think this is what that chick was talking about. I don't know about Corey's study. I didn't really dive too deep into the psychology because I thought it was pretty simple. I think the chick responding saying it's not that deep was right because it's basically her sexual preference isn't the slutty behavior of men. And I got to be honest, wearing sweatpants, and specifically gray ones, is about the sluttiest thing you can do as a man. And the image it is might be the FQ's point, is because it's that middle class, I got some grease on my hands, I just come from hard work, I'm going to be comfortable, I'm going to fuck my bitch. That's like what they wear, and it also shows off the lumps. Like, that's where it comes from. And so this girl doesn't like the slutty behavior.
The
of
gray
men,
sweatpants thing was kind of big on Instagram
Yeah.
for a while. Like
Yeah,
it shows the bulge, right? Like,
yeah,
Well,
it's
but that's why it's gross.
men with small dicks
exactly.
wear
So
gray
that's the thing. It's the
sweatpants, so on and
sexual
so
preference.
forth. There was a whole thing to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also gross, right? Like, I mean, like,
So is wearing a
Sure,
miniskirt with
right,
an ass out,
sure.
right?
Well, no, wait.
Yeah,
FQ,
right?
No.
Same thing.
No,
if
because
somebody
because
is
the
going
thing
out, oh, don't
no, wait.
You
FQ,
cannot
FQ.
tell me that. You're telling me that if you went to Starbucks, you saw some guy in gray sweatpants with a major bowl just swinging around, getting a peppermint mocha, that you wouldn't think that that's gross?
Okay, but it's
Me?
the same thing as
Listen,
if
hold
somebody
on,
walks
wait,
up
we're
with like a
talking about people's
miniskirt
Oh
and their
yes,
ass is out.
here, though.
bold. I'll take one bowl to Starbucks.
You've
Extra
personally been
shot of
on like a
espresso.
vendetta against like the big bulky dudes, right? And saying that like the females prefer the female preference is like this Elvis type pretty boy twink style, like that you're kind of referencing that as like the main preference when it's your
Dude,
preference,
this-
right?
no,
there are
this
definitely
is
women
not-
who
That's right,
prefer
that's
seeing
right.
the guy in the
This
gray
is about
sweatpants.
showing your
If you're
dick, your
if
penis
you're
in
around
public.
gym
That's what
if you're
this is
around gym
about.
culture at all, the women in gym culture particularly,
That's
right?
why I do it.
Or
That's
the
right.
women that are kind of like in the like nightclub culture
No.
type
That's
style.
right. There you go. See?
The gray sweatpants
Okay,
thing was
well, there you
100%
go.
a big move.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well,
it really just depends on what like you prefer and what like lifestyle you
So what do you
participate
think's
in.
more likely?
Well,
This
I mean,
girl had
that's
all this
exactly the point of this
class welfare
conversation,
stuff
though,
going
isn't it,
on for
right?
warfare?
Like, I mean-
Or that she was
Really
just like,
tight jeans accomplish the same goal, by the
well,
way.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
See?
like skinny
There
jeans
we
are
go.
out, brother. You got to wear baggy jeans now. So it's like
they
skinny
can
jeans
be-
are out.
If you're
It's all about
European, you can do
being in the
skinny
right
jeans.
Why are
You
you
can't
wearing
do
skinny
American
jeans
jeans.
nowadays,
That's the
bro,
rule
bro?
Okay, FQ, if you want to respond to any of that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I won't deny, like, yeah, I've made some takes about Elvis and about Jacob Elordi, okay, sure. But what I'm talking about has nothing to do, okay,
It has
with
everything to do with it.
muscles, okay? It has to do with, okay, your love muscle, okay? And the ethics, the politeness of showing your love muscle in a public place outside, okay? Okay.
Well, it's the
I
same
would
thing for the
say-
girls who
I'm
share
just-
their love muscles. Them titties be out, and so right, those
Okay,
are the
but
type of
this-
girls that are
okay,
going to
yeah, but this
appreciate
is-
his
okay,
love
but
muscle
okay,
be out.
but going
Sam,
back to like
Don't
what
you
the
shame that, Ollie.
Okay,
Who's
but going
shaming it?
back-
I'm all for it. I'm just saying.
Okay, but going back to like what this conversation is about, right? Like
Which is that?
I
That's what
said,
it's about.
I was talking about we're talking about classism, right? Okay, so like when we are thinking about like the types of people, okay, I hate to even say it like this.
Wait,
okay?
are you saying
but
you
if
saying there's no rich sluts? I know lots of rich sluts.
I'm saying that
so
if
what
you
are
are
you saying here?
outside and if you are outside in public and if you are dressing in a deliberately provocative manner that shows off
Hold
your
on, so
genitals
Paris
in a
Hilton doesn't
very
exist.
revealing way, my automatic assumption is that even if you have money, that most likely you come from a working class
Okay,
background. That is my
hold on. Are the
immediate assumption,
Hiltons
like
in the
when I
top
see that
1%?
outside.
Are the Hiltons in the
Because
top
my
1%? Yes or no? Are the Hiltons in the top 1%?
She can't engage.
Well, yeah, because
No.
what happens is you're totally wrong. Because being slutty is one of the biggest signs that you've reached the ultimate top 1%. Because rules don't matter to you anymore. Sex is anything you can want. If I want to fuck my brother, that's weird. But I'm so rich it doesn't matter. If I want to go fuck anything, that's my productivity. I guess what I can do that. Because guess what? In the ultra stratosphere,
that's what Gibbs does.
But you can even sell it, i.e. the Kardashians
you're
or the
totally wrong.
Hiltons.
Yeah, the Kardashians, the Hiltons. You can even talk about all the satanic.
What's trashy?
Further,
What's trashy if you're poor but classy if you're rich is like kind of
Eyes
being a
Wide
slut.
Shut. Eyes Wide Shut is literally based off people seeing what they think the ultra rich is like. So you're just wrong at like every level here.
No, okay, this is a misunderstanding. Okay, this goes back to
wrong.
Okay, has anybody ever heard of like Rob Henderson's like luxury beliefs?
50 Shades of Grey. I guess that guy was poor.
This relates back to the sluttiness point. Okay, the one of his main Rob Henderson.
He's a psychologist.
See, FQ would say if 50 Shades of Grey was a trailer park, it was a Criminal Minds episode. But since he was rich, it's acceptable and he's not slutty.
No. Okay, here is like what. Okay,
wait. So is Christian Grey rich or not?
Which I'm not.
How about Dracula? How about like Dracula, these kings and all this shit? Like, like
Dracula was clearly gay.
Well, he's also rich as fuck. What does he do? He has 3 wives and he also fucks dudes. Guess what? Because he's so rich, he's epitome. He's the evil side of the
actually kind of a good point.
I'm just saying, and so he's fucking all these people. That's literally
think about all the Saudi princes who pay the hookers to sit on their chests, right?
That's exactly right. Are you getting Look at how about Shakespeare? Want to do Shakespeare next? We can do Shakespeare.
Think about all the chest shitting, please.
Every Greek
hero. Take some time to think about that.
Think about every Greek hero.
Yeah, and they're all in the top 1%.
Very homosexual, also. But anyway, let's
because they don't care. They can talk about.
Okay.
Am I able to get a word out edgewise? Okay, luxury beliefs is the idea that because status symbols that you could buy and purchase with your money have become more accessible as wages have increased. The way that you signal your status today is through the belief system that you claim to espouse. And the reason why it's called a luxury belief, according to Henderson, is that it's a type of belief system that if you can only, for the most part, although there are exceptions, it's mostly usually only successful if you have enough money to suffer the consequences of when it goes wrong. So polyamory is an example of this. That's an example of a luxury belief. If you are somebody who is wealthy, if you are somebody that has a lot of money, potentially it might be the case that you're able to have more relationships. You're able to talk about having an open relationship. But when you have less money, if you do engage in polyamorous relationships and if you have open relationships, it seems as though that's associated with more negative outcomes. So that's an example of something that he refers to as a luxury belief. So that kind of explains at least somewhat what you were saying, Ali.
It's not at poly FQ. That's what I'm saying.
And also,
polyamory is actually the opposite. It would be for the poor because you get 5 or 6 people together and they spend the money at the same house and whatever. The rich would just be like, hey, we're fucking for free with our fluidity of our sex. We don't care. It's boring. We're so rich. Nothing is interesting to us. You have it wrong. It's very opposite of what you're saying here. It's not the poly. They're not even doing poly at that level. They're just doing eyes wide shut. That's the difference.
Yeah, rich people fucking private, right? The wife knows that she's getting cheated on. She just doesn't care because she's accepting of the life.
She's probably cheating too.
It's not. Oh, what's
Trump and Jill? I mean,
Bubba, yeah.
Who knew
wouldn't have happened if they weren't rich?
So, okay, all right.
Who knew the pipeline to drain the swamp went all the way back to Arkansas?
Yeah, crazy.
Oh my God. So, look, okay. So this is a different argument about this. This whole keeps running back to class, and I want to move past this because my patience for this has run thin, extremely thin. So I'll just give my take, right? And then you can give your take, and then we can move on with our lives. The woman who made the original tweet saying sweatpants give her the ick. Well, she made a comment on a public platform. It was fair for people to respond. I don't think it's some sort of offense to respond to her, right? Corey didn't respond in any rude manner. He
that's not true. Are you kidding me?
He sent her.
He called her a narcissist.
I heavily implied
He's
it.
scared, which is fine. I'm cool with that. You know,
Literally,
you could have said worse
data.
things.
People, he didn't say anything cruel, no, but he
Yeah.
sent her literally data, right, to back up his claims.
Couldn't even
And
defend that she
then
wasn't a narcissist.
and then she says, this woman, she later on says that, like, oh, it wasn't that deep, because what she's doing now, she's just like throwing out these insults into the ether, right? And then when someone responds back, oh, it's just a joke, right? Don't take what I say seriously, even though what I mean is seriously. I it's serious. Like, she like this.
If it reflects poorly on me, well, that can't.
Everyone's
be the
trying to
case.
get dunks on Twitter. That's the point.
Yeah, if it reflects poorly on her, then it's not. Then it wasn't actually a big deal, right? And in fact, you're in the wrong for even responding to me. Like, that's nonsense, right? This is a public platform. People are going to respond to you, especially if you put out like a rage bait like that. That's what she did, right? And now I'm not going to defend necessarily everyone who responded to her, right? I'm sure people said wild things because that's Twitter, you know. But Corey did not do that. Also, like, this idea of attacking these people for the way they dress, that's classist behavior. It's disgusting, extremely disgusting. Fuck her, right? I would have responded in a less polite manner, but I'm not on Twitter and I don't give a fuck what happens there, so it's not a big deal to me. But this sort of behavior, you see this all the time, right? This is classic mean girl behavior. That's what she's doing, right? Imagine if she had done that to a woman, right? Talked about like how a woman dress, and like, oh, that's disgusting, right? Like, where do you hear that? You hear that shit in high school. That's exactly how they behave, right? Like, oh, this sweater or whatever the fuck this other girl's wearing, that's disgusting. I don't like it. It's not fashionable, whatever, right? This is what's regularly done. And then in response, oh, I didn't actually mean it. Of course not. Why are you taking it so seriously? Like, let's not hide what this individual was doing, right? And then I think attacking Corey, like, or responding to Corey in that way, like, of course you have the to FQ, you have all the reasons to feel the way you feel, but like, you are defending classist behavior. That's what was happening there. You out and out defended that classist
in
behavior.
defense of the bourgeoisie.
Am I allowed just to respond? Okay, so a couple of things. Okay, so I have known women, and even myself and other people, okay, and the women who will make comments like this. It's very common, like in friends, like when you're over coffee, okay, people make judgy comments like this. It happens, okay?
Yeah,
it's
bitchy
not
comments. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, people make bitchy comments to each other, like in friend circles. You guys make crass comments to each other all the time. This is your friend circle, okay? Exactly, right? Well, women make bitchy comments to each other in their friend circles over coffee or when they're going out to a bar.
And this was in a public square.
Yeah, and in a coffee place or in a bar, that would also be a public square, right? But normally, you just you ignore it. You don't say anything about it because most of the time, okay? Yeah, you do. You want to know why? Because most of the time, the types of women who make statements like these, they have nails that they can't afford. They show off a bag that they think is like really expensive when really it's like a knockoff thing from TJ Maxx. They act fancier. They pretend to be more sophisticated.
It makes no difference if they're working class. If someone makes
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Like, when somebody is saying something like this, normally, and I think this is true with this particular person, this is a person, okay, who is saying this as an act of insecurity because they feel bad. And the proper response to this, like when you see somebody making a comment like this, and you're right, it could be for a man or it could be for a woman. In either case, okay, you really just shouldn't say anything. You should not try to make the person feel bad, because when people are trying to do things like that, when they are trying to, I don't know, when they're trying to show off like their $20 Gucci bag,
feel bad. They try to make someone else feel bad.
Because it's immature behavior from them, and you, as noticing that,
so they get away with the bad behavior, and they don't.
It's not that. It's not get away. It's
behavior. FQ.
It's not that. It's mentorship. Okay, so you see that somebody is feeling bad. You see that somebody like clearly like feels insecure. So what you do is you try to build that person's confidence. You try to make that person feel better. You try to give them something so that they don't behave that way, unless it's something truly like across the line, like if somebody's screaming a slur word or if somebody's doing something that's truly horrific or offensive. But if somebody's just making a crass comment about what it looks like to wear sweatpants in public, I think it's weird for somebody to be offended and to freak out about something like that.
It's weird for someone to be offended by an insult.
You're on Twitter. She wanted to dunk on a bunch of guys who wear gray sweatpants on Twitter. She was calling guys gross. And so the proper and so the proper response is other people are going to also try to dunk on her. Corey just happened to dunk on her with science.
Well, I mean, first of all,
that was just like
Ellie, okay, here's the truth, okay? You want the truth? This is the truth, okay?
Yo.
Ellie, okay, here's the thing, okay?
Yeah.
It may have been impolite for her to say that, and it may have been crass, and it may have been a bad idea, but here's the deal, okay? That's what a lot of women think, okay? That is what women think when men...
Yeah, but maybe
Corey's had like about a year and a half of arguing with me on this, where the guy really does not judge people on what they wear. He does kind of think it's stupid that like there's professional dress wear and so on and so forth. And then, you know, on top of that, the guy looks fucking hot in his sweatpants and his tight shirts. So like, yeah, what do you want him to do? The jab was at him, right? She threw it out and she threw bullets out. He caught the bullet and then he responded with a better bullet. That was
I'm not Big Brother. I'm not saying that it's not within your purview of freedom of speech to say anything. I am just simply making an assessment about people who choose to
the assessment is wrong, is what I'm saying. The assessment
no, it's perfectly true. If you didn't I'm telling you what it is, okay? If you truly felt secure about yourself, if you truly didn't care, okay, if you truly felt fine about how you present yourself in public, you would. Well, that is actually true. You wouldn't be on Twitter, but also you wouldn't be responding to some. But also you wouldn't be responding to some random girl about what she in Brooklyn about what she thought about sweatpants.
What?
You'd ignore
it. That's the whole point of Twitter. He thought it was going to go crazy.
If you're insecure, I'm just being honest with you. Okay, it looks like insecurity. You just ignore it.
I'm gonna go get that tweet right now, bro.
You just said to Corey that when he puts a picture, right, on Instagram, it's for other people's validation because that's what you do on Instagram. That's the whole point posting it online, right?
It is
you post a message on Twitter, it's for people to read and people to react, to feel something about, right? And then she got a reaction that she pretended like, oh, I didn't actually mean it, right? You're actually the silly ones to actually care about whatever I think I said. I agree. This woman is pointless,
honey,
right?
when a person puts a
however,
like if someone puts something dumb
like
online,
literally,
you are not on a crusade. Are you on a crusade?
Literally, the platform is designed for
I'm not against freedom of speech, dude. You can respond to whatever you want, okay? And you can do whatever you want.
No, your response.
And you're gonna judge them for doing what they want.
That like
yes, I am. I judge people for doing what they want all the time, and so should you.
He's the problem.
What do you mean you don't judge people for doing what they want?
You're saying, honey, why doesn't this rule apply to you? Why doesn't it apply to you?
True.
Right? Like,
what about her tweeting her manifesto?
You're saying like, why spend your time attacking this woman? She just puts out a tweet, right? And like, why even be the type of person?
Well, I think that
you send a treatise back to Corey. Right, so why did that not apply to you?
Whose tweet took more time? Anyone want to place any bets?
I think I've already given you my answer. The reason you're absolutely right. It does come from a source of like for me, like feeling a little bit insecure. But I am feeling insecure on behalf of other people who I've met in my life who are girls that are like Sarah. Okay, I've met other people that are like Sarah before.
So you're the channeling of, but you're not insecure yourself. As you hide behind an avatar.
Listen, we all have problems. That's why we're all here, okay? Yeah. Would any of us be here if we were all perfect, okay? Maybe if we were, we wouldn't all be here sitting on this stream tonight talking to each other, okay? I'm not a perfect person. I never claimed to be, okay?
Actually, I think I'm so perfect that other people are wrong, and that's kind of why I show up every Monday. I'm like, hey, this is why you're wrong and why I'm right.
But here's the thing. Prime, Corey, here's the thing, okay? This is tu quoque, okay? You could be a hypocrite and still be right, okay? I can be insecure and I can still be right about you being insecure. In fact, it takes one to know one, right? Wouldn't you say?
You're not far off. We can dissect that later. But go ahead, Brian.
No. Go ahead. Quick response, Corey.
Because this is going to circle back to the class thing and like her middle class values aspect, which is like very strange, or rather pretty arbitrary, or just like so far I've heard like
it's not arbitrary. It comes from a book. I have a source.
Wait. So if it comes from a novel, it's not arbitrary. It's not like
this is not a novel. Do you think it's a novel?
Wait. Do you think
Paul Fussel's economics class about a book from 1980? Potentially, is that a novel?
If it's just, I haven't read the book. If it's just an opinion based or like a blog, yes, I would say it's largely.
It's not opinion based, nor is it a blog. Okay, it is based off of research. Yes. Okay.
What research would you invoke then? that discipline is a middle class value, or that anonymity is an upper class value.
I'm invoking the book by the economist Paul Fussell. That is what I'm invoking as my source. Okay, you can argue whether or not
So
you
an
think he's
appeal
an
to
appropriate
authority,
source or not.
and assuming maybe some sort of true authority.
I mean, I'm telling you like why I think that, and I will tell you that that is the source that I am using. Yes, just like you appeal to authority yourself to try to call her a narcissist on her Twitter page.
Let's-
Saying
That's
that
why I
wearing
said false. I
sweatpants to
said
the
false
gym
versus
look
true
kinda
authority.
weird, okay?
Be aware of the
Okay.
distinction.
Gibbs, sorry. Oh, it's been an hour on this, and I'm like running out of patience for it. Gibbs, and then
understand.
Dubin.
Yeah, I mean, mine's real simple. I find big titty goth women and Latinas with big asses that dress provocatively to give me the ick. So if anyone of them want to come argue with me on Instagram or Twitter and send me photos of things that give me the ick, feel free to do so, because I will be
Smart man.
disgusted
As
every
revenge.
time. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
just as revenge,
Yeah.
just if you get mad.
Big titty goth Latinos
I-
don't even exist. Gibbs.
Frankly, the
They
idea
just
of
don't
that
exist.
possibility
Prove
not being
us
what
wrong.
this is really astounds me. But now we know.
Let's go to Dubin.
So two things. So first off, that woman's right. Gray sweatpants, any sweatpants, disgusting in public. Unless you're like, if you're wearing them, I assume that you're either sick or like poor, like one of those two things. To be honest with you, it just is what it is, right? So if you're not one of those two things, then you should not be wearing those in public. It's just embarrassing. But I think this would apply to unattractive women who wear like also sweatpants, but those what are they called? Jogging pants, whatever the fuck.
Yoga
pants.
Yoga
With
pants,
like
yeah.
pink
Yeah,
across
if
the
you're
butt, yeah.
unattractive and you wear that, you're fucking disgusting. You should be laughed out of at any store you go into. If you have a camel toe and you're ugly,
Yep.
you're fucking disgusting. I'm sorry. But with women, it's more about how attractive you are. Right? If you're attractive, you can get away with that stuff, and you seem high class. If you're not, you're low class. This like facile thing, like I've never heard of this before, right? But the way that you're explaining it, it's like, it sounds like an astrology chart for like brunch habits, where like your sign is determined, like your sign is determined by like how expensive the cheese you pretend to like is. Like it's really fucking weird. Like it just doesn't seem like, I feel like this wouldn't map onto reality at all if we just gave it a little bit of thought.
All true.
So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, that woman's right. I don't know why you're upset. You're mad at Cora for calling her.
First of all, I think I would agree with you actually that in this case that I think there are things that like women wear out in public that I also think are gross and weird. I agree with you about the yoga pants. I think that's weird to wear out in public, and the camel toe. Anything, okay, that like shows like a clear indentation of your genitals out in public. I think that's gross and I think it's weird. And you know, honestly, like if I knew somebody interpersonally that like, I don't know, like we've all seen, I hate to be mean about it, but like I know kids that go to Walmart, they're in their pajamas, you know, they have giant fluffy slippers, like when they're walking around out in public, like it's not appropriate like to dress like that. And it's a free country. You can wear pajamas to go to Walmart. You can wear slippers to walk through the parking lot. Nobody's going to stop you if you do it. But if you do it, then you're going to be judged for it. And like, that's
if you think anyone's gonna wait, this whole I actually really hate this notion of like you have to dress properly as if like we're in some crazy polite European society.
There's
we're going to Walmart.
We're
going to Walmart. We're going to the mall. We're going to the
everyone
gas
is
station.
judgmental.
Right? Most of the places, most of the people that are doing their day-to-day just chores, like they don't care to wear jeans and a polo and a nice shirt and all that bullshit. They're gonna wear their sweatpants and their hoodies.
What about like John Stockton shorts?
No, I'm talking about leaving your house, going to Walmart, going to the gas station, going to CVS, going to Walgreens, running and doing your bullshit. Like the expectation that everyone's gonna be like dressed up or like dressed like to your level
you have
of
to
like.
wear a suit.
They just need to be presented.
I know, but it has to hit your quality of state.
The world should never see that woman without makeup ever.
What was that?
So I'm saying it's like an ugly woman walking outside without makeup on. The world.
Doobie, you don't.
So if you're going to these places,
all right?
It's not like I'm not saying they need to be like fancy, right? I'm just saying they need to be presentable, right?
Put together.
And I'm not saying it's not even.
Yeah, you want people to be put together.
It's not even really for me. It's more
the people
about
who go to
what
Walmart.
it says about them, right? It says to me that they don't care. They have no dignity, no sense of like self-respect.
Yeah, most of these people don't care because of where they're going. The settings to where they're going don't apply for them to care.
That means they don't respect anybody else in the setting, right? So if you're going to a store and you're forcing everybody to see your ugly ass face without makeup or your big ass,
it's kind of the expectation of the store.
Like, I'm sorry, like it's disrespectful.
Yes, it is it is to you if you're at Walmart and you have that expectation, but people who are going to Walmart don't have that expectation, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like you're judging these people on the standard that you have of like Whole Foods. When it's like, yeah, Whole Foods, probably people are going to be dressed a little bit better because it is a classier establishment.
Ali, have you ever heard of that webpage? I think it's a webpage called People of Walmart. And it's just like a bunch of people at Walmart who look like
yes, I have.
Yeah. So that kind of behavior, I think, is antisocial. It hurts society. It hurts society. And what it tells you about these people is that when they walk out, they don't give a fuck about
that's why they have their own safe zones.
But what if they're ugly?
They don't care about what society thinks of them. And these people are dangerous.
Hold on,
one of these people.
Hold on, Doobie, but if you're rich and ugly,
Doobie, that's why we give them their own zones to do this.
I gotta lack twinning.
That's why they have Walmart, brother.
Yeah, no, I think Walmart is a great ecosystem for seeing society that you don't normally see. I disagree with Doobie on the makeup take. I actually think that it's good when people walk around without makeup. It's consent maximizing.
No fraud.
No fraud. So I disagree with Doobie on that one, firstly. Secondly, I thought about this while you guys were talking. One of the accessories that I think makes women look like just unequivocally the least attractive is that sort of that nose ring that makes you look like a
it looks like a cow. I have cows. I got that.
Yeah, it's like the round one that makes you look like a
I pull out one of my magnets.
Yeah.
At the club. I'm like, check this out.
It's horrific. But I've seen when faced with this criticism, a lot of women will say, "Well, now I'm gonna wear it, right?" As a form of
it's not for you, it's for me.
Yeah, as a form of liberation, as a form of sticking it to the authority telling you what to wear. So couldn't sweatpants be, as men, our middle finger?
It's not for you, it's for me. I want to wear
establishment.
You get the wearing it though? You just go, damn, you look familiar, and you show Betsy the cow. And they go, oh, God! And then they're like, no, I don't. And you show about 3 more.
Gibbs and this camera?
And by the end, I promise, they ain't gonna wear that nose ring no more if you keep calling them a cow the other guy. Like, hey Daisy, come over here. We need those mama milkers. You keep roasting her. Like every time.
No, I mean, they like it.
That could get you in trouble.
And the girls that wear that are selecting for they're trying to select for the type of guy that likes that kind of shit, right? So the girl that wears the nose ring, lactoid, you hate it.
There are no guys that like that.
Nah, there's plenty of guys, man. There's plenty of guys that'll go for it. I'm telling you.
People like piercings.
They have a whole scene, brother. I mean, there are guys
ranchers, maybe.
Wait. There are guys with painted nails.
We're not talking
there are guys with
cows.
Wait. We all know the fucking what's his name? That comedian guy that was with that was with Kim Kardashian, Pete something fucking
Pete Davidson.
Yeah, Pete Davidson. That whole like drug addict look of like guy that appeals to like a nice subsect of women, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's unattractive. He was nasty, but like I mean, he was also with Kim Kardashian, Ariana Grande, and
I understand where you're coming from. And
celebrity,
I'm not denying,
but like
I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not denying that there's like some things that kind of look eccentric or strange that are attractive to a large subset of people. But when it comes to that, the septum, especially the round thing, the round ring, every single time I see that, it's just like nonstop hate in every comment section. Every guy I've talked to doesn't like it. Where is this community? Where are they hiding? I mean, is this like is like a foreign community or something? I don't know.
They're hiding in those women's inboxes. That's where they're hiding.
Maybe they're ashamed to come out with it.
And not for nothing, lactoid. It's usually the Republican guys. I think shame
is part of the appeal.
It's usually the Republican guys that are into those girls, man.
No, that's the gay thing. You can't make it the nose ring thing too. That's not fair.
That's the gay thing.
Yeah, with nose ring, unless you're gonna let me like loop a chain through that bitch, like you shouldn't be wearing it. Like it's just disgusting.
And a lot of them will.
That could be an exception. No, the BDSM, like there's like a hardcore BDSM thing.
But some maybe they wear the diamond.
That the girls are freak.
No, they don't wear those.
Like if it's
bypassing this in your mind.
No, but what they wear is the diamond boogers instead. They never wear the fucking full on. Like at least if you actually put on the cow ring, then we could get some like animal play,
like that Best Buy girl.
BDSM. But no, they don't do that. They do this little pointy bullshit that comes out. It looks like metal boogers. Like it's disgusting. Nobody likes it.
It does.
Yeah.
Those are the goth girls, the ones that.
No, they're not, bro. They even
it's not just goth girls. It's a lot more than that.
Will have like 50 piercings. It looks like something different.
But
Yeah,
regardless of who actually likes it, there is still a large group of women that I've seen very specifically respond to this with, okay, well now I'm going to do it as a form of like a rebellion, I think, against like social mores. So I don't know. I feel like
you
know,
learn
I'm gonna
about
start wearing
begging. Try
sweatpants
that out sometime.
It feels good. You can fart and it's like not
Exactly.
Like, you're a lawyer, you probably shouldn't be wearing sweatpants.
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah.
So,
profession.
although Corey would fight for your right to wear sweatpants.
I would, and if he's comfortable with them, he should go for it. And if he wants to,
FQ.
I mean,
I think the real offense is defending bad behavior.
No.
That's like the real problem. Like
I think
Corey did nothing wrong, especially in the
yes,
context
he did do so. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, I am not.
Wait, if he did something wrong, you did something wrong too, right? FQ.
He criticized a woman.
Enough attention.
Yes,
to
to be clear,
that was the problem.
she literally said she's just a benevolent sexist. That's all FQ is. She's just a benevolent sexist. There's nothing more to that.
Oh, Jesus.
But
okay.
Corey, you did do something wrong. You didn't draw enough attention to your sweatpants pictures. That's what you should have done. Yeah, that's where you went wrong.
No, I'm saying that he publicly called out a stranger who,
he knew what he was doing.
But then you can do that.
I did know that.
But then you publicly called out someone that you knew with a little bit more ferocity, right? So, like, in the same regard, you like.
And keep in mind, the person I was responding to responded to FQ calling her unhinged. Just be aware of that.
Yeah, he did.
That is very true.
FQ, how dare you slut shame? You're not a very good feminist. That's bad.
I'm not slut shaming. Look, I'm just going to be honest with you. Okay, I agree.
Two pictures of Corey with the tightest shirts I've ever seen. You're definitely slut shaming. I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying.
Okay, no.
That's exactly what you did. And then you admitted that's what you were doing earlier. Like, it's gross when they wear this at the coffee shop. I don't want to look at their schnog and then post all the photos with their ass out and shit. Like,
I don't.
Come on.
I don't know a single woman, honestly, who wants to see a guy's indentation.
Here, I'll introduce him to you. I'll introduce him to you.
I
got about 50.
And if I found a woman
you know. I introduced you some already that would tell you they love gray sweatpants. FG, you have met them, so you're lying right now. You have met some of my female friends on stream that have sat here and talked about gray sweatpants before. I think even in your presence.
No, I don't. No.
Okay, we can assure you.
I can start naming them. You want me to start naming them?
I'm sure. Look, I think that, like, to me, I thought, there's the book, like, the Great, I know, like, there's the Great Gatsby, and, we all know the story of Gatsby, right? Like, to me, like, when I see people, like, engaging in the type of behavior that Sarah is engaging in, okay, it reminds me a lot of that book, okay? It reminds me a lot of people who do things that they act like they're bigger than their britches, okay? They wear a flaming pink suit to a party. They drive a big, giant yellow car. They put fireworks over their giant, huge McMansion across in West Egg because they're desperately trying to fit in with the people over in East Egg. And when you see somebody that's trying to do that, that's trying to pull a Gatsby, they're clearly somebody, okay, who is trying to put on airs. They are trying to pretend to be fancier than they actually are. If you see somebody doing that,
or maybe it's just fun. Maybe they're just having some fun.
Yeah, people just like talking shit.
It depends, right?
In the same way that some people take the internet and make it real life, you're taking books and applying it to the internet.
I'm sorry, but like when we're talking about classism, like new money versus old money, and how like this type of thing, like class dynamics, this is absolutely something that applies.
Is
to
that
real
girl
life
rich
and to
or
the
something?
internet, okay?
Where does like
the
people from the soap opera
beginning.
Dallas fall? Like, are they like in the ultra rich?
No, she is not rich. Okay?
No. How about like the people from like you seen the soap opera Dallas?
No.
Okay.
You're from Texas. I don't want to watch Texas Ghost.
How about hold on. This is like one of the most famous soap operas of all time. It's about the most rich people in the world, some of them, right? And all they do, once again, is they act like sluts. Like, I just don't understand where you're coming from.
You're focusing on this. You're focusing on the slut thing.
That's the main thing. No, you're not. But it is about classism. No, it is about classism. No, because what you're sitting here saying is you're sitting here saying they don't like certain things. And what I'm saying is this is just her sexual preference. It might even be
trying to move on.
Yeah, it might have been a fake like back to Paul. Yeah, I don't know. Where it's like, hey, she wanted more of these guys to post.
I think it's probably pretty fair to say that the reason why so many men became upset about her is because they felt judged, because they felt that they could sense the fact that this was a classist comment coming from her. They recognize that, and that's why they are upset, because they feel insecure about their own class status and they're lashing out against this tweet for that reason. That's why they feel insecure about the sweatpants thing. If you didn't give a shit, you wouldn't have said anything. Okay, that's
So
the
how
reason why
about
they're saying
Christian
that. And
Grey?
the Jay
Is he for-
Gatsby thing, if I can finish that, okay. The Jay Gatsby thing is this: when you see somebody trying to pull a Jay Gatsby in real life, it generally speaking, it is, at least just my personal opinion, I think it's a terrible thing to expose that person as a fake or a fraud in front of everyone. If you see somebody that's trying to fit in with everyone else, if you see somebody trying to be bigger, to be better, to try to pretend to be snooty about things they have no idea about, you shouldn't try to shame them and unmask them and reveal them as a pretender.
Being better?
Okay.
Was this person being better, Sarah? This is her
I'm
aspiring?
I'm not saying that she's literally being better. I'm saying that the reason why she's making comments like this is because she is aspiring to be better. Okay, she's aspiring.
This is what aspiration looks like.
Aspiring to go viral with a
Sometimes,
tweet.
yes, and it's a bad thing to do. And it's a bad thing to do.
And then
so what you have the way to
defend the bad thing.
Yeah, but no, what I'm trying to explain, okay, the way that you actually fix this problem when you see somebody aspiring negatively like this is they need to learn how to actually be successful in aspiring to this. They need to know how to actually.
How can they do that if we don't have conversations like this inspired by Corey's tweet
on Twitter? Is that was he was supposed to? The next part was now to the appropriate response was for Corey to take this woman under his wing, right? To show her the proper way.
No, the appropriate response was to roll your eyes and move on. That's the appropriate response.
And then the appropriate response to what Corey did was to send a treatise to him.
Listen, when if I was perfect, I wouldn't be here. Okay, I've already admitted. Okay, the fact that I'm flawed. Okay, however, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
I'm just saying, like, without.
I would like Corey, it on record that Lactoid just said that I wrote the Bible. Okay, I would like that on record on this stream. Okay.
Look, without Corey retweeting or messaging this person, whatever it may be, we wouldn't be having this conversation about how we should handle it. So technically,
listen, I wrote the
Corey's
gospel.
tweet brought us closer.
Yeah. The gospel of Fairy Queen says this is how we should handle it. Okay.
Let's move on for our lives. Okay. Wow.
Talk about hypergamy.
Yes.
Bring out some of that malevolent sexism. Are you guys ready?
For whatever audience is stuck around for that, apologies. But we'll be moving on. Thanks everyone for being here. If you're here, follow the channel if you haven't done so already. Like, we have better conversations than that. I assure you. That's the thing that we're capable of. That's hit the follow button if you haven't done so on the various platforms, Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, if you're there. And consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs or give the membership or whatever they do on Kick. Actually, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I imagine Kick has some level of partnership before you can get subs or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm sure I'm not at monetization level on Kick. I've got I think 4 people following me on Kick. You should be the 5th. So consider doing that and keeping this channel alive. Much appreciated to those who do. All right. And I was going to say something else. And it's going to kill me, and then I'm going to remember it like an hour later. Whatever. So we're going to get started. We are going to. Oh, now I remember what I was going to say. Hey, Lactoid. How many people are on screen?
7.
7.
That's your least favorite number of people on screen.
And see how I desperately tried to avoid 7. You saw how I desperately tried, and yet
it's a lucky number. Lucky number 7.
Gravity. I'm telling you, this happens all the time. When I have 8 people within that group DM, right? One of them is going to drop out, and then one of them dropped out multiple times. Okay. Anyway, that's fine. All right, so let's get started. Topic. All right. The greater male variability hypothesis states that there is much more diversity in the distribution of male IQ versus female IQ. This means that there are less men of average IQ than women, but there are also more males of lower and higher than average IQ than females. In terms of dating, This would also mean that there isn't enough men of normal or higher IQ to go around for each similarly matched woman. Some amount of women will then have to, quote unquote, settle for a man with lower IQ. If this hypothesis is correct, what should be the implications on how society views heterosexual romantic pairings? Is hypergamy something to be shamed when men of appropriate IQs are a premium? Should we de-emphasize the importance of IQ and tell women that they should be perfectly happy with a good man that is somewhat below her intellectual level? And should this have any implications on the idea that a man should leave the household when his wife may be better positioned for the job? And credit to FQ, who came up with this. This was a super chat, or this prompt
An
was
expansion of
derived
a
from the
super
super chat. Sorry, what?
An extension of a super chat.
Extension of super chat that she sent. Yes. So yeah, I think it's pretty fascinating. I hadn't heard of this greater male variability hypothesis, but it's not new. It's not a new thing. And I'm sure as it'll come up with the conversation, people have publicly espoused this, and it's caused a lot of trauma in the past. We've talked about this because of its implications of female the ability of women to be able to do a job well versus a man. So that's been a huge thing in the past. But the focus here will be on dating, right? If this is true, that they're just less men of average intelligence, right? Well, then yes, at some point, women will just mathematically not be able to find a pairing that meets their intelligence threshold or surpasses it. So, doesn't it make sense for women to, compete for higher status men, rather than having to go with a dullard, to avoid that awful fate? That seems like that would be a rational response to if literally you might end up with the short end of the stick. So we're going to bounce around that. We'll start with our friend FQ, because FQ was the one who came up with that, and then we'll go around.
Sure. So I guess I just want to clarify, right off the bat, I think that the IQ aspect is interesting, and I do think that it's relevant. But I do want to just bracket and make very clear, I do not think that it is all encompassing. Okay. And I am not a psychologist. Okay. This is not my area of study. So while I do think, and it does seem to be, that there's a lot of research behind the greater male variability hypothesis, what I don't know and what I'm not sure is how fat or how wide exactly each end of the tail is. Okay. And that's something that we could discuss. I don't know if that means that there's an equal distribution of low IQ men versus an equal to a distribution of higher, however we want to define it, to the same amount to higher IQ men. I don't know actually what the answer to that is. I've seen different numbers and different graphs that seem to indicate different things, but I'm not sure. Okay. So that's just some disclaimers before I say this. But my main argument and main point about this is that I don't think that the rising male difficulty in dating is caused by men not going outside or social media or inflated expectations driven by feminism. I think that the primary drivers are structural and cognitive. And I think that they emerge from long-term changes in education, shift in the economy from an industrial economy to a service economy, and population level cognitive distributions. So we'll talk about this, I guess, more, but we could talk about the educational decline in boys and men, because I think the natural question that people are going to ask, well, I mean, you can look in in the first article, you can see that there's a source that goes back over 100 years ago to 1894 that first postulated about the greater male variability hypothesis. So this is not a new hypothesis by any means. And if we accept that the hypothesis is true, I mean, this would have been true in the 50s, this would have been true in the 20s, this has been true if we think it's true, it has been true for at least over 100 years, right? Even though there has been some shift. So if that's the case, why is it more difficult now? And to answer that question, I think the first thing is to look at educational decline in men and boys in school. And we can talk about more about why that is, but I think that it has to do with some stuff that's not talked about in Twitch poll, like the politicization of phonics in early education, too much screen time, frankly, in schools, and too much access to internet technology. I think in some ways, the Zoomer kids we're seeing right now is the reckoning of the iPad kids. And expansion of mental health services such as IEPs or 504 plans for kids who don't need them. And I think that that's had massive effects on educational rigor for girls and for boys, but boys specifically because of behavior problems. Economic shift from industrial versus service work. This is like not, the modern economy requires verbal ability, executive function. We are the age of personal care, okay? Especially as AI is coming through and is demolishing a lot of rote work, such as, being a receptionist. A lot of jobs that used to be staples are going away. We aren't really in an industrial economy. And so for that reason, people that hug the middle or people like towards the higher end of the distribution, those are the people that are going to be more successful in the economy. But the lower down the bell curve you go, the more difficult it is to be successful. And at a population level, I think that's why a lot of men are struggling to find, it's a part of the reason, I think, only in part, why a lot of men on the left half of the bell curve face reduced economic and social viability compared to earlier periods. And finally, what the whole point of this, greater male variability in high Q produces more men at both the high and the low extremes. And so men in the lower tail are disproportionately filtered out of stable employment and status formation. So, and I stated this before, I think that the reason why this impacts dating specifically is I think that women use class position, income, and educational attainments as proxies for general intelligence. I don't think it's just about resource allocation, which is usually the way that this is framed. I think it's because it's, for lack of a better word, it is the best form of an intelligence test you can use when you are trying to find somebody to marry or potentially have children with. And because women have increasingly outperformed men in education and in income, finding somebody, think about it from the perspective of a woman. You're there with Tinder on your phone, and you have hundreds of people in front of you, and you're trying to find somebody who you think is roughly as smart as you, or somebody who has the same, like, what's one way for you to find somebody who think you might be a good match? Well, one way is education, right? That's going to mean a lot of left swipes. That's just to be honest with you, okay? You're going to look for things like education. You're going to look for signals that might indicate that like the person has like, so income, education, et cetera, et cetera. And dating disparities, I think, are downstream of educational and economic sorting, not cultural hostility. And I think the solution ultimately, believe it or not, it goes back to school. I think it goes back to school, and I think it goes back to parenting. I think that if we take significant changes like in the way that we school and raise our kids, I think that that could probably resolve a lot of the problems that a lot of young men say that they are facing today. So that is basically my argument.
Thank you, Lactoid.
All right, how's my coming through? Okay.
Pretty good. Yeah.
So good.
Yep.
All right. When it goes bad, let me know. From what I understand, gender variability is true in many things. I'm just going to agree to that premise. There are more average women, and there are more above average men and below average men. The overall men's distribution is flatter across a whole bunch of variables. And I think the mean is roughly the same, but the distribution is flatter. IQ is no different, and IQ, I think, is a very important metric to look at. I think it's fine that we look at other things, but I think IQ is probably the single most important metric that we have when it comes to predicting relevant characteristics, especially in this conversation, but relevant characteristics when it comes to a whole host of factors that when it comes to predicting all sorts of prosocial or antisocial behavior of any given individual. With that, I also believe that men and women are different. I believe in gender roles. The expectations should be for men to become economic providers and women to become domestic providers. This expectation is good and founded in biology. I think this arrangement, as well as underlying biological differences, necessarily leads to hypergamy and has for all human history and has across most, if not all, mammalian species. In the situation where there is a larger amount of low IQ men left over, or men with any kind of comparable incompetence besides IQ, some of the average women are just going to have to dig at the bottom of the bucket and get what they can get. I think that in those situations, her duty should be to press him to work hard, to stay out of trouble, and to do the best with what he has. And his duty is to work within what he has to emulate those who are above him as much as possible. That's how I want society to function now. When it comes to the AI boom, nobody here can fully predict what effect that's going to have on this. But I kind of have an intuition here that AI may give an advantage to blue collar work as it continues to take over and make us obsolete when it comes to white collar work. And this might actually make it more possible for men on the lower end of this distribution to fulfill that role. Just because blue collar work is going to be more accessible to lower IQ people than perhaps certain types of high kind of white collar high IQ work that are probably going to get replaced with AI. So that's my position.
Corey.
Oh, well, I mildly reject the greater variability hypothesis. It's a hypothesis for a reason. Yeah, there appears to be some evidence demonstrating that pretty much just what like Lactoid described, although I say the data is pretty mixed, or at least not so strong. And even then, I would say slightly over exaggerated. But regardless, I'm going to sort of short circuit the conversation a little bit in terms of there is an implicit assumption in the prompt that women actually value IQ. There's no actual evidence as far as I can tell. I've only come across one study that actually assesses it, because you have to keep things in mind of like there are stated preferences versus revealed preferences. Okay. Just as, for example, whatever, maybe a little bit crude, but if I ask Lactoid if he wants to have, I don't know, whatever, six-pack abs, that would be a stated preference. But his revealed preference is, well, he doesn't actually want that because he's not actually pursuing it. And the same thing holds true in terms of mate preferences. Many people will say that they claim they want to have an intelligent partner, but actually, and I'll post a study in the chat, that when you actually assess it, and the study was done of like a mildly or somewhat objectively, they didn't do a full IQ test, but they did a cognitive assessment test. And then when they actually saw that, when they shared the actual intelligence scores, pretty much actually intelligence, higher intelligence reduced the attraction for these men. Okay. Because there's no action, there's no data, unless someone wants to post it, showing that women actually want an intelligent partner. Or even, I think that even holds true for men as well. This is a stated preference, but what typically tends to happen is there is a halo effect. Okay. The halo effect in terms of like, if you find someone physically attractive, you're probably going to attribute intelligence to them, because who wants to admit to themselves that they have a dumb partner? But you probably have at some point a dumb partner, just like every parent is going to say their child is the smartest child in the world. Okay. But there are children, there are parents that have children that are unfortunately not so smart. And there are partners that are also not so smart. And I think the data bear that out. And I'll post a study in the chat. I'll leave it there for now.
I think the thing to focus on is that Lactoid prefers love handles, right? He likes having a tire, right, around his waist, right? More of him to love, ladies, right? You remember that. He's single, so reach out to him. Set up my man Doobie.
I think this is already like, have you guys ever seen those Instagram videos, TikTok videos? It's like, oh, my husband's stupid. He doesn't know how to do this thing. Oh, I had to remind him to do this thing 10 times and blah, blah, blah. That kind of stuff. I think that is the result, right, of the fact that they're just a 10 men with lower IQs. But I really don't think it matters. I would hate to think that people are like actively looking for high IQ people to get with. I don't think that's actually true. I think there are plenty of people who are wealthy and have low IQs. Plenty of people who are poor have high IQs. I think that's a really lazy way to think about this.
Okay. To our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, off topic, but me and Doobie, last time we spoke, had a breakthrough recently. And I just wanted to recognize it because we haven't had a chance to really dive into it. I think it's something worth diving into. And that is that Nazi points is actually a white supremacist. I'm very happy that more and more people are finally coming around to the truth, because every time I get a chance, I'm going to say, fuck Connor. Anyway, moving on. I think with this, yeah, it's all bullshit. I look like Liberace Jesus right now in my hot flaming pink suit and shit. And guess what? I could go to the club right now and still pull. Listen, as one of these people that hangs out with other people that are in this hypergamy status. You know, there's a lot of us men that don't fit any of these traditional ideas of high intelligence. Maybe y'all think that's me, maybe y'all don't, I don't know. But I know some dumb motherfuckers fucking all the bitches. I know some poor motherfuckers that are hobos that are still fucking all the bitches. We call them hobosexuals. All this idea that it's class based and intelligence based is really dumb. It's really dumb and just is not based on reality. And people can go, oh yeah, Gibbs, you don't know. But you know who's fucking? People that go to the club. I know people that go to the club. That's who's fucking. That's who these people get pulled. They're the ones that are out in the cool places like the malls that get pulled for these kind of things. There's the people that are going out doing things that the street people get a hold of. These are the people that have time to answer the phone calls for these polling questions because they have rich enough jobs to do this, I guess, maybe, or they have no time on their hands. It doesn't matter. It's not a class thing. It's definitely not that. It's just a preference thing, as I think has been noted very many times. And it's also a charisma thing. You either have it or you don't. And I feel like in this case, that's really what hypergamy comes down to. A lot of these men don't have it, and it has nothing to do with intelligence. Because I've seen some smart motherfuckers who can develop a nuclear bomb, but couldn't figure out how to lick a pussy. It's just amazing. It's amazing.
Shout out to my man Gibbs, right? There's honestly, this man's a fucking poet, and people don't even know it, honestly. let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, male very barely high possible whatever. Okay, I've always believed that on average girls are probably smarter than boys. I think they care more, they read more books. I don't think guys really, like, especially when you're younger, when you're going through school, like sit at home, read books, care about these types of things. They just play sports or like whatever it may be. But then, you know, you get your Big Bang Theory boys, and we call them autistic anyways. So it doesn't really think the idea that women are searching for high IQ men. No, I think girls just want to have fun. I think if you're a guy, the whole worry about hypergamy, hypergamy is like fun and all to like read and like listen to these podcasts, bros talk about it, but it doesn't apply in like normal places, right? It applies in like Miami, it applies in like the club in New York, it applies in like LA, it applies in like, but like if you're just in a normal suburb, if you're just in a normal town, if you're just in in the city, like being with other normal people, your best shot as a guy is to be fun and safe, right? If you're fun, if you can provide a good time and you're not a fucking creep, there's that's what the girls are going to be shooting and gunning for. The hypergamy on like the average world is girls want to have fun. Don't be a bum. Don't be broke. Be able to provide a decent enough time without being a creep and like being invasive on the girl. Don't like push for sex, right? Let the night be about having fun and let them kind of just relax. And there's your hypergamy. They're always going to be looking for the guys that are having the most fun because that's what they're looking for when they're going out, right? The girls aren't going out in the hopes of like, oh, a rich guy and just to like buy a bottle and be bored to death, right? They'd much rather, if you know, still be bought a drink, right? It may not have to be a bottle, but yeah. So I don't know. The whole idea of a hypergamy is like it makes sense, but it just doesn't apply in the average world. And this whole thing where like women are searching for like high IQ men, no, I think the girls that are swiping, that are hypergamous, that are looking for guys with intelligence, they are looking for the fact that like, oh, you have a good job, but a good job doesn't do shit for your IQ, right? They're looking, and to Corey's point, if you're good looking enough, we'll just throw intelligence on you. Like the whole idea that a guy is going to put you onto music or put you onto a restaurant, or like you're going to go and kind of pick up like his slang and so on and so forth, is like this little trope of like, of, you know, girls wanting to look up to their man, right? That was like the whole thing with like the red pill space. I don't know. It's just it's never like played out. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Okay. Open to the panel.
Yeah, I think that I have a disagreement like right off the bat, and that's that if you are a woman who's like in the mid-range, like you should just suck it up. Like these are the options, okay? And you should just get with somebody.
Do you mean mid-range of intelligence? Sorry, I just want to.
Yes, mid-range of intelligence, right? And so you should accept the fact that you should just marry somebody of lower intelligence than you, and you should settle for that, and you should put pressure upon him to perform a traditional gender role in order for you to do that. And I think that suggestion is rife with problems for a number of reasons. The first one is depending on like how much income like the couple could potentially be making. I think that I don't know if this is true for couples that are wealthier. I am not sure if this like still holds through. But my understanding is that like when there is income incongruity between men and women, and when there is economic insecurity in the home, and she is making more money than he is, that is a that I don't know like what the exact noun is. I'm searching. It seems as though it's correlated like with higher rates of domestic violence, like for those women. And there is research to back this up, like and I don't know if that like can be replicated to different income levels. It's possible that it may not be, but it does seem to be true for lower socioeconomic couples. So if we're talking, and since we're talking about women who are in the mid-range for IQ, and we're saying you should settle for somebody that like is less intelligent than you, and since we know that intelligence correlates, even though it's not a one-to-one, like with like income, what you're basically saying is that like you think that like you're basically advising the situation that to me seems to be correlated with higher rates of assault and like more trips to the potential risks to the hospital. At least like that it seems to be a risk factor. So one, there seems to be data that seems to show that it's bad. But the second problem has to do with the idea of gender roles. And this is an opinion-based thing, but I've observed it, okay? It seems to me that the more money that you make, the less concerned you have to be about buying into a type of traditional gender role. That's part of the reason, like I think another reason why money is something that like women look for like in men, okay? Because like let's say like you are like an upper middle class, like in terms of income, wife like to an upper middle class man. So you're both doctors, let's say, okay? Or you both work, let's say, at a bank, you both, maybe you're both brokers, maybe you're both lawyers, right? What many of these families do is it's not the case that she stays at home and she cooks and he cleans, like while he goes out and like he goes to work and brings home the bacon. The actual dynamic that takes place is they both work, but she gets a nanny. She gets a nanny and she hires a nanny and she hires in-home help to come and to perform like most of the services like within the home. And this is very common for women, like the further up the economic ladder you go. Becomes more and more common that like the more money you have, the more you outsource a lot of these gendered roles to other people. And the same thing holds true for men, right? I'm like, what's a gender role for men? Well, you should be tall, you should be strong, you should be able to protect, you should be able to provide, right? But that and what that looks like, that is going to be very different for somebody that like makes their living, on Wall Street, like as a broker, as opposed to somebody that makes a family wage as a local dentist, right? And the difference is that if you're somebody that overemphasizes you can protect from anything bad that might happen, that means you probably live in a bad neighborhood where people get mugged, okay? That means there is a need for you to be big, for you to be able to beat somebody up. That's like what it means to me, like when you say something like that. If the less that true that is, though, the less you have to say it. People that live in neighborhoods that are safe, that are crime-free, that don't have to worry as much about being assaulted or bad things happen, they don't have to talk about how much they're going to be protectors and providers. Because it's already assumed that we will both be working and we will both be providing. And so me talking about me providing is not really so much of a factor. And me protecting isn't so much of a factor either, because by virtue of the fact that I am of the status, I don't even need to think about.
So the role is fulfilled.
Exactly.
That's the
by
issue.
Money.
Money. It doesn't. Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, what do you mean by money though? The male role is fulfilled, right? He's in a safe neighborhood, and the woman role is also fulfilled. She is the house is being taken care of. The guy doesn't care whether or not like she's personally like cleaning or maybe cooking like whatever it may be, but like but the roles end up changing, right? So like in the role it's maintenance, right? When you're rich, when you provide the house, right? Now you have to maintain the house, you have to maintain the size of the house, you have to maintain the new cars, you have to maintain the new things. You can't drop. Now you're not fulfilling your role if you drop in any of these expectations that you've already fulfilled. And then your whole idea of like women having to settle for lower IQ guys, unless you want to share guys at the top, right? If you want to share guys at the other end of the scale, or if you all want to date the higher IQ, then yeah, it's going to have to be settling. And also, what does settling mean? Like the idea that lower IQ just instantly means that this person is in a lower socioeconomic, like there are plenty of dumb guys that make a lot of money.
There are,
right?
There absolutely. And I'm not saying it's a one-to-one, right? We're talking about broad trends, right? Obviously, this is not always going to be true, but this broadly seems to be the case, right? And I mean, do you think like it's less masculine for you to be able to fix your own car? Let's put it that way, right? Or to
No.
not be able to change your tire?
No.
You don't think so? I know a lot of people
change my tire. Yeah, you should be able to change your tire.
Okay.
Fix your own car. I don't know if I need to be able to fix my own car. I mean, at this point, like if you buy an electric car, you can't even fix your own car.
Well, I mean, like that's sort of like, okay, like this kind of like plays into like what I was saying before, right? Like I think that there are some people, not everyone, right? But I think there are some people who would say that not being able to fix basic appliances around your house, including being able to work at least somewhat on your car, does make you less of a man. It is an insult against your masculinity to not be able to do these things, right? And why? I guess what I'm saying is it just seems to me the more people care or seem to emphasize being masculine or being feminine, the more it's because you have to make up for the fact that you are economically insecure by emphasizing aspects of your body that you already have. People that make a lot of money, they don't have to worry about how they don't talk. It is not a threat to their sense of manliness to not be able to change their tire or to not be able to like fix the sink or to not be able to like fix, I don't know, to screw in a light bulb. Why? Because somebody else is going to do that. You don't have to do it. So I don't know. Like,
no, it can still be seen as emasculating if, like, you know, you're in a rich guy's house and he can't change a light bulb or change his tire, right? Like the whole idea that you can't do it because you just don't know, you've never done anything is a little bit like weird. Right. But the idea that like any girl, like if you're rich enough, a girl won't really care if you don't change your tire because you don't want to. Like, right? There's a difference. There's a difference between I don't know how to versus I don't want to and don't have to.
Like think of the situation.
I do want to let Lackford in.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got a lot of responses. So I got kind of responses to Fairy Queen, and then I actually have some questions and responses maybe to Corey. Fairy Queen, so I generally agree that if the amount of money that, so in the situation where let's say you have a woman who's making a whole bunch more money than the man, you might ask, well, should she really give that up? And the answer is, it depends, but I can absolutely imagine that there could be an amount of money that she would make that'd be high enough that the money benefit alone could overpower any other kind of advantages that might come with having a kind of more traditional arrangement in the family. When I say that it's good, I'm simply describing that it's the ideal arrangement if possible, or if not outweighed by other potential factors. Obviously, like if this, you know, if you're giving up a $2 million a year job as opposed, and the other guy, you know, works $15 an hour or something along those lines. Yeah, I would think the money just would, and it doesn't have to be that extreme, but that's just a extreme example. Then yeah, of course, right. Then they should just probably find some kind of other arrangement just because the money is just more beneficial. In terms of the response to, like, I guess the nanny or the fact that rich people can kind of outsource these roles to other people, I mean, I agree that wealthy people can avoid kind of the benefits of gender roles. Wealthy people can avoid, or I guess the necessity sometimes even. Rich people can also dodge all sorts of shit, right? Because they're rich. They can avoid working hard. They can avoid consequences for bad things that they do. They can do all sorts. They're rich. I agree that if you have a whole bunch of money, you can dodge shit. But my general advice would still be, hey, try to work hard and try to avoid crime. If you're super rich, are you going to be able to not really work hard and avoid the consequences of crime? Probably, but still probably shouldn't do it. As to the point of those kind of arrangements where the woman's making more and the male's making less, having a higher rate of domestic violence, I mean, I'd be curious on seeing some of that data. My prediction is that it could be that lower IQ men are just generally more violent, and in those kind of arrangements, you're more likely to have lower IQ men because you're controlling for lower income men. And there is a strong correlation between low IQ and crime broadly, but especially violent crime. So that's like what I would predict is probably the reason behind that. Maybe there is some sort of like insecure, like kind of deep insecurity that could lead men to potentially commit. I kind of understand that's the hypothesis that you were getting at, but I would want to see the actual data on that to try to rule out that what I think is the more likely understanding, which is that lower income, lower IQ men are just more violent by nature.
Sure. I guess I have a follow-up question before you ask that to Corey. So then if why then is your advice then, if you think that this is the case, because we are talking about IQ, even though we're also talking about income, why is your advice then to women who are in the middle range then to marry with men who are potentially in the lower range, or at least lower than them? Why not simply say, listen, your best option is to just remain?
Oh, did you cut out for anybody else?
Remain single, I'm assuming, would be her.
FQ, you cut out there. I'm not sure if you can still hear us. Okay, so let's assume that she can't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to respond when she
Well, then
can't
ask
hear me.
Corey his question.
Okay,
Get all your
sure.
dunks in now.
And then we'll go to Gibbs.
Sure, I'll ask Corey some questions, or I guess kind of talk about the paper you linked, and then I linked something as well. And
Yeah, you did. I'm going through it now.
Sure. No,
I think
and I
it
went
backs
through
up what I said.
Okay. So in your study, something that I thought was interesting was that perceived intelligence was correlated
Halo
with
effect.
attractiveness.
Perceived.
Yes. Perceived intelligence was correlated with attractiveness. Actual intelligence, as measured by the study, and I'm going to take issue with that in a second, but actual intelligence was not correlated with attractiveness, but actual intelligence was correlated with perceived intelligence, and perceived intelligence was correlated with attractiveness, but yet, when you have one correlates with one factor and then that factor correlates with another factor, I would expect that the actual intelligence would be correlating with attractiveness, but you don't see that in this study. I just find that to be odd. You think that's pretty rare to see. I don't really have a point there. It's just when you have one correlate to another correlate, and then
but there were people in the study that they're perceived as intelligent, but then whatever, obviously, loosely speaking, objectively they are not. But they're still perceived as intelligent. And same thing of because in the study they also, I believe, they share of these people are actually intelligent, and then the attraction like decreases.
No. I understand that, but the study also found that perceived intelligence was correlated with actual intelligence.
Yeah, but it's not one to, as in not.
It's not 1-to-1.
It's in the title. Like they can detect it. It's in the title. Intelligence can be detected, but it's not found attractive.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is, if you have actual intelligence being correlated with perceived intelligence, and perceived intelligence being correlated with attractiveness, right? If A is correlated to B and B is correlated to C, you would expect there to be some correlation between A and C, but you don't.
Yes.
You don't see that in the study, which I find to be strange. I really don't have any point besides that.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough.
My main gripe with the study really comes down to the fact that they use a verbal IQ, a simple verbal IQ task, which is significantly less predictive than spatial or memory IQ, much more changeable. You can actually study and learn and change your verbal IQ in a way that you really can't with your spatial or memory IQ. And especially for men, spatial IQ is much more predictive for the kinds of kind of pro-social things that we're generally measuring, at least in the studies that I've taken a look at. So, I mean, that's one thing. The other thing is a criticism of this study is it's a speed dating, which, I mean,
they did two studies. Well, within that study, there did two experiments. Study one and study
Hey, we can hear you.
All right. So the speed dating, and then there's a second study that is how are they getting explain it to me so I don't have to stop.
One of them they show video. They have the men pretty much tell a joke. And then pretty much demonstrate their intelligence. They go through the whole methodology, and then they have the women watch, and then they take photos of the men, both headshots, full body, controlled lighting, and then they show the photos, and then they get how the women rate them, and then then they share
I was under the impression that it was the same cohort. Is it a different cohort? Is what you're saying?
No. I believe, if I remember correctly, it's the same men throughout going through
the
study
same
one.
Men.
Yes.
Okay, that's why. So okay, fair enough. So I think it's fair to call two studies. I guess in my mind I would call that one study, but I understand two studies. But it's the same cohort. My concern, I guess, when it comes to this sort of immediate, again, perceived intelligence, speed dating kind of element, is that I think it's removing a lot of factors that IQ is associated with that are really at the meat of what we're trying to get at when it comes to being a successful partner, right? So, and this is kind of what I'm getting at when it comes to getting married, staying married, being in a long-term relationship. It's also true that people with high IQ just tend to have an easier time making friends for obvious reasons, and they have an easier time keeping friends. They also consistently rate as happier, and they're more likely to have a whole bunch of income. all of these things are independently correlated with marriage success and relationship success as well, right?
I don't deny those things. No.
Right. Well, right, exactly. And so when we're looking at hypergamy, I know we're looking at IQ specifically, but I think it's fair to say, okay, a woman or anybody just looking at somebody, you can maybe, if you have a conversation with them, you can get like a rough estimation if somebody is on the super high or super low end of IQ, but putting an exact number on somebody is pretty difficult on an individual basis. On like
Well, not until we get to
large,
your world, we all have IQ tests and name tags with our numbers on.
yes, the stamp on the forehead, yes, then it'll be
My name is
super
Corey.
easy, right?
My IQ is 84.
Yeah, right there, perfect, right? That would be super easy. But what I think what partners are looking for when it comes to women, especially when it comes to hypergamy, is they're looking for things that are strongly correlated with IQ that would indicate that this person is going to be a good partner. Income, the ability to maintain social relationships, and to understand social expectations. Generally, it's to be able to be happy and to be like a kind of lightning mood in their presence, as opposed to somebody who's always a downer. Being able to understand problems and be able to problem solve. All this stuff is strongly correlated with IQ. So I guess that's kind of why I posted that second study.
Yeah. So I don't actually really disagree with anything that you said. But and sort of like, if I remember correctly, in terms of what FQ mentioned in her opening, it's like, well, women are using, let's say, job, education level, etc., as surrogate markers for intelligence. I would say it's the sort of opposite. Rather, they're not actually directly assessing for intelligence. They just happen to want pretty much whatever, the income, the job stability, whatever, someone who's educated. But they don't actually, because like I think my study backs that up, and I would say the study that you posted, like I would say doesn't back up, or rather maybe slightly more in my favor of, like, because it pretty much says here. Obviously, I'm just reading a small
I know you're going to read. Yep.
But pretty much at the end, yeah, they say that yes, the present study results clearly demonstrate that intelligence is a fitness indicator in mating, directly predicting the prospects of entering into as well as staying in marriage.
Yeah.
This also implies indirectly that females pay substantial attention to males' intelligence in their mate choices, albeit that our data do not directly pertain to females' attention or preferences. Whereas, like, yes, as in pretty much like I said in my opening, they're not actually selecting for IQ score or raw intelligence. They just happen to like the benefits of that. Broadly speaking.
Right. No, right. And the problem, it's not a problem. I mean, we're like aggressively agreeing, but like in a disagreeable way for a second,
Yes.
because I don't disagree, but I think that when we're looking at these IQ distribution charts and we're saying like IQ is the thing, like we're trying to like it, what do we do with the low IQ men? We're using IQ as a proxy here. I agree, if there's an ultra rich guy who's super charismatic, has a lot of good friends, et cetera, and he's also has an IQ of 84, this guy may still be very attractive to women. The problem is this guy is rare. This guy is rare as fuck. It's very unlikely that this person actually exists, even though they put in the grand billions of people, maybe they do, but it's not going to be a very common person. So when we are using, I think, IQ here not as with any kind of attempt to measure G, we have to base it off of the things that it correlates with as opposed to the thing itself. And that's what I think we're doing here. So it's fair of you to point that out, but that's kind of what I had in mind going into this whole thing.
Okay, yeah, and that's fair. And maybe I'm reading too much into the prop. The only thing that I would ask you then, what would be like your advice of like, well, would you advise them like, well, get your potential partner, get their IQ tested, and then make your choice to commit to them? Or like, should you assess their maybe education level if you value that, maybe their job or job prospects if you value that, other pro-social behaviors, or just say no, just stick to the IQ thing?
No, I think it should be holistic. I think that
I know. I would say gun to your head, choosing one or the other. As in, I would pose that hypothetical scenario to myself as well. Of like, well, if gun to my head, you should probably more focus on not like the raw intelligence IQ score. You shouldn't push to get their IQ tested. But if you value, let's say, their job prospects and education level, more focus on that and other pro-social behaviors.
Well, here's what I would say. If you're holding me a gun to my head and you're saying for me to have one trait, I'm picking IQ every time. But if you're saying pick IQ or pick like how charismatic somebody is, how many friendships they have, their job success, how much money they have, net worth, blah
Well,
blah
I wouldn't
blah.
list 12 things.
Right, but that's what you'd have to do, right? Because IQ is so strongly correlated with all those 12 things that I'd feel comfortable making predictions off of, if I could only know one thing, off of IQ as opposed to the like any one of those other individual things. But if you have more time to meet somebody, I would agree that you should probably get a more holistic view. But as I think I've talked about this before, when it comes to dating or meeting people generally, we have to go off of heuristics. When it comes to safety, we have to go off of heuristics. There's a reason why women very justly are afraid of men following them at night. Could be a guy who's just walking the same way, totally safe, no problem, or it could be a violent killer. I don't get offended if a woman crosses the street or feels uncomfortable. I just keep walking because I understand the risk. She's basing that off of heuristic, even though I know I'm not a fucking crazy killer. How does she know? Even if if I have a conversation with somebody and I'm able to find it, like, for whatever reason. I know it's hard to understand, get this initially, but if I find out that their IQ is like 130, and then and I only have time for one date. I know one person's IQ is 130, and I know the other person has like 8 friends that they've had for the last 20 years. I'm going with the IQ as opposed to just any single other metric.
Let's go.
Well, can I just respond briefly?
And then I want to respond to Fairy Queen because she cut out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say
Gibbs, I haven't forgot about you. And then I also want to go to Doobie. I want to hear words from him, but go ahead.
I'll try to be quick. So I don't necessarily strongly disagree with you, or maybe just slightly. The only thing that I would say, and I'll post a study in the chat. There's an interesting study assessing the relationships of actual high IQ people, as in they actually assessed Mensa members. And if you actually and the individuals that were the Mensa members, it appears to be correlated with, let's say, an insecure attachment style. An insecure attachment style is associated with potential not so great relationship outcomes. But to be fair to the study, or rather to be fair to the overall findings, what is interesting is, like, despite the insecure attachment associated with those with the actual Mensa members, their relationship, they rated their relationship quality as still quite high. But it seems like their conflict resolution in high IQ people, not so great. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
So you're partially correct. So I've seen some of this. When you start getting to the really high IQs, like 170, 180, you do see more emotional disruption. You especially start seeing a higher percentage actually of depression. But they also rate themselves as happier because even though there is some more emotional instability, they tend to be able to work through problems and solve social problems. Exactly, and still maintain their social network and their social ability. So I guess that would be kind of my response to that. And then Fairy Queen, question.
Did you hear what I said, or did I
did.
cut out?
I did. You cut out as soon as you finished the question, I believe, in which you said, "Why would you have this expectation for women to go for the lower tier of man as opposed to, risk kind of domestic abuse as opposed to getting just staying single?" Right. That's kind of the question.
Yeah.
So that. When I said that women are going to have to pick from the bottom of the bucket, I was making the assumption that she wants to be in a relationship. If any individual person makes runs through the risk calculus in their head and they're just like, look, I just don't want to risk this, even if the risk is very small, I'm deferring to her. Kind of like when it comes to the again, walking down the street. What's the likelihood of this person being a killer? Probably pretty low, but I'm not in the business of dictating somebody else's risk tolerances to them. If a woman doesn't feel comfortable with a man, then she wants to stay single instead. Sure, that's fine. I understand that.
Okay. Let's go to Gibbs, and then we'll go to Doobie.
Yeah, I gotta say, the chat, I think it was No Count Mike, he said it, but he and Ali are about 100% right here. This is extremely goddamn academia coded with no reflection in the real world. Like, all of y'all are, this is the perfect example of being too smart for your own good. Y'all are all talking about some baby back bullshit that has no basis in actual reality, right? Like,
Bring in the ribs.
This is the facts. This is the facts. Like, I hate to break it to you, but y'all sound fucking retarded. Like, that's, like, y'all may be smart, but y'all
What was
sound
that word
fucking
again?
retarded.
What was that word again?
Like,
Retarded.
yeah, because
Retarded.
dear God, bro, like, dear God, it's just, okay. I know a guy, I know this is an anecdote, but it's a pretty good one, I think. We call him Shotgun Wiley. This guy had 2 brain cells, and I think one of them died gasping for air. This motherfucker, we call him Shotgun Wiley because he fucked every bitch in a college town. He fucked so many bitches that other bitches would stop giving shit to other girls.
Was he married?
No, well, I think he is now. I don't know.
Nah, dumb guys just get a lot of pussy.
But he fucked everything, and they called him Shotgun Wiley because every girl there had fucked him, so no girl would talk shit about another girl fucking him. He literally got past being like a barrier. He could literally just talk to him and he'd smash that night because he had fucked so many. It was amazing, right? Stupidest motherfucker I've ever met, right? And I've met tons of people like this. It's just no reflection of reality. Like they have to settle. No. Women chose this guy. And then we're talking about a certain segment of men getting this percentage, right? It's the men that are going out and fucking that are getting this done, right? Because I know tons of smart fuckers who ain't getting no poo. None of y'all fuckers that are sitting here bitching about this. Y'all ain't seen a pussy in so goddamn long. Y'all wouldn't know if it was raw meat or if it was panosi. Like, dear God. It's crazy.
I don't know if I'd want that kind of pussy. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Raw meat?
Yeah, well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't even know at this point the way
Freshly
y'all are so
slaughtered.
celibate.
So,
Y'all
hold
are
on,
sitting
but
here-
Gibbs,
It's crazy. Like, you have no basis in reality for what you're saying. You're like, it's all like, oh, women have to settle for these dumb guys. They get the dumb guys.
Can I give you a little bit of pushback, Gibbs?
You can try.
Sorry, I'm just a little bit, right? But you talked about like this shotgun, really, whatever guy, person. Like you're saying, yes, women slept with this individual
Purposely,
but is that what we? Yeah, sure, right here, right? But is that what we all?
I would
mean
hope so.
It's an important part of this. Well, because the point is we're talking about choosing. Who they're choosing as mates.
Is that what we all mean by choosing? Because choosing,
what's
I think
hypergamy,
hold on one second. What I interpret it as choosing would be like, now this is my long-term partner. That's choosing, right?
That's his
I
choice,
think it's a different
though.
thing. I think it's a different thing when you're like having just a sexual experience with the person,
but
right?
hold on.
Those are different criteria people are using.
But that's not what we're
right?
talking about.
Prime.
Hold on, that's
Wait.
not what we're talking.
Would it be
We're talking about
easier for
hypergamy.
him, the person who's getting a lot of girls, to convert that to a long-term relationship?
Exactly.
Versus someone who is so like, yes, the idea that like you succeeding is having a long-term relationship, it's kind of based on him. If he wants to have a long-term relationship, it seems that he has the ability to like at least meet the people that who has a better chance.
He's going to choose the best options. Hold on, if he's fucking 100 people, he has 100 women he can choose from, right? So he's going to pick the best option. Hold on. Well, sure, he's going to want to pick the one he thinks that is going to give him the best option, or for what he wants. And if he wants to fuck a toxic women and not have a long term, then he's going to keep picking that, right? But the minute he wants to settle down and have kids, he's going to go, well, I've been fucking Betsy over here, who's got the physical desires I want. She's got the intelligence level I want. She's got the money or whatever, like whatever features look like. Then he can pick that one, and then he can choose not to cheat, and that's the relationship works out. The ones that are at the top of this pinnacle of fucking, which is hypergamy, are going to be the ones who have the best relationships long term because they have the more options and the best options. It's just that simple. That's how everything works.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, the data that I've seen about casual sex for women is that women have different standards for casual sex than men do. If women have higher standards for casual sex than men, women are more likely to have higher standards for who it is that they choose to have casual relationships, often because they think that it's going to lead to a long-term relationship. That's frequently the reason why they engage.
No,
yes, it is.
The person that cares less.
So from what
the person that cares less has the most power in a
I
relationship.
get that you have studies, FQ. So I'm going to speak from like anecdote. It's usually girls will fuck some loser or fuck some whatever, like, and then they'll hold off. And they'll change if they're trying to actually mate with the person. No girl expects a one-night stand to become a long-term relationship.
It's whoever cares less has the power. That's in a relationship. It's that simple. Whoever cares less. If, like, I don't care if you sit here and you're like, oh, you cheated on me, and I don't give a shit, and you care about it a lot and want it to work, that relationship's going to work out. It's that simple.
Gibbs. Okay, I mean this with all due respect to the ladies that this guy apparently romanced, but my assumption, okay, about the caliber of women that he found.
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say they're sluts, but hold on. You know what my
No,
expectation? Hold on. This is what I'm going to say about you. Is the caliber of men that you? Okay, fine.
She's saying they're dumb.
Hold on. Actually, you know what I'm going to say? I'm actually going to say the opposite. I think they're more fairly. This is going to be a little bit offensive to you. I'm sorry, but hold on. I have to say this. I think I have to say this. Hold on, fairly. No offense. No offense. But hold on. No offense. But I have met many of these women, and I actually think most of them more intelligent than you. Like on a real note, because you're so crawling online that you can't recognize what the real world is like when it comes to dating. About this
more online than me.
I'm
this is the first time I've been
I'm sorry. Yeah, but I also go out. I mean, that's fine. But you're sitting here writing dissertations about this. Yeah, that's fine. Just because I'm popular online doesn't mean I don't go out and do normal shit. Neither one. Like it's neither. Regardless, you sit here and you're so online. You're reading in your little books, and you're not going out and talking to people. You don't live in the real world.
Yeah, you're reading.
You're
online.
You can laugh, but you're sitting here saying like these women are rich as fuck. Some of them. They're rich as fuck. They have tons of money. Some of them have PhDs. And like, do you have a PhD? No. Would you say a PhD is a requirement to be intelligent? Hey, guess what? That means
Gibbs is a doctorate. I mean, I don't know if
these are like no, and you can argue that. Like, we can make the hold on. We can make the joke. We can make the joke about the PhDs I have, right? But these girls have stuff from Harvard. I know one from Harvard. I know one from U of H. I know one from UT. So unless you have a PhD, you're probably more or less intelligent than they are. Hold on, sure, that too, probably. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, when you're gonna sit here and say this, I gotta be honest. I honestly think you're the dumb one here because you're so like focused on this like hypothetical studies that it's like OCD.
Gibbs's bitches, all right.
I'm just saying. I mean, they're not my bitches. These are some other guys' bitches.
I'm
just saying they're smarter bitches than her.
Shotgun Sally or something.
Shotgun Sally.
Shotgun Wiley. Shotgun Wiley.
Shotgun Wiley. Yeah. Were the women that he was getting with? Were they from Harvard?
One of them was at least. I know one of them was a doctor from Harvard.
One of the women went with a guy from Harvard. Went with a guy called fucking Shotgun Wiley.
They dated for 3 months, and I'll tell you what. You know why? Because he was
dumb and fun. 6'4".
That's neither here nor there.
I'll tell you that.
How tall was he? Wait. How tall was he?
He was good looking. He was good looking.
Oh, he was good looking and he was tall. You're throwing in factors that you didn't.
Hey, but the point was he's dumb.
No, but this is not a good sample.
If you're dumb,
no, I'm gonna stop, Gibbs. I'm gonna use some academic terms, okay? If this guy was like 6'4", packing a 12-incher, and was like ripped and like looked like chiseled,
that proves my point.
This is not a good sample selection.
No, it's a perfect
when we're talking about general realities.
Maybe
Shotgun Wiley is. No, it
the
sounds
general
to me
reality
like
is that the
Wiley,
nerdy boy ain't gonna get laid because he's afraid to talk to pussy. Well, the guy that's sitting here, that's Jack, is gonna go talk to women. That's what hypergamy is. 20% of men are the ones getting all the women. That's literally what it is. That's the good looking, the ones with riz, the ones with money. That's like, they're the ones who have time, which are the hobos. So it's really that simple.
Most low IQ men are not like shotgun, not like this shotgun fella, okay, that you keep describing, where you're saying he looks really good, he's super tall and all that shit. Okay, maybe there's other factors here that might lead women to make such a horrible decision to get with Mr. Shotgun. But that doesn't mean that like most low IQ individuals have those advantages. In fact, oftentimes they don't.
They have the advantage.
Oftentimes they actually have. It's the other way around. Most of the time,
that's an advantage. That's an advantage because all they do is try to hit up bitches. The fuck?
Why do they have to be homeless? Why can't it just be some average?
Not Harvard bitches.
And wait.
I know some really smart bitches that have gotten with hobo dudes too.
It's a known trope.
It's a known trope.
It's a known trope that the girls that are doing the boss shit are at the end of the day just want to fucking let their hair down. They're not going to the bar so they can compete with the guy who's sitting there doing the whole thing. They want to have fun. So I'm sorry. The dumb guys. The dumb guys at the frat,
the bartender, the pool guy.
The dumb guys at the frat, at the bar, at the club that are having fun. They have less inhibition. All right, they're going to be the ones who are more likely to go up to girls because they're too stupid to overthink going up to women because they don't give a fuck. That's the whole idea.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. I'm going to push back.
Are bartenders like the guys that are high intelligence guys generally?
I'm saying
no, but they're fucking everybody.
I'm one of the dumb guys. I'm telling you, I am this person.
Okay, listen to what. Look. Okay, this is one of the pushbacks I'll have against I guess against Corey and against Laxoid, because this is something that both you and Ali are saying, Gibbs. Okay, you're
We're saying
talking
the
about
facts.
charisma. Well, I don't think it's an established fact
It
that
is an established
emotional
fact.
intelligence, that EQ is actually a thing.
Dumb men don't care about
most
EQ. Dumb men don't care because they're just gonna say dumb shit and get laid.
You misunderstand what I'm saying. Okay, what I am saying is that when you meet somebody that is very socially savvy, that can intuit what other people want or what they think, this is typically associated with higher IQ. Okay, EQ though, as a concept that's separate from IQ. I don't
Being
think
socially
that,
intelligent is linked with IQ.
Yes.
Isn't it the idea that nerds don't have friends because they don't know how to talk to people, and it's usually the people at the party that are dumb that just what do you mean?
Misconception.
No?
This is a
That's the
false.
facts.
This is
That's
this
the
not
facts.
true. It's
Correct.
not fact.
Bro,
This is
I know
not
so
I
many
know.
nerdy guys.
I
that
went
get
to
made fun of
college,
even
and
now
it seemed
at
like the
parties that
people.
are, like,
It
rich
seemed
and-
like the smart people who were studying
But, like,
didn't really have time to be
they're
like
just not
out
masculine.
partying.
They're just not masculine. Like, think about these like
No.
rich nerdy dudes that you
The
go
guys
and
who
their
went
wives
to
are.
university
Hold on, yeah,
and
exactly.
decided to
Like, listen,
study, they're
listen,
not
I know-
masculine.
hold on, I know these nerdy
Oh,
little
I never
dudes,
said
these
that.
nerdy lawyers, these nerdy engineers. I'll go to their house and their wives are trying to fuck because they're fucking the pool boy. They're fucking around on him because they married him just for the money and they're gonna cheat on because he's an emasculated dude. And half the time, those guys are secretly gay, as we know when you mentioned the one with the dudes in there.
If you're smart,
dude,
Where are we going?
Wait, to be fair, true.
Educate-
Wait. Running theory. I have. Men don't really read books, right? Women and the gays tend to be the book readers.
Oh,
here.
shit,
Like, I don't
never
know.
mind.
I don't know. What's the percentage
not
of just like straight men who are just reading books
Okay,
versus like
men,
women
okay,
who are
I'm saying every
gay
book.
dudes?
I can answer that. Okay, men. Jesus Christ. Men are less likely to read fiction. Women are less likely to read nonfiction. Okay, that's the. What the hell is happening, Gibbs? Why is your camera following your face?
That's
That's
cool.
so, like, I can't stop looking at it.
That's the point. It's just like with Corey with the other thing. It's a signal. We want
Oh,
you to look, you
Jesus.
motherfuckers. That's the point.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Books are for the women and the gays. That's a quote.
But Josh, he was like, yeah, the
I'm
people
just
who read. I was like,
saying,
the
you know?
people who read. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
No. But like for real, I'm just saying. Like on average, you go out. It's not the smartest of people that are out in the bars. It's not the smartest of people like of guys, honestly, that I see that are out and about doing their thing. The intelligent guys are kind of either wrapped up at home or they're wrapped up in their studies or their career, whatever it may be. That's where you have like med school is hard. Not for nothing. Like you're a lawyer, right? Like, from everything I've heard about people
It's
that go
even
into
harder
law
than
school.
med school.
Yeah, from everything I've heard about people that go into law school, is like your
probably not
teacher
true.
tells you no. Well, hold on, wait. It's not so much that it's true, like maybe not, but like you have to do a lot of fucking reading and memorizing. You don't
do.
really have time to
I
be
must
like
be gay or
fucking
a
off
woman.
if you want to pass the
Lawyers
bar,
are
if you
gay,
want to do
Brian.
whatever it may be. Which is why Lactoid's gotten so little pussy in his college career. Why the rest of us who are in communications majors, we're all kind of just having a blast.
By the way, I really appreciate that like subtle but kind of true thing where it's like the rest of us unintelligent communications majors.
Yeah, we were just out living life in college. Listen, man. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, there are some of us who are socially intelligent. If you want to do social IQ, yeah, I think social IQ is a thing.
No. Okay,
But I don't think higher IQ
understand.
is equivalent to social IQ. I'm sorry, I just don't.
I understand.
I don't think Ben Shapiro's a ball at parties.
Look,
He's probably a smart guy. I don't think he's a grand time at parties.
Yeah,
okay,
I bet he picks up all the bitches. The Shapiro Riz, bro.
Okay, so we're talking about broad population trends, okay? And the dumb jock, nerdy kid, okay, who's super smart but nobody likes, these are very extremes, okay? But generally speaking, like when you're looking at like data about, we can even go back to the dumb jock stereotype. Actually, a lot of athletes that are in high school, they tend to be smart. They tend to be
They're
really good at
smarter.
academic. They tend to, yes, and taking care of your physical health, that's also associated with intelligence, okay? Taking care of yourself, thinking about how you present yourself when you go outside, whether you wear sweatpants when you're going on a date.
Wait,
But the actually dumb jocks were the ones getting laid the
A
most.
lot of the
Hold
football
on.
players were
The
Did
actual
no one
dumb
watch
jocks. were the ones-
Idiocracy? Smart people don't fuck. They don't have. They overthink it. That's kind of like
That's-
the whole
that's-
idea.
No, yeah,
is that we're
no,
populated
actually,
by
actually-
the dumb because the
No,
dumb
the
are the
dumb
ones who
jocks
have
are
the
Problem
one
is
actually getting laid.
the problem is they use birth control. That's the problem.
No,
actually.
well,
It's
they
not
don't
being
want to.
fucked.
But
Actually,
the
fair,
dumb
they
Shark was
not
the one actually getting
multiplying.
laid. They would just sit there and they would be over here. They wouldn't care about school. All they cared about was looking good. And then they would go out there and just talk to all the girls all the time. And they would get laid because that's what they cared about. And the girls liked it because they didn't have to sit here and argue about everything with the guy. They could just be like, wear this outfit. And he'd be like, oh, yeah. And then he would do it. They could dress him like the little Ken doll. This is what they do all the time. Like, you're acting like this didn't happen, and it just does on a wide scale.
Well, okay, so
This is all of Blue Mountain State.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it's all
all of Blue Mountain.
Yes, on one hand, empirical studies. On the other hand, Blue Mountain State. I mean,
Yeah, okay, I'm
to be
sorry.
fair,
Can
Blue
we
Mountain-
argue?
Hold on, and Blue Mountain State was
Blue
one
Mountain
after
State.
July
Basically, in college,
Blue
I
Mountain-
went to college. I seen the
Okay, you went to college. I watched American Pie.
Hold on, I'll tell you what, Blue Mountain State was much more like my college experience.
I'm just saying.
I also hold up. One of my like it's I know that anecdotes. I know anecdotes are like kind of shitty when there's like empirical evidence.
Yeah,
but
it's
empirical
total
evidence
bullshit.
never fucking plays out in real life.
That's not
Exactly,
true.
over and
That's
over
not
and
true.
over again. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so if I
That's why Trump won. You know, everybody.
True, it's
empirical
cold
evidence
here.
says
That's
90
why
win.
global warming must be fake. It's cold right where I am.
Oh, here we
freezing.
go.
It's a little too
In
In your
it's
house
snowing
right
more
now, it's
lately.
cold. So therefore.
Oh, it's freezing.
I knew lactoid was a comedy.
So
It's
I
not
want
about
to.
global
So
warming
let's.
or anything.
Okay, come on. We're gonna let FQ respond because there's a lot of things flying at her, right? So I want to give her a moment to respond. I do actually want to hear from Doobie, right? Yeah, I want to pick his brain.
Yeah. So first of all, I maintain what I said about intelligence, okay? And this actually is another pushback about the charisma. What about the guy, okay, who, isn't majoring, in we've all met people like this who are super charismatic, but they're bums, okay? They sleep on their girlfriend's couch, they don't work, they are
They have
bum
girlfriends
poets,
to
they're
have,
guitar
couches to
heroes.
sleep on. Wait, girlfriends let them sleep on their couch.
No, but my point is
because
that
they're
like
charismatic.
no,
Oh.
okay, but the reason
Homosexual. That's the word.
True.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Look, I think that the reason why these girls stick with these guys is because they are either close to them or higher than them in intelligence. And they perceive them being really good at the guitar or being really good at poetry or being really good at some sort of artistic thing. I mean, girls do this, okay? They date
They
artists.
just think it's
okay?
hot.
They're never
No,
good at
They don't
poetry.
think it's intelligent. They just think it's hot.
No. They believe that there will be a
I've
payoff
been this
eventually
guy.
with this, and they think it's a sign of intelligence. And to be perfectly frank with you, if somebody is actually
Perceived
capable,
intelligence.
Man, then girls are dumber than we
Perceived,
think.
right?
That maybe they're
So
not the
This is
not
medium high
retarded.
ones.
This is
Right?
retarded.
this is
Like
not
if that's
No,
the idea,
it's
the
not.
girls
It's
are
not.
honestly
No,
dumber than
no,
we're
it's not.
talking about here.
No, it's not. Okay, a lot of
It
girls.
would have to be.
Okay, a lot of the reason like why girls value men who can do things like this is because it is, as like was stated, it's a form of perceived intelligence. They perceive that as a sign that the guy is intelligent.
because
And
they're
so they are
kind
willing
to them.
Don't interrupt me. They are willing to endure the poverty and the fact that he can't make a lot of money because they think he's smart and because they can get along well with him. Because
No, it's because
Wrong.
it's because the guy.
Yes.
Wait. No,
Wrong.
to be fair, in this
Wrong.
situation, it's because it's because the guy maybe
Wrong.
treats them correctly. Maybe the guy
Yes.
treats them nicely. Maybe the
Wrong.
guy's kind. No girl is staying with a guy that's sleeping on their couch and can't afford to take him on a date because she thinks he's smart.
Yes,
it's because in
they
a world
do.
of fucking
Yes,
assholes.
they
In a
do.
world
Stay with him
of
because he's got
perceived
good dick.
fucking
That's why I'm
predators,
staying with him.
this
Yes,
guy
they do.
isn't. So she feels
Bullshit.
safe
I know
around him.
girls who do
He
that.
maybe treats her nicely and she has a nice time
No,
around him. She isn't staying because
no.
he's
And he's good in
smart.
bed.
They
And he's good in
admire-
bed.
Come on,
And he
I
can
know,
touch
there are
those
lots of
cervix. They're usually put
There,
up with a lot of shit.
there are a lot of starving
I'm
artists
just,
men out
I know
there
this
who
for a
are
fact. I
financially-
literally was just
And
out
because
hanging
the
out with a
artists
girl
are
that makes
hot.
like
It's not because
$250K
the
a
artists
year.
are
She's got like
smart.
whatever, and she goes, "I'll put up with anything if they can fucking hit my cervix." So I know that
Yeah,
I
or
know
they
this for a
can
fact.
No, come on, dude.
That part too, they're laying it down in the fucking bedroom. The girl is dickmatized.
Well, yeah.
But no girl is staying with a guy
No.
over
That's
IQ.
just the
It's
God's
gonna be
honest truth.
safety. If he's
No,
gonna be
dude.
safe.
I'm
She's
not-
gonna be
okay,
safe
It's
around
okay.
him.
facts, like, I
Okay,
see this
nobody-
every
He's
day.
taking her
Good,
down.
it stops becoming
But like, no,
anecdotal.
the
when
brain
it's a
isn't getting
pattern,
her
and I
pussy
see it every
pumping.
day.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, you
You're
don't
the-
know women if you don't think that's true.
You-
You think
apparently
okay,
you don't know
I
women
mean,
either.
are you-
That's
are
crazy.
Yeah, I
you
don't-
joking me? Are you joking?
Let's let her respond.
Okay, first of all,
All she's been
I'm
doing is responding.
shocked. Oh my God, Gibbs. Okay, I'm shocked at this. Okay, that you guys actually think that speaking like you've all mentioned charisma. What do you think charisma is? Charisma is about being witty, telling good jokes. It's about being able to make references. It's about being able to be interesting. Okay, that's a part of charisma. Okay, those are signs of intelligence when you're talking to people. That's why humor is something that that women like to see
Can
in
we
men.
define
They like men
intelligence?
who make them laugh. Okay.
Wait, can we define intelligence?
I know some of the
because like
stupidest
if
people I
having
know.
if having
It is one of
risen
the most
that like
difficult
having
things to
knowledge
do,
of
by the
like
way.
social topics, maybe like TV shows,
Therefore, it
whatever,
doesn't
maybe
exist.
being funny, like
Well, it doesn't exist
what
in
is
this room, that much
intelligent?
we can be sure. Okay.
I mean, I was gonna reference Jersey Shore. If you can just make a girl laugh because you know like basic knowledge of shit that's going on.
Yeah, like some of the stupidest people I know have Christmas. Jersey Shore is a great example of this. Like,
No,
do you think
dude, okay.
anybody on Jersey Shore is a fucking genius? No, but they've all developed
No,
independent,
but-
multi-million empires, basically. So you're sitting here going, "Oh well, we need to check all these boxes." Well, these are some of those retarded people on Earth, generational level alcoholics,
Okay,
and
okay,
sometimes
look,
drug
look.
users.
They're
and
rich
they were
and
able-
they're hot, Gibbs. They're not a
Oh,
good
rich and
sample.
they're hot. So like, basically, I think this is
Yeah,
important.
but if
though.
you're good
What-
looking,
who
generally,
is-
you're probably not worried about how you speak. You probably can speak more
Yeah,
better to women.
Hold on, though.
It's just
Hold
you
on,
have
but
to
let's
speak
talk.
you're
Hold
hot-
on, but let's talk about that. Like, if you go to gym culture, some of the horniest people in the world that we know are fucking is gym culture people. And
Yeah,
guess
because
what?
they have good vascular systems.
Sure,
they
because
actually,
they have good vascular
yeah.
systems. But you know, some of the dumbest people in the world, also the gym culture, because they're like, "Oh, yeah, I'm
No.
gonna fucking take some creatine, I'm gonna do some steroids, and I'm gonna look good." And these guys are fucking dude bros.
But why is it
who
always
never
a dumb as
graduated.
bricks person? These are just people of
These
like
are-
average
and
intelligence,
they-
right? They're just
hold
not
on, and they
geniuses,
have-
and they're getting
they have
by.
huge charisma. They have huge
Stop.
charisma.
I
It's just you're
gotta
totally
respond.
wrong.
I gotta respond to this. First of all, exercise is it's actually correlated with intelligence, right? That's yes. It
All right,
could
so
be
Corey
that
was right.
you
This male
personally.
variability thing is bullshit.
Bro,
No,
this is I
You're
don't
saying
believe that at all.
every time we say
What's the
something,
poll?
it's like, no,
Where
this
do you
person is
go?
actually intelligent. Every guy apparently
Ali,
is
you're
just
coping right
intelligent.
now.
No, you
is
guys
what-
have.
I'm not
I know
here,
some
here's
of
the other end of it.
Sorry, Lactoid.
Here's what this is.
I think women are smarter
guys,
than men.
You guys have this stereotypical idea built up where it's like, oh yeah, this Chad fucking brickhead, who's just, that is a typical.
You sound like Destiny trying to
jacked
explain
guy.
to me how to dig fence
And
posts.
I-
No, hold
First of all,
on. This is what you sound
never
like.
say that
You
again,
You
okay?
sound like Destiny trying to
Firstly,
explain to me a fence post,
ouch.
like how to dig them. Because you're like,
No.
you're going, this data, it says
Way
that you
too
can build
far.
fence posts over here. And I'm like, you're retarded. Like, you can't build fence posts this way. You can't fucking say all these gym people are super retarded. There are smart gym people, sure, but that are sitting here doing the bioscience and biohacking, and they're coming up with a cool, perfect steroid combo. Yeah, maybe those guys figure out super serum. But so I know some dumbasses that are like, I'm taking bull shark testosterone, and those guys far outnumber
I
these
know.
fucking smart people, and they're getting
No,
laid
they
more
don't.
than almost anybody
No,
I
they
know.
don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes,
No, they don't.
well, they are. I'm sorry.
I would not be surprised, and I could be wrong on this.
If you have
and I
6%
no
body
data-
fat, you're getting pussy.
Oh my God, Gibbs. I'm trying to roll with. I don't actually have empirical data from what I'm about to say. I'm just rolling with intuition because that's apparently what we do here. Okay.
It's a smart way to do things.
It wouldn't surprise me if the specific cohort of steroid taking meatheads, the people who are willing to take steroids in order to accomplish certain goals, like bodybuilding goals, perhaps that the IQ of this specific demographic could be, I don't know if it is, but
Do you
could
think
be
they get laid a
lower
lot?
than the general gym going and exercising population. It could be too that this specific cohort might get laid a whole bunch. This does not go towards
what
the
percentage-
general
oh,
trends.
it does.
This does not go towards the general trends that we know, which is that people who are in good shape tend to have higher IQ, not only because people
how
who
do
are
we know
smarter
that?
tend to be more interested in looking after their health, but also it having the vascular improvements in your cardiovascular system literally helps remove brain fog and depression and all sorts of things.
I don't
that
know when
negatively
we
affect
changed
IQ.
to the jocks are now the smart ones too. Like I don't know when. Like
It's
what?
total
what
bullshit is what this is.
like
That's-
where did the
I-
trope come from?
Wait,
I need
a
this
jock
explained.
is a stereotype. That's a different cat. I'm pretty sure Lacto is not referring to the jocks.
No,
Yeah,
I
but,
could
but
be wrong.
hold on. If you look at
Yeah,
listen,
what-
is
what-
Conor
okay,
McGregor going to
it's a-
write to fucking win a Nobel Prize for intelligence anytime
No,
soon?
it's
No,
a-
he's
it's a
not. How about Nate Diaz?
No.
No, he's not. Like, I mean, I can sit here. There's way more Nate Diaz and Conor.
Haven't
McGregor
they all
guys.
been hit in the head like
Well,
20
hey,
million times?
And
or
you
something?
don't think the
Well,
guys that are on
most athletes have probably
steroids
been
having
hitting the head
problems
a
are getting
few-
hit in the head? These guys are all getting laid in large numbers, and this is the point. They're all getting fucking, and they take up this 20%.
But they also get
range.
CTE.
Hold on. They take up this 20% area that y'all keep talking about.
God.
That's the whole key. It's hypergamy.
I think the issue. I think the issue is like FQ. Can you tell me here if I'm a little bit right? Is that we're painting the jocks like fucking Chad Michael Murray in One Tree Hill, which is just like the great basketball player who loves to sit at home and read books. He's a poet. He's a novice. He loves
bullshit.
his reading, but he's also just a phenomenal fucking 3-point shooter all day. It's just like. Yes,
We're
that
talking
guy's
about-
idolized on TV. I'm sure that he exists in the towns, right? But like
no, we're
No?
talking about general trends, okay? And
general
no,
athletes are
we're talking
more
about-
intelligent than the regular student populace.
generally speaking, people that are athletes in high school are smart. They tend to get good grades. You have to get good grades in order to be an athlete. If you've ever been in athletics in
You
high
actually have
school,
to have
No, you
average.
don't. If you're at a good school, you
average.
cheat. That's
Okay,
hold on. I was doing
They'll
like 3
also
people's
cheat
papers
for you. The
in high school. They all
school will cheat
exactly.
for you.
The school
They
also,
cheat.
yes,
That's what
encourage
you
you to
do.
maintain that average.
No, that's crazy. This is how I know you don't live in the real world, because you're saying stuff like, "Oh,
This is
they'll
where
be able to be
studies
smart."
get you guys.
They literally would
Gibbs,
tutor you, and we would just do their homework for
Yeah,
you.
Lex,
That's what
like,
they
this is what
do.
you get.
Okay,
Like,
okay, Gibbs. Okay,
Idiot.
can I just pause right here? Okay, what the hell are you talking about? This whole real world shit. I've been in
Because
the
you
real
keep
world
saying these things, and it's
immersed
just
in
like
it for the
it's
past
so
year.
FQ,
What do you
FQ
mean
respond,
real world?
please.
Okay,
Well,
like
well,
you
hold on,
have
just
no
ask
right
you-
to sit there and to
I
talk
do
about
have
how
the right,
much more
because
you
what
know
you're
about it.
saying, is
dude.
like
Come
it's just
on.
not realistic. Like, I'm sitting here going through real lived experience. I was an athlete my whole life, so I destroyed my body.
Dude, you
Listen,
think the
I'm
rest of us
telling you
don't have
right.
real lived
Hold
experience
on,
either? I knew
Well,
athletes in high
okay,
school,
okay. What? Listen, which college did you go to? What sports did you play? Let's go through it, because I can sit here playing at a high level at all the college and high schools I went to. We were the winningest program in high school of all time in Texas for football. Do you think at the winningest program of all time
should be
in
complimented
football?
by this conversation,
Cool.
that I
Hey,
don't know
guess
why
what
you're
they're doing?
upset.
I mean, because I'm telling you you're wrong. I'm just sad. I don't care if it's a compliment that you think we're smart and
come on.
athletic, but I'm just
Look,
telling you that's not how it is.
let's-
These people were
let's just-
cheating.
let's just
If you
pull-
have these advantages, they try to get you there
I'm sure some
one
of
way or
them
the
were.
other.
Okay. Look, okay, we are talking about broad population trends. That is what we are talking about, okay? That is what we are talking
Okay,
about. when
with
we're
a
talking
school
about
of over
intelligence,
5,000 per
Don't interrupt
class.
me for
Is
the
that a
love of
big?
Christ,
Hold on,
okay?
you interrupted
Look.
me the whole time there. If it's a school where it's got 20,000 people at it,
This
would
is
you say that that is a
possible.
that a
Gibbs, I
big
love
trend
you.
or a
You
small
interrupted
trend?
Come on,
her
man.
the entire time. Like,
Yeah,
come
because
on.
I've been getting interrupted every time I speak. It's fine. Listen, we all interrupt each other, and then when one person does it, they bitch back. That's fine. I'm just saying, you're sitting there going general trends. A school of 20,000 is a bigger general trend.
Okay,
than
okay,
in the
okay.
real
Then let
world.
her respond, please.
Okay, all right. First of all, Gibbs, you're a friend. I like you, okay? Peace and love, okay? This is not meant to be like a mean thing, okay, or anything like that, okay? Like, what we're just talking about is we're talking about broad general trends, okay? After you talk to Doobie, I do want to make a suggestion, because I did bring up part of the reason why I think that there is a discrepancy, and I do think that it has to do with intelligence, like as it relates to education. I think that's something that people don't talk about enough. Like, I do think that, like, I think that lowered academic achievement is impacting boys, Zoomers specifically, in dating. I don't know if it's impacting millennial men as well, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think that that's having an impact, and I have a theory, because I'm a teacher, of why, okay, these declines have happened and what could be done potentially to reverse them. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And then I'll let in my man Doobie first. All right, so Doobie first. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So I really want to, I wanted to hear what your thoughts on all of this were. I mean,
10 words or less.
From the past that you've told me, it seems like you were you could comfortably be classified as a Chad, right? From what you've said. And so I'm really curious as to what you've had to say about this, and especially like you've managed to find a long-term partner who is allegedly attractive. Now, I have no evidence of this. I've never been shown a picture, even though we're friends. But that goes to supposedly evidence of you being quite successful in this area. And so, like, hearing all these far less successful people talk, I'm curious. So that was at me too. To be clear, that was a shot at me myself as well.
It's true. I mean, sorry.
I have a wife. I think me and Doobs have at the same level at that point.
No.
And believe it or not, I have
wife.
slept with more than 2 women. I promise.
Okay. You have a wife, and shout out to your wife, and you know what? I know exactly how attractive his wife is because I've seen evidence of that. Just because Ali and I are actually friends. I don't know. That's just a thing that happened there. But I don't know.
He posted that in the group chat, Prime.
Because
Sometimes
he's cool with
benefit, to be fair.
everybody, right? That's what he does, right? A
We're all
friend,
friends.
right? Who says like, hey, I want to share this with other people, right? In my life. That's what Ali does. He's that type of person. Not everyone here is that type of person, any which way, right? But Ali, all I'm saying is that I don't know, and it's because I just don't know your past enough, right? If you've like had Doobie's level of experiences in this area. Maybe you have. I don't know, right? I'm just saying I'm unaware of that. But Doobie, love to hear your thoughts.
I think Gibbs and Ellie are entirely correct. I think you guys are fucking crazy. You sound like nerds. You sound like people who were like at home studying, on Saturday night while the dumb fucks that worked at the gas station were other fucking. Like honestly.
Bro,
Like there are like specific clubs in LA that I've gone to where the reason you went to that club is it was full of really wealthy white chicks who just wanted to fuck a stupid like brown guy. Like, to be honest with you, that's the reason I went to the club. That was the entire reason we were there.
Be a foreign American.
So like it's just I don't know. I feel like this is like I don't even know how to explain it. You're like over
intellectualizing.
Yeah, a very simple fucking caveman thing. Okay. Gibbs said it best, right? He mentioned something. The guys with the time, right? If you're broke as fuck and you're not somebody with a lot of like drive, you don't really have a lot of goals. You're totally happy being mediocre or even below mediocre and having just a fucking grocery store job or whatever. You're gonna have way more time than a lactoid, right? Than me currently, actually. So those guys have a lot of time to sit on their fucking phone and text girls on Tinder or hit up, their best friend's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and just give her all the attention and validation she wants, like how pretty she is, so that, pretend they're interested in her entire fucking life and her whole day. Most guys don't have, if you're like a successful person, you don't really have time for that.
Just smoke some meth real quick,
right? Which is why my wife does that for me, right? And she's the one who gets all the women that we hook up with. So like, I just don't like, these guys are fucking, okay, far more than I think the average intellectual high IQ guy, right? I don't think it's something people even think about.
That might be true, but that's
looking for
different
dating.
goals, short term versus long term. And like,
hold on, but this is another thing. I don't think people even think about this. Right? I don't even think people even think about this when they're out there looking for a partner. They look for, okay, this guy safe, stable, they have an income. Like men and women just have different like standards, right? It's totally socially acceptable for a woman to just have no job and just kind of lay at home all day, hopefully washing dishes or something, right? But totally fine for her to be unemployed and lazy as fuck, right? That's typical. That's socially acceptable. For guys like that, do you think of him as like a piece of shit loser, right? Or the broke boyfriend, right? Who's going to do the broke boyfriend hug behind his girl at the fucking counter when she's buying him some candy or some shit. It's like, this is so. Yeah, I understand if they're looking for like a long-term relationship, sure. But what typically happens, I think, in these kind of situations is the chick gets knocked up. Her successful career path falls apart eventually, or she just ends up with a baby daddy that she fucking hates for the rest of her life, and he's out fucking other people, making more children with like intelligent women. It's like I don't know.
You're saying now contradicts what we've been saying, though. You're disagreeing with us, but you're not.
How?
No,
I'm agreeing with
nobody
Gibbs
here.
and Ellie.
No, nobody here said the dumb gas station people aren't getting fucking are fucking. Yes, they're fucking.
They're having children. Too. They're getting
STIs. Is that no? Hypergamy is about selecting a partner. There's long.
Dog, hypergamy applies to like 5% of women.
Does this? Okay, but
like it actually applies to like 5% of women.
Who sits there and actually writes out like some fucking sociopath? Like exactly the kind of person looking for, then targets that specific kind of person, like a fucking like spider or something. Nobody does that. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not saying you
the people who do that are the type of women who end up poisoning their fucking husbands.
No, stop. Doobie. I'm not saying.
I'm sorry.
Look, not everyone's like me. Not everyone is gonna like fucking be that hyper specific and weird about it. Okay. When it comes to most of the time, it is like vibes, right? It is like there's goals that women have in the back of their mind, and they're feeling people out. And when it comes to hypergamy, what we're talking about specifically is women's hypergamy, where they are trying to select for successful men, for ambitious men, for men who they feel that can provide for them, which is exactly what you just mentioned, Doobie. And if you're saying that there is this desire that women have to find a man long term who can provide for them, this is what we're saying. Like this has been the whole discussion. This is not we're not having the discussion. Do a whole gaggle of like ultra low proles, lumpen proletariats, are they all getting in a pile and just like churning out, children and
No, that
STDs?
you
I'm
see,
sure
it's
this
not
is
even about
happening to
that.
some
Wait,
extent.
women aren't switching.
Yes,
First
I
of all,
see
women that are
mediocrity is
seeking out
real,
successful,
Lactoid.
quote
That-
unquote,
that is-
It's real, but
right.
that does not. Again, that's not
Well,
the
the
same
women-
with our
the
point.
women that are
Lactoid, so I
seeking
understand. If
out-
you're talking about, okay, go ahead.
the women that are seeking out like the high value or the successful man or the whatever it may be, these are a subsect of women. The average people are looking at average people. So long as you're not a fucking jobless bum, right? If you can just have if you're decent, yeah, all you have to do is not be a jobless woman. You can meet an average girl and you can be fine and get married and have a whole thing. This whole hypergamy
It's a spectrum. It's a
Yeah,
spectrum.
and most people are in the middle of the spectrum where it's like, hey, I'm not going to
There's-
be able to attain a successful man. And for the guys, they're not going to be able to attain a model. People are on average settling.
I understand. Yes, I understand that people do like ultimately settle, and there's like all sorts of different factors at play. But generally speaking, like you said, he needs to have like a job. He needs to not be
I think
like
settle's
like
even
a
the wrong
bum.
way to think
Everyone
about
needs
it.
to have a job.
But the better the job, the better the job.
Or whatever. Like you're not settling. It's not like,
Yeah,
actually, I
let's
want to
settle
fuck
down.
on Chad,
Like,
and
you have
I
to
know it's
settle
Chad.
down.
And we're totally compatible.
Are you
but I'm gonna settle for this
denying?
guy.
Doobie, are you denying that a man's income is not related to his ability to get a long-term partner? Are you really making that claim?
Actually, it really depends. So yes and no, right? So because Lactoid, again, the vast majority of people, I think if I were to look into this, I'd find that people at the upper income level are less likely to have like long-term relationships that last their entire lives, because at that level you also get a lot of people who are specifically seeking out for your money, who are maybe these hypergamous women who you're looking for, and they will
have longer lasting
They
relationships.
hold on.
Lower
Do they
divorce
though?
rates. Yes, lower divorce rates.
Yes.
Oh, okay. But wait, hold on.
Because they're not fighting about money all the time, because they can problem solve, because they're smart. Yes.
Or because the woman
okay.
isn't going to leave because the lifestyle is better than her.
Or
leaving.
that potentially that too.
Yeah, but that isn't but that isn't indicative of like a successful long-term relationship if the girl's just not going to leave because you have money, because she's addicted or because she's accustomed to a lifestyle. It's not a successful
You just said this earlier.
It's more to Doobie's
Well,
point where like
you'll just brought this up earlier.
Or they're separated but not divorced because they have
hypergamy bitches.
or they don't.
No. It is
worried about
fulfilling what
losing
she's looking for in that
income.
circumstance. But secondly, again, on the metrics of happiness and the metrics of marriage success in terms of like marriage happiness, all these things, yes, people with higher income and higher IQ do better. Corey's right. Doobie, I understand, like, again, there's all these stereotypes about this, a lot of which are crafted to make subpar people feel better about themselves. But a lot of it's simply not
But
true.
it's not just a stereotype, Lactoid. So just think about it like this. So I'm a pretty wealthy guy, right? I don't have a prenup. I intentionally did not get a prenup. I refused to get a prenup.
I know. I
know you think it's a terrible
idea. To say
idea.
about that. Yeah.
I get it. You told me it's a terrible idea, but because I don't have this prenup, I will stick around and work through things that I think an average poor person who doesn't have a whole lot of like wealth they're going to lose if their marriage fails, they might be way more willing to walk away than I will, right? Because it's easier for them. They don't have the fucking mountain of shit to lose. So it doesn't, them having like longer marriages or whatever, lower divorce rates, doesn't always mean that these are healthy marriages or that these are just like happy people, right? It doesn't necessarily.
They are
mean that.
happier. They're literally rated happier.
Are they happier with each other, or are they just happier because they got money?
No, so they're
How do you
happier across
prove
the
one?
board. Generally, they're more likely to have successful relationships, and they're more likely to rate those like relationships as better. Like they're just again, because so much of this has to do with if you're high IQ, you're broadly speaking, not every single person, but you're broadly speaking going to be better at problem solving, and you're going to have the resources available to also solve problems that may otherwise be unsolvable to somebody who doesn't have a lot of money. This is in large part why hypergamous women, which is most of them, are seeking a man who can provide them something, and the more the better generally. But yes, there's going to be women who are going to settle for what they hey, this is a good amount. There's all these other things and then obviously there's personal connection. All these things kind of factor in. The debate here is not saying like every woman is just some mindless drone that's going to drop you at the drop of a hat and go with somebody richer.
So do you really think that like women are like the average woman, right? Is when she's dating around or whatever, when she meets a guy and they really connect and she's got like feelings for him, like she like she's really sitting down and thinking like, okay, I really love this guy, but he doesn't make $100,000. So but I love him, so I'm going to settle for him. Or is it just, hey, I love this guy, we can build a future together, and maybe someday we'll be wealthy, maybe someday we won't, but it doesn't really matter, because we're
So
happy together.
there
I
are.
don't think of this. I don't think of this as like settling. These are just
No,
people who
let me.
found their partner.
I can
They're
answer
not
this.
interested in looking for someone, or if they met somebody that had like more income, but they weren't as in love with, they wouldn't be interested in that person anyway. So it's not really settling. They're just finding their match, right?
I think that they're.
I would agree with you, Doobie, but what I would say is that I do think that that has to do with intelligence, right? And that's why I think that like income and when we're talking about all this stuff, these are proxies for intelligence. Because ultimately, I agree with you. I think there are lots of people who would settle for a partner who is not able to provide if he was sufficiently intelligent enough.
No,
Which
but
is
you keep
typically what
saying
happens.
settle. My issues with the word settle. Because the implication is that they want something, they want another person, but they're going to settle for this person because they feel like it's the best they can do.
I shouldn't have used
That's
the word
not.
settle. I shouldn't have used the word settle. That's not, I guess, like what I'm trying to say.
No,
What
it's a fine word.
I'm saying that like what women I think ultimately are looking for is somebody to intellectually connect with. That is the thing
No,
that is
they're
being
not.
desired.
Well, let's
No,
not.
they're
Hold
not.
on.
Yeah,
Let's.
Yes.
Locktoy knows
No,
now
you're
knows what
projecting-
I'm talking
you're
about.
fucking
Yeah.
projecting
Let's
people.
not go too far. But Doobie, the
No.
problem the settle actually is a good word because there are probably some level of women who are actually like doing the calculation. Yeah, he's like a fucking janitor at a gas station, but he's really nice. He's really funny. He makes me feel blah blah blah. Maybe I'll just go down that route. There are I think it's obvious that there is a lot of people that are explicitly doing that mental calculation, but I think there's a much larger portion of people that are not explicitly doing it but are still doing it, right? What they're thinking is, does this person make me feel safe? Is this person able to take me on interesting experiences and solve problems for me? Is this person able to do XYZ? And all of that is in large part if they're really smart and really rich, right? And so this is what like the actual thought process is, and this is what hypergamy is. This is why they're looking for somebody who's wealthy.
So I'm going to go to Gibbs. I'm sorry, I've been a little bit distracted, stuff behind the scenes, and I missed like what the disagreement was on the word settle. But I would say that yeah, a lot of people. I think I would agree with Lactwood, at least what he said. Again, if I missed something, then I do apologize. But like, I think a lot of people do those calculations. I think a lot of women do those calculations. I think that like, especially like if they're aging, right? And be like they're wanting to start a family. I'm not saying that like an aging woman is a slave or
Everyone's
anything,
aging,
but like,
well, except for that Brian
that's
Johnson
true.
guy.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you so much. But like, yeah, but if they're like looking to start a family, right? Clock's ticking. And they're like, well, what are the chances that the next guy after this one will be will be my Prince Charming, right? Like, well, okay, this guy he's stable, right? He's kind to me. And sometimes through the fog of his stupidity, he makes me laugh. So like,
but Prem, you're doing it too. Like, so sometimes the fucking janitor who comes home smelling like shit is the Prince Charming for these women. Okay, like I think that's how people actually behave.
I think that's a possibility. I think it's absolutely on. Gibbs, hold on 1 second, please. I think that's absolutely true, right? That like not necessarily a person who makes a lot of money will be is their soulmate or the person they should be with 100%. So I'm with you there. But even then, like if we're not looking on the metric of money, right? Like on like just pure compatibility, right? Like that combined metric, right? Like how do you know? Like if this person is at a 70% compatibility, how do you know the next person will be at 95? Right? And so people like make the calculation, hey, 70 is we're all staying, right? Because you're literally gambling. You're gambling for your time. You're gambling with and resources that you may get, or you may not get. You're gambling with your future children. You're gambling with all of that. So yeah, there's a matter of settling, right? Like this is the best hand I will be dealt, and so I'll play this one.
Well, I disagree with that vehemently. And I think a real easy way we can see that this is true is we look at what women's idea of romance is. And I think one way we can look at this is looking at media, written and filmed, right? And let's just start with, I'm going to start with one of the most famous love stories ever. That's ever premiered. How about the show movie Titanic, right? And in that, the person that's intelligent, who's rich, who admittedly goes on to marry the main character afterwards.
True story, by the way.
Hold on, provides.
Documentary.
Hold on. I didn't say it was true story. I said it's romance, right? It's a written romance film media, and right. So what he does in that, he's the character who at the end marries her, lasts 50 years, has children with her, and at the end of this, the woman's loyalty is not to that man who gave her a perfect life with his intelligence, his money. It's the guy that she had a 3-day fling with and then allowed to die afterwards. Hold on, no loyalty. She was cheating. So if this is a happy marriage,
Dude,
then
okay.
hey, hold on,
She was a
no,
terrible
don't
person
interrupt
for
me.
that, by the
Don't
way.
interrupt me. We got bitched about that. I got more. We got plenty more where this came from. Let's go down.
It's been proven that only one person could have fit on that door.
Oh, the
Hold on.
door.
No,
Yeah, the
James
door thing
Cameron
is
proved
terrible.
it.
That
and
is
said-
true. The
James
door thing
Cameron
is
proved it
terrible.
true. That actually he could put 2 people on there. Actually, he did his own little study to like prove it wrong.
Okay,
He's like,
okay.
well,
I
I'm not done.
agree.
I'm not done. I'm not
Oh,
done.
okay,
I waited for
okay,
45
okay,
minutes.
okay.
Hey, here's the next thing. We said
You were not
I-
waiting for
it was not.
45
It was like
minutes.
15.
But go ahead.
But fine. Here we go. We got another one. Have you watched the channel Hallmark? I don't know if you've seen this, but every Hallmark Christmas movie is about homegirl coming down to her hometown from big city New York or big city Chicago or the week, and then she's got this husband who just can't come down, or fiance can't come down because he's got this big business meeting that's going to, I don't know, set them up for life. And then what do? They cheat on him with their dumbass hometown sweetheart that was an idiot in high school, hasn't grown up, and still reminds them of that they grew up with. That's what I don't. How did you see the movie Just Friends? Have we seen that one? Her smart, intelligent best friend, who she eventually figures out she's in love with after dating all those other people. She chose all the dumbasses and the guys all before the intelligent guy. This is what women choose repeatedly. How about 51st Date? We could go all down the list. The ugly truth. They didn't pick the good one. They picked the dumbass that was over here hitting up all the bitches. This is what they do over and over. Women's idea of romance is cheating. So if you're going to tell me that these long-term marriages are working out all this shit, Doobie's absolutely correct. It's not a measurement of they're happy. They definitely just have stakes on the line for the most part. I just see this repeatedly happening all the time. And some of the people that are the happiest long-term marriages are the ones that are so stupid that they would never consider cheating because it's just not a thought that crossed their mind because they don't have enough brain cells for that.
Okay,
But they
so
couldn't
I was-
imagine the concept of cheating?
It's too hard for them.
Are these people like on fucking life support? What the fuck?
They're definitely on maybe like Down syndrome, but either way, I don't know. They're still unhappy.
You're
together.
on Down syndrome.
They're like,
on that down
I'm taking
syndrome.
some Down syndrome.
yeah, take a
You're on
little
the down
downy
low
action,
with that
bro.
syndrome. I guess I have like a couple of responses to both. I guess to Doobie and to first of all to Gibbs. The cheating thing. You and I think it was Maj that I had this conversation with. You guys have this bizarre idea about cheating, which is that if you have had a boyfriend or a girlfriend from like 25 or 30 years ago, and you still think about that boyfriend or that girlfriend, the boyfriend could be
I didn't
dead.
say
Okay,
that.
but if you still think about him, then it's cheating.
No,
I
that's not cheating.
distinctly remember you
No,
and
what I
Marvin
said,
giving
it's.
this
Hold on, I
ridiculous
said
thing.
that.
was
Hold on,
crazy.
no. What I said was this is the problem with what happened is I don't know about what Majid said, but what I was saying is say you have a significant other and they had a boyfriend that they were dating that they were in love with, and this person dies like and they have these strong feelings that he didn't have any negative qualities or didn't have enough that they didn't like. You're in someone that will become not a cheating situation, but someone that you can become compared to anytime something goes wrong. And that could cause strife within your relationship because they have like died, and this person, they wouldn't have had a long enough term to find out the flaws. They never had their closure. So you're just compared against this unrealistic standard of this rose-colored picture of what they have in their mind from a dead person. That's what I said, not that it was cheating. That's totally different. So
Okay,
don't
well,
paint me with this bullshit.
Majin. Okay, but then maybe it was just Majin. Maybe I'm lumping unfairly the pair of you together. I
Unfairly lumped.
apologize
Yeah,
if that
it's
is the
okay.
case.
I forgive you.
However, okay,
Even friends have bad takes sometimes.
Okay. Well, I guess like as far as like what Doobie and I guess maybe like what Gibbs is saying, like with like when you're a wealthier person, like you have a lot of people that like want to marry you for your money. I mean, I hate to bring this back full circle to the beginning of this conversation, but this is why people are classist, right? This is why I mean, I've seen this like in like families that I've known, in my own family, okay? Like typically, like there is a lot of social pressure that when you bring a significant other to the Thanksgiving table, that significant other has a job that is similar to yours. Like my brother, he's a doctor, okay? His last girlfriend, she was a dentist, okay? The next person who he dates probably will also be a doctor, okay? And that's something that is actively encouraged like by both of my parents for specifically the reason that like you mentioned,
If
Doobie,
he
because
dated a dentist, he dated down. But go ahead.
but like the point is that like somebody that's like somebody that is like roughly within your own circle, right?
I'm just
That is-
kidding. I'm just
This
kidding.
is well,
Yeah,
but this is the reason like why okay these types of pressures exist, okay? Because it is true there are people who, and it's not just women to be honest with you. I mean, men also like want to marry up. There are cases of men who don't make a lot of money, okay, who aren't successful in school, who are happy to sink their claws into somebody that makes more money than they do, okay, who want to use women.
Wait a
who
minute.
come
Hold
from a
on.
different
Hold on.
class
Why did
background.
you
That
say
absolutely
sink
happens.
their claws in terms of a man like reaching up to a better
Because
better
that's
position
how she
woman?
sees it.
Yeah,
Because
like
she
but the other
sees
way
it
around.
because
You didn't use that kind of
because
like
in this
imagery
discussion
for a woman.
in this discussion
I'll-
if the average woman is like a higher IQ than men, then she's dumbing herself down. She has to date a lower IQ guy.
Yeah.
Are you serious? She has to resort to dating
well,
a lower
okay,
IQ guy.
let me just
Well, then
say
share the higher IQ guys,
let me
right?
just say this as like a general principle, okay? This is not always true, by the way. Sometimes there are great guys who can be great stay-at-home dads, okay, who are make a wonderful meals, okay, who are great with kids, okay? I'm not saying there's nobody who can do this, but generally speaking, okay, most men are not socialized in the same way as women in order to take care of the household. Like, I'm sorry, but like the stereotype, I'm looking at all of your backgrounds right now, okay? The stereotype of like the single leather armchair in the middle of a room and the walls are blank and there's a huge TV set. There's a coffee table that's littered with Bud Light. There's a random tube sock on the floor, a ripped up thing of duct tape nearby. There's a Himalaya, tower of like pizza boxes in the trash can that hasn't been taken out, and everything for some reason is black and fucking dark green and brown and mustard yellow.
Very
And there's not,
judgmental.
So
and
you
there's
don't like
not
the aesthetic.
I'm not just talking about.
You
I'm
judge
Like
based
saying,
every
off the
man in here
aesthetic.
would be happy. Every man in
She's
here
not
could be
talking
happy
about
with
the
that setup.
aesthetic. She's not just talking about the aesthetic.
Every
I'm
man in
not
here
just
could
talking
probably
about
be
the-
happy with that setup. Just for the
Yes,
record,
that's the
we just
problem.
don't need.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's the problem. Not the women
Yes,
who have
that
all
is
these
not-
issues with the setup. Not
I
all the
do-
men in the
I'm-
world
I'm-
being
I
okay
agree.
with this.
No,
Right.
It's not-
Instead, we
it's
should
your
have
standard.
boho. That's
Oh
what we
yeah,
should
that
have, yeah.
we're
When
the
it comes to-
problem.
I want to
Fancy
tell the
What's
like
what's
the
more
fancy-ass
likely?
LED lights all
Hold
over my
on.
house. My wife said it looked like a club. She wouldn't let me do it.
I just want to know what's more likely:
This is
if
the thing.
every man in the world would be okay with something, or if and everybody's fine with that, or one woman and a few women standard is not okay with it. Who's more likely to be in the wrong there? Obviously,
Okay,
it's
look.
the women.
The general thing that I'm trying to say is that men are generally more neglectful of the appearance of things, and that can be a problem. They are generally more neglectful to the comfort of like how the home feels, like when you walk in. They are generally more neglectful of
you.
what other people appear
Yeah.
and how they perceive them out in public. Okay, that's why we're having this back and forth about clothes. Okay, like that is a general
But
thing.
men don't care
So
about how they
if
those things though. Like
I
that,
know.
Well, no,
That's
wait,
what
I
she's
care about
saying.
how
but
other
if
people look at
50% of the
I know.
population
I'm
doesn't
just
care
saying-
about it, hold on. If
I'm just
50%
saying
of the
most people
population
don't
doesn't care
care.
about it,
Okay,
and a
I'm
small
gonna-
segment of women do, while a
No,
larger
okay.
segment of women don't, guess
I'm
what?
not
That
telling-
means
Cleaning
that
is for
you're-
gays and women.
Yeah, basically cleaning's for
Hey.
the gays and women. And
Hey,
it's not even
hey,
all
hey,
the gays
hey,
and
don't
women.
take
It's
my
just her super
hypotheses
small
and
subset.
just
Oh my
start
God.
fucking
That's all.
throwing them willy nilly.
Okay. Look, listen, okay? When I'm thinking about my son, okay, or my daughter at home, okay, and when I'm thinking about them getting dressed to go to school, how they treat other people when they go out in public, how they present themselves, what they do outside when they leave the house, okay?
You want them to be
The
the
per-
same?
No, I want the person that socialize them to be appropriate and to be successful and savvy out in the
Do
world.
you have
whoever
like
that
a
is.
live, love, laugh sign on your wall? Like one of those like
Fuck
street
you.
wooden little
Fuck
printed
you.
looking poles.
Fuck you.
You do.
Oh,
don't
so
you?
you do.
Yes,
So
you
you
Fuck
do.
fucking
off.
called it.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Wait.
So
Do
you're a
you
live,
actually?
live, love,
Yes, you
laugher.
do. I knew it.
Fuck off.
Yeah,
Fuck
she
off.
does.
She does.
I don't. First of all,
She's
Live,
saying
I know
laugh,
it.
no.
love, baby.
fuck off.
She's
Okay, I know what you're
probably
talking
got like these
about.
those random fucking like honestly there's those little-
Inspirational quotes.
with
Maybe a
inspirational
list
quotes.
somewhere. They got a
It's
wall
just,
list
it's
somewhere.
just Instagram
Like with the
captions all over
rules,
their
like
house.
Sally's rules.
Fuck you. Look,
one of
I
those.
look, okay, because of the fact that generally, not every single person, but generally, men are more neglectful of these things. I would be afraid that my son, especially, but also my daughter, when they left the house to go into social situations, that they would ruin opportunities for themselves because they weren't socialized or taught how to behave or how to dress or how to present themselves, like when they go out in public. Like, and I'm sorry, but this is something that men generally care less about. My daughter, her hair is going to be askew. My son, he's going to have like fucking tomato
And I
sauce
appreciate
all
that.
over
This
the
is why I
front
don't
of
need to
his,
see
like,
ugly women
all over
outside
his,
without makeup. I
all
appreciate
over
that.
his shirt. Okay, like,
I mean, like, have you ever heard of just like not giving a shit sometimes? Like, I think that's part of what men have the emotional intelligence, I guess, as a species,
yeah, but what?
which
I
is
mean,
a real
yeah,
low
but
IQ thing for us to just realize sometimes it's
And
not that
you
important
gotta
to dress
change your
up.
camera because every
Yeah.
time you say small,
I know.
that shit just goes
It's
crazy,
zooming
dog.
in, bro. Like, it's trying to
Yeah,
emphasize.
yeah.
It's trying to emphasize the fact that y'all are sitting here worrying about all this bullshit. And like men, 50% of men, most of us, have realized a lot of this shit just don't matter. It just don't matter. They don't
yeah,
give
but
a
it
shit.
does matter. That's
No,
not
it
true.
doesn't matter.
Okay,
No, wait, no,
yes,
hold
yes,
on,
it
hold
does.
on.
It does matter to an extent.
Yes, it does.
If all
Yes, it does.
men
Are you kidding me?
realize, hold on, no.
It
We
does.
just let you give a speech.
You're good.
Hold on. If 50% of
Okay.
the population agrees, for the most part, it doesn't matter. It's not important, and only except for a few certain
Because that's
circumstances.
not
Hold
true,
on,
first of all, okay?
hold on. Except for a few certain circumstances where it's like, oh, we have to dress up now. Maybe don't wear swear pants to the tuxedo. Hold on, Prime. I see you waving me. Everybody else went and talk. I'm gonna talk now. I'm sitting here going, hey, like Jesus Christ,
that
like
Trump book
y'all are
zooming.
sitting here worried about this
Can you zoom in more?
bullshit. You can't tell. Yeah, I can. You can't tell me. You can't tell me that you're gonna like this. Hey, this is the rule society. If you have less than 20% of population saying, "Oh, this is what happens," and you have a larger segment, guess what?
Look,
Your
Gibbs,
segment
let me-
doesn't matter.
Gibbs,
You're
a
the
little bit
minority.
pushback on
We
that,
don't
though,
care.
right? Like,
let's hear it.
Come on, honey. No. Like here, like
You look like Tim
so I
Allen's
lived.
neighbor.
I've told you all before, right? That I
That was the
lived
goal.
on a co-ed dorm floor, right? And there was the boys' rooms, right? And there was a look to the boys' rooms, right? Then you would go across the way, right? Visit one of your female friends,
And the girls'
and
rooms
it
were
was like
disgusting.
stepping in, and it
Yeah.
was like stepping in a different world.
Yeah, like a hoarders.
No.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
I mean,
they had like shit all over the floor. Their bathroom had like 50
Like,
hairdressers.
all of them.
It was gross.
It was like this, like beautiful, like loft.
I mean, frat house
type
versus
thing.
sorority.
No,
That's like
wrong.
really the easiest
Wrong.
way to
If
do it.
you've lived with women, women are some of the grossest people on earth.
What I'm trying to
Like-
say is that like I can't say that I didn't enjoy being in the ladies' rooms, like not for like the lady, but I'm just like for like the decor, right? Like, hey, like I think the women do bring something valuable to the table.
they're good
When they
interior
like
designers.
make a space like more livable, right?
Just don't
Where
check under
they,
the
like,
toilet lid.
Well, that's not true at all. I know so many
Yeah.
women that like have the most disgusting houses. So like in my
I'm
dorm
not saying
experience,
they don't
my
exist.
dorm
I'm not
experience
saying
was a
they don't
nice dorm.
exist.
I had a nice co-ed dorm, and it was the exact opposite. Some of these girls have the nicest outfits. You'd go to the
Gibbs,
club,
a frat
beautiful.
house versus a sorority
Yeah.
house. The
Okay,
sorority
frat
house was
sorority
always
sure.
cleaner than the frat
Sure,
house.
I'll grant that one. But when you're sitting
But,
there
that,
going,
but that's
oh,
what like a guy.
but-
That's like
hold
a
on,
true
hold on.
guy
This is the
college
problem.
like apartment living would be
No,
like a frat house.
no.
That's
When
what a
you're
guy
talking about
Rex
co-ed
wants to live in,
dorms,
which is
co-ed
fucking beer
dorms
cans everywhere.
Hold on. My college, we didn't have very many frat sorority because they was frowned upon. Like that was just like you were gay if you were in a frat sorority, and we were one of the biggest colleges in the world, right? So when you're sitting here going, "Hey, you're telling me these things," like I know a huge swath of people are sitting here going like this, and when you're going, "Oh, all the women are nice," you're sitting here talking about a certain subset, and that's the Fairy Queen subset, where they have the nice organized house, and they have their little live, laugh, love, and then maybe their heritage thing on the wall where it says
Yeah,
all these
girls are
different
kind of-
What is
things
with this
about it.
fucking live, laugh,
oh,
love?
I'm
I
just,
do
I'm
not
just,
have this
well, you
sign.
probably listen. I bet you have a poster that's got like something about all
Yeah,
the
yeah.
rules of the Irish or some bullshit. Instead of that, we got
Exactly.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
map,
it's
fucking
the
map.
same.
She's got
It's hold on.
she's got a poster
there's
of a kitten on a laundry line with a caption.
Yeah,
But that's not the
exactly.
point. The point is, there's just as many of these trashy women that are dumbasses and do all these things that don't care about this. So you're arguing that this
No.
small subset of humanity, which is this academic
dude.
group, is somehow pushing societal standards upon the rest of us, and we're all like, "No, you're wrong," and like you're just being dumb
You
and big
caveman
brain.
hog. You know, wear loincloth outside.
$20 from Zonia. Thank you, Zonia. And anyone else, you can also super chat. Super chats are available on YouTube. Thank you. Gay man clean up well. Was it Lagtoid? We said that previously, right? Like yes. Shout out to our gay brothers.
That is true, actually. And one of the interesting things,
Sonia.
like if you look at like research about academic trends and about like boys like falling behind in school, you will see that it seems like gay men are actually falling behind less in comparison to straight men in school. There does seem to be something about, which by the way goes back to this thing about presenting yourself, cleaning up well, taking care of yourself, right? And also,
have you ever been into another woman's restroom? Like when she's not planning for you to be there?
Yes.
Like, I rest my case. I rest my case. It's disgusting.
Okay.
Girls are disgusting.
It's like
honestly.
especially sorority boys.
Oh, come on, you guys. Okay, come on. You guys that cannot pretend to like not understand what I'm saying. I'm being very clear, okay?
No,
they're
you're
going
wrong.
to be
That's
situations.
why
No, I'm not.
saying this.
Okay. If my son goes to school, okay, and let's say he moons everyone at the playground, okay? If he goes,
what if you just exist as a woman? You shed hair in the shower. Like that's disgusting. Right? It's gross. Like that's way
your
worse
son
than
will have better chances with women because he's the kind of guy that goes and moons kids at the playground.
Hold on. If I put Chewbacca soaking wet out of the drain, that's infinitely worse than my son mooning somebody. It's like, it's gross. It's gross. You're sick. Like, don't tell me you're the cleanest sex.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Social expectations of how you're supposed to interact with people. I am less confident that most men that are available that I could get married to would have the appropriate response to their son behaving inappropriately at school, like cursing on the playground, like getting into a fight with another boy.
That's not inappropriate.
Like, yes,
what
it
did the
is
other boy
inappropriate. It's inappropriate, okay?
Yeah, what's the other boy need to be punched in the face?
Exactly.
This is the reason, okay, why I think I...
Wait, repeat it real quick.
I brought up a couple of situations of inappropriate things kids do at school, like moon people, like get into fights, like curse in school, okay? Like talk about sex when they're not supposed to.
Who here's been married? Let's start with that. I think that might be a good place to start.
Mooning people is relatively normal. Cursing, no one really cares, and fighting it depends on if he's instigating the fight or if he's fighting back. These are
no. I don't want my son to learn to be socialized into saying, oh yeah, you should have hit him harder. You should have.
Also, you want your son to be a pussy.
That's right, pussy.
Yeah, you want your son to be a pussy.
I don't want that.
Like, what do we? I hate when girls do this shit. I hate when girls do this. I hate when girls do this where they're like, I don't want my son to resort to listen, sometimes, especially in the male world, shit resorts to violence, especially when you're 14, 15, 16 and there's bullies and there's whatever involved. Like push comes to shove, you can't go be a tattletale because that just makes your social life a lot fucking worse. And it makes you more I hate women should not be around like allowed to raise sons. I swear to God, you guys are the worst. You guys are the fucking worst.
Look, I do not want my son. You want your son to go to jail? Yeah, you want him to go to jail? You want him to
It's
go to
not
jail?
about jail. I'm not in jail. None of us are in jail. I don't want my son to be a pussy either. Jesus
One of the reasons you let them fight when they're young is you teach them when to stop punching.
There's a balance.
The guys on the floor, you stop hitting them. Right?
Well, I don't teach him to be aggressive, but you also teach him that defense is a thing.
And he's never gotten into a fight. He doesn't know what the fucking limits are. He doesn't know his own strength.
That's why you get into
snap, and
sports are a healthy way.
You got to get that anger. Hold on, you got to get that anger out early. Got to teach them their limits early.
Football.
Got to teach them their strength
in other ways. You can do that through you can do that through joining the wrestling team.
They need to fight.
You can do that through boxing.
They need to fight like boys fight. That's what they do. It's part of growing up.
Sometimes you need to get punched in the face.
Sometimes you fight your best friends. Like that's just like a way to communicate.
Listen, there are plenty of guys who haven't been punched in the face, and you can tell. Right, you can tell that Destiny's been punched in his fucking face, and like you know what? Some people need to be punched in their faces. Like it's just like true.
Okay.
No, I needed to be punched in my face when I was growing up. Like I'm sure all of us have gotten
it's healthy for you. I think we can.
It's healthy for you.
I think we can do a data collection right now. Hold on. Let's do a data. Let's do it.
We're Canadian. That doesn't.
I just want to know. Let's do a data collection real quick. Y'all like data? Let's do real quick data collection. Who here's been punched in the face? Right? Okay. Who here has been in a relationship longer than 7 years before? Okay. Who here, and that's because 7 year itch. Who here has been in a relationship? Who here has been married before? Right? It's interesting that the same group of people saying this shit are the ones who've been in relationships longer than 7 years. They're the ones who have been married. Even if my marriage didn't work out, we have two
you're
marriages.
divorced.
Hold on. Even then, we have two marriages that have worked out. And that's also why, with the 7-year itch, it's fine. I lasted
Ali is
over
newly
7.
married, I believe.
Sure, but still two people with two
You
people
just
over
gotta
7
get
years.
punched in the
Hold
face,
on.
Corey.
And then you notice
Yeah.
all these
That's what
people
you-
are the same ones who've been punched in the face.
Never been in a
excluding
fight?
Brian. Like,
I'm coming over,
just
Lactoid.
saying.
You can punch me.
Okay, look, here's
There
the
seems
thing.
to be some
okay?
data
I
supporting this.
there is a balance between
Very
these,
scientific,
okay?
yeah.
The balance is you walk softly, but you carry a big stick. Okay, that doesn't mean that you should avoid like getting into a fight.
You can
or
tell
getting
that through their sweatpants.
in
Go ahead.
every single time. Okay. Oh Jesus Christ! Save that for the wrestling team. Okay. Jesus. Okay. All right. Look, I'm not saying that there aren't occasions for that, but those occasions should be exceedingly rare. Okay, you should not
They
be
usually
going on the
are.
playground picking a fight. Oh, I don't want. I want my son
Wait,
to
you
not get into
wait,
trouble.
you
I don't
just
want
said
him
it
to
right
get
there.
kicked
You don't
out
want
of
your son
school.
picking fights. You don't want your son to be the aggressor. That's completely different than I don't want my son getting into fights. As in a lot
Ali,
of the
how much
times, it's
experience do you have with
defensive.
teenage boys? Teenage boys that get into fights. What do they say? Why do they say that they get into fights? Have you ever talked to one that gets into
Someone
a
said
fight?
some stupid
I
shit
mean,
about
he
their
was a
mom like 9
teenage boy.
times out of 10.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, do you know
They
what that's
say-
do you know what that's indicative?
they-
That's indicative
They
of being
say-
harassed and bullied constantly verbally. And the idea that we're supposed to just allow these people to just consistently harass
No.
and verbally abuse people because violence is so fucking bad when it's physical. But the torment of someone day in
Correct.
and day out making fun of you or causing you torment, that means nothing. That does nothing. These people should be able to skirt by because God forbid that we lay a hand on them.
No.
These
You notice
poor
when we-
souls who are
It's not worth
bullies.
you getting a
You
felony.
notice when we
It's
start.
not
Hold
Oh
on.
my
You
God!
notice when we
You don't.
You know, here's a
how many
correlation.
felonies
You
do
notice when we
people have because of fights they got into in high school?
Well,
What are you talking
to Ali's point, you notice how when fighting in school and fighting your bullies became less and less acceptable, school shootings went up. Crazy how that worked out. I 100% agree.
Violence isn't
I
the
100%
answer.
agree. You're laughing. This is
Like,
100% the
come on.
reason I think that there's more school shootings.
This
Used
is
to,
so
started
you, no,
empathizing
used
with the
to,
bully
used to
way
what would
too
happen
much.
is you,
Be
hold on,
raised
used to,
at home
no,
by
used
his
to, you'd
dad
go
or
out
dad
back.
so he can
No,
get into more
used to,
fights.
you'd go out back,
Yeah,
you'd
I
get in
don't
a fight
think
with the other
so.
guy, and then you go buy a burger for the person that lost, and then you'd have a combo. That's what you did. You whooped ass, you got it over. And now people build up this hate over months and years because they can't fight this guy. They're tormentor, and the tormentor never gains respect for the other guy because what's he gonna do? This other guy can't talk shit back.
Hey.
He's slower, weaker. But if he punches me in the
Can I try
face,
something?
suddenly I
Can I
respect.
try something?
Gibbs, can I
Can I
talk?
just, can I just okay, go for it. Oh yeah, so Fair Queen, I want to ask you a simple question. I just want to kind of
Sure.
get an idea of like what you think is appropriate, right? So imagine you have a son,
Oh, God.
he's at school, maybe middle school, elementary school or something, and at lunchtime, some other kid slaps over his milk carton intentionally, just to like just to fuck with him, right? Knocks his milk on the floor. What do you think the appropriate response is there?
The appropriate response is to get up and to go to your teacher and to say, "Hey,
Okay.
It's beating his ass.
Wrong.
fucking
Yeah,
hate
you better
women.
beat his ass. That's what you do.
This is what makes
No.
me hate women.
No,
I can't.
This is
no.
what makes me hate women.
Hey, no, okay, absolutely
If
not.
that kid goes,
Listen,
if that kid goes
hey,
and gets a fucking teacher, he's gonna get fucked with even more by everybody.
Yeah, he's gonna
right?
get
'Cause
fucked
it's
with
fucking
even. I
funny.
hate
Because-
when girls
or what
say
he-
that.
or what
He
he-
needs to punch the kid in the face at least
No.
3 times.
No,
Yeah.
he does not. Okay, that's
Yes, he
terrible.
does.
That's terrible advice. You kidding me? Absolutely not. First of all, okay, like here's a
He
here's
needs
a
to learn to
piece
assert
of
his boundaries.
here's some news,
Like, I
okay? We all know, okay? It's often said around here that boys need their dad, okay? And that girls need their dad, okay? Well, guess what, okay? Boys need their mom, okay? Dad is there to tell you, to teach you to how to defend yourself and like to how to like not be a coward and to like what to do.
Mom's there to
and
teach you
hold
how to
yourself.
ruin your life.
Mom is there to tell you how to behave in public, and you
Yeah, and ruin
boys
your
need-
fucking life. Go tell the
Boys
teacher
need
that the
that.
bully is making
Boys
fun of
need
you.
mom, because if
Wait,
they
wait,
only
Fairy
have
Queen,
dad,
Fairy
this
Queen.
is the bullshit that they're going to hear.
Fairy
But
Queen,
you-
Fairy Queen. I'll
you
walk
boy-
down that
men-
logic with you
young
because I've
boys-
done this
young
before.
boys
That
have
kid's
to be
getting jumped.
civilized.
Wait,
That's what's happening.
Gibbs,
He's
Gibbs,
getting
Gibbs.
jumped.
Fairy
You
Queen,
are
Fairy
not
Queen.
going to
So the
civilize
kid,
them,
so the kid
okay?
goes and tells, so the kid
Mom
goes,
needs
your
to come
kid
in.
goes and tells the principal or the teacher that this kid slapped over the milk. What happens? The principal tells them they shouldn't do that anymore. Maybe they get detention, whatever it may be. Then the next day, the kid goes, he goes, "Hey, you're the reason I got detention," and bullies him more. And then, like, what? We just keep going and
Or they wait
telling
until
him.
after school and they fucking
Yeah.
jump him with their friend.
when the principal has no
And that- I
say,
know
because
that that's
after
what's gonna
school
happen,
at
'cause I would do that.
3:15, when I see you walking off the bus or walking towards the bus, you went and
Oh,
you ratted
no,
on me. You told me
no,
well,
I
that's
mean,
literally what
okay,
happens.
Okay,
I know that
here's-
happens because
here's-
I didn't.
here's-
I jump kids after school if they fucking told the
It's
teacher on
happened
me.
to me.
Like,
I listened to
Okay.
my mom once. I told the principal, and then I had to get into. Guess what? I still had to get into a fight with the kid. One way it
Okay,
could have
it
just
only-
been
it
me
only
defending
guarantees-
myself, and I could
I'm
have
gonna
saved
tell you.
myself the
I'm gonna tell you.
ridicule of being a
Okay,
tattle.
okay. I'm
It's
going to
like-
tell you exactly what would happen. Okay, what would happen
Mhm.
is that mom would find out. Okay, mom would get very
and
angry.
we'd call my mama's
She
boy
would
make
go to
fun
the
of him.
principal, and what mom would probably do is she would probably demand to speak to the other kid's parent, and then the other kid's parent would get mad at her son for knocking over the kid's milk carton, and then the other mom yells at the kid and humiliates and hurts the
And
kid.
then that kid
and
goes
now-
and beats up your son.
Yeah, and then hold on. not
Because he
only
just
that,
got
but
yelled
now
at and
school
punished
goes
at
over, hey,
home
this
for knocking
fucking-
over
this
the
fucking
milk
pussy
carton.
got his mom to go to my house and yell at my mom. Like that's what
Yeah.
happens. Not only you're a fucking bitch, you're a bitch that got his mom to go fight for him. Got his mom to go fight the other guy's mom.
And
sorry,
by
this
the
is
way, you're still gonna
elementary
and
school.
you
It's
still
not
have to
milk
fight the kid, and you still
you
have to
fucking
fight
kidding
the kid.
me?
You went and you told your mom.
I'm
Your mom went
sorry.
and tried to handle it,
Your
and
mom
2
at
days later, you
at
still
7
gotta
years
fucking
old,
fight
your
this
mama
kid.
is supposed to do that. That's what moms are supposed to do.
Yeah,
At 7
but
years
all
old,
that all that does is make
But
your
the
life
kid's not
worse.
supposed
That
to
doesn't
tell
make the
his mama.
situation better
No, it
because
doesn't.
No,
once
the
again,
mama
you
did
still
what
have
she
to
was
fight
supposed
the
to do.
kid when the kid comes and approaches you after school when there isn't teachers around, and now you have to fight the kid, or the kid's fighting you with his friends. That's the issue.
Yeah,
is that you
or-
guys
or-
think like it's solved
And
because
then
like, oh, you
that
said
kid
there's
gets
rules.
suspended from school, and he
Hold on,
doesn't come
but
back.
No, he's
very
not. Not if
likely-
you fight.
very-
Not if you get into a fight after
very
school. No, he's
likely-
not.
Hold on, very
Yes,
If you get
very
into a
likely,
fight after
that
school,
mother-
you are
that
not
mother gets
suspended
upset.
from
Absolutely
school.
not true.
That mother gets
That is
upset
not-
that you showed up at her house and told her how to raise her fucking kid, and then you start fighting the fucking mother, right? Then you
Yeah,
have two
that's
moms
also
fighting.
happens. That happens all
And
the
then,
time.
then you get beat up, and then now that kid mom
We
kid
are
mom
not
beat
getting
you up,
beat up,
and then he
okay?
beat
What-
he beat
that
you
happens
up.
No,
all the
What's
time.
what are you talking about? Okay,
That was like my
Nobody
high
gets-
school experience. People
You're
get
gonna
past me
family
all the
bitches.
time. Parents
No.
were.
I don't-
Okay. Mom picks up the phone. Mom has a stern conversation with the other mom. They come to some sort of
That's not what
agreement.
happens.
Hey, bitch,
Okay,
don't-
where, like,
don't tell me to raise my
have
fucking
full-
Do you
kid.
think
Yeah,
this
yeah,
world is a
exactly.
TV
That's
show?
That's what it is. Don't tell me to raise my
Do you
fucking
think
kid.
this is
What
a
the fuck do you think you're
sitcom?
calling me? Yeah, that didn't happen. Fuck you. My kid says something different. Blah blah blah. Like, what are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Okay,
And
well,
if he
then-
did do it, and even if he
Well,
did
then
do
we
it,
have a
even if he
conversation with
did
the
do it, fuck
principal,
you.
and then like your kid
Like-
gets jumped after school. Why do you think that kids get suspended if they get into a fight outside of school?
Because it happens. I've seen it happen. Okay. It happens all the time. I'm a teacher. I can tell you it happens. Okay. When kids like harass each other on social media, when they cause fights outside of school and it becomes a thing and teachers find out about it, kids can absolutely get suspended at school. Happens all the time.
Man,
this
you
is
guys
why we
are
are
just
doing
you guys really
just hate your
you're doing a
kids.
number.
That's-
You guys are
yeah.
doing a number on young
That's
boys, and
what
then
it
you
is.
wonder why young
Secondly-
men can't
Oh,
talk to
Jesus
women
Christ.
because look at the
Hey.
lengths of shit they have to go through because they're
Nobody
very
here is
feminized to
saying.
the
This is
fucking
true, I
Nobody here.
agree.
Nobody
Ali's
here. Nobody
absolutely
here
right.
is. Nobody here is saying. At least I am not saying. Okay, that boys don't need their dad, and that there isn't a value to being able to defend yourself. What I'm saying is, okay, is that there's also a value to like when somebody is being horrible to you, to straighten your back and to ignore it and to hold your tongue and to move on.
Have you ever been
and
in
to
a
not
fight?
say
Report to the
anything.
authorities.
Have you ever been in a fight? Like,
Just
somebody ever tried to like fight you for no reason? Just like
Yes.
honestly. Okay. And how many
Yes.
times did you get punched? Did you black out? Did you did you go unconscious? Because
black out.
yeah, because
Did you walk away?
Did you walk away? Because I know many kids growing up that got knocked out by other kids fighting in school. They got jumped. Like, this is a regular thing. And so women in general don't have to do that. They don't have to live through that experience. Men, it's kind of part of it. You would go and you would just for fun, like not even like we're fighting. You just gonna go box in old buddy's basement and you knock each other out
No.
just to see who's the most
No.
manly. And like guess
You know
what?
what?
You might get like,
I don't
and so
care.
you
I
don't.
don't
I know you don't
give a
care.
fuck
I know you
about
don't. I know you don't.
You-
I know. No.
Yeah,
I
this
know
is
you
something
don't. I
I
know
don't
you
know
don't
about. Like,
care.
I've done this
No,
too
hold
in
on.
my high
I know
school
you
days,
don't
boxing
care.
gloves
But
in the
this is the
basement.
problem. This is the problem. It's all
Going
tonight.
to
Yeah,
jail
All
is
tonight.
not worth
All
it,
tonight.
okay?
Hold
It's not
on.
worth
No,
it
no,
to
it's
go to
not. You're not
jail.
even gonna go to jail. You're not even
Why
gonna
do
go
you
to
keep
jail.
talking
Hold on.
about
If
jail?
hold on. If we
Dude,
sit
Judy
down,
ain't shit.
if we sit down in a group and we're all boxing or whatever, right? And somebody gets
My
knocked out,
kid's not
nobody's.
going to juvie just because you're
Nobody's
gonna
gonna get
juvie.
juvie.
Why do you
for
keep
that.
talking about
Nobody will get
juvie? I've
juvie
never
for
been
that.
to jail
No.
or juvie.
No, nobody will get juvie for that. Listen, this is what I'm talking about. You've clearly there was some some kind of
Yes, they
shelter
will.
line. Hold on, you're
Yes,
clearly
they will.
They won't. They won't. I know thousands
Yeah,
of kids
you
who have it.
shelter.
Yes,
Listen,
they
I'm
will.
telling you right now that you're sitting here. You push things to a very
Dairy Queen's the
sheltered
mom that
view.
sends kids
And
to
it's-
juvie because
it's-
she calls.
here's
She's
the
like, if
problem.
someone's bullying my
Here's the-
son and calls the
Yeah,
cops.
it's literally this is the cause of why
Someone
men
wants
aren't
to
men
fight my
and
son,
when
calls
people
the
are suffering
cops.
because we're sitting here sending people to school and these school teachers are saying, "Oh no, under no circumstances is violence ever the answer." Sometimes violence is actually the question, and the answer is
No.
when. That's the
Hold on,
problem.
Can
Like,
I find a middle ground here? Can I try to find that?
Well,
Right. Okay.
You tried.
So one, like, I absolutely agree that sometimes you you got to throw a punch, right? Like, it's gonna happen, even if you're going to lose the fight, right? Because that's gonna be a situation too, right? Absolutely the case. But like, I still like
sometimes,
with
especially
the
if you're gonna
men,
lose,
with the men that are here though. So yeah, especially
because they will respect you more
but-
afterwards. Like they know you weren't gonna win.
That's
They're like,
fair.
"Hey, this
That's
guy
fair.
fought."
Yeah. But still, like I'm talking like FQ, right? She's talking to a panel of men who, as far as I know, and maybe I'm incorrect, you guys can let me know, right? That now that you are growing up, right? Like you don't resort to violence, right?
I
Like
don't
that's
have
like
to as
really
much.
is like
Words
the
come up as
last.
much in your 30s.
That's the last
Wait.
resort, right? Like you all. Again, you let me know if I'm incorrect on this, right? You all will like use all kinds of other like conflict resolution methods, including walking away, right? Rather than
Blackwood has
actually getting
guns.
a physical.
I'm probably not walking away.
Blackwood does have guns, but like
I'm not giving anyone my back.
He's a
and
shoot
you're
on
like-
sight type
but-
of guy.
I'm not
But
pulling on
Blackwood-
for just some kind of disagreement, okay?
Yeah,
It's-
exactly. Yeah.
I'm not
even
walking
then,
away
there's
from a
rules-
disagreement either. I'm
there's
not giving
rules
anyone my back.
as to when
No.
you can
Yeah,
pull a
that's the
weapon,
issue,
right?
Brian. Like after you become an adult, you can go to prison. You fuck up your whole life. You got
Yeah.
too much to lose. You can't do it, unfortunately.
But
Everyone's-
but
but
one, of
also
the,
you
one,
have
of the, one of the times I wish I was broke. Actually,
Well, sometimes in Texas we have mutual combat. but like on top of that though, it's
But
because
hold on,
you use
jail could be an
violence to
upgrade,
mature.
right?
But you have to start teaching boys, right? Like, hey, at some point there are other ways of like conflict resolution other than immediately resorting to violence.
Well,
I think
that was
that's part of
Dewey's
what
point,
FQ
is you
trying
teach
to
them their
say
limits
here,
and you
right?
teach them
That's
when
like
to
not
use.
an unreasonable statement to say, because yes, like sure, right now when you're young, you can get away with a lot, right? But when they age, there are huge consequences, which all of us have navigated in avoiding, right? So that's a reasonable statement.
Yeah,
FQ
but
is saying.
self-defense is self-defense. 1, 2. Me and Doobie and Gibbs have also this to be like, no one's saying that your son, no one wants to raise their son to be an aggressor, right? No one wants their son to be a bully.
Oh my
This is all
God,
one
dude.
in talks of retaliation, 2, bullying, and 2, Doobie said this earlier. You teach them their limits, you teach them like what the fuck to do and like when shit comes into play. But that only happens when it happens. You don't really get to like tell someone, hey, when this situation is happening, go tell a teacher, because at the end of the day, like none
It's
of
also-
that shit is how it works. It doesn't work like step by step.
But it should be
It
Confrontation
also
happens.
establishes like social hierarchy. That's why I bring up
a
the like,
confrontation
boxing
happens, it can escalate immediately. So sometimes there isn't time to go tell a teacher. 2, telling a teacher is not always a viable solution. It can escalate, right? It can make the situation worse. You do have to have better. You have to learn interpersonal skills and learn how to handle that situation. But sometimes, and especially when you're a young boy, when you're between like in your middle school and you're kind of like your high school age, fighting it out is kind of like even with your friends, there are situations where like
exactly.
I want my friend to go left, he wants to go right. Like we're not coming to a fucking mutual decision. The only way it's going to happen is I'm going to have to push him my way, or he's going to have to push me his way. And it's happened before. Your friend gets drunk, you guys get into a fight. Whatever it may be, you have to be able to have these situations. And part of being a guy is knowing that like, hey, I should be able to get into a fight. I shouldn't be the aggressor, but I should also be able to get into fights with people and get over it afterwards. You learn these things. The only way you learn them is by doing them when you're young.
$2 for my listening library. Doopy, you can be broke if you give me your money.
All right.
Okay,
You
Well,
have to
I mean,
have these experiences when you're young. You have to make the mistakes when you're young, to
Appreciate
Doobie's point,
you.
because when you're young,
But
you
you-
can't go to jail. You're not going to lose money. So you learn that experience. And then hopefully you have a dad who's like, yeah, you don't fight for any old reason, but sometimes, yeah, you do have to fight.
It
Okay.
also, like,
However,
establishes social
okay.
hierarchy.
I'm sorry. Okay. But at the same time, okay, You have to be able to learn to ignore it when other people are snickering at you, when other people say shit or are whispering in the back of the room, to not react violently every time somebody says something that you don't like or does something that you don't like. That is a part of being an adult, and you have to be socialized out of that. A lot of young boys, very young,
my
have to
mistake
be
call
taught
someone like
not
the
to do
N-word?
that.
Would I deserve an
Okay?
ass whooping? If I'm like, you N-word, and would I deserve getting an ass
I don't
whooping?
believe
Yeah.
in beating kids.
Well,
Okay?
hold
So
on.
no,
If
don't.
I told an African, if I'm another kid, and I told an
Another kid in
African
the
American
class,
boy,
yeah.
I was like, yeah, you little N-word. Would I deserve
Yeah, I'd
getting an
want
ass
my
beating?
kid to get his
Yeah,
ass kicked for that.
I would tell my kid if I was that parent, you better beat that boy bloody. Just like if someone called me that spit,
What?
I would whoop his ass. It's that simple, bro. You're not gonna sit here
I
and
would
tell
never
me
tell-
there's no. I know
would never
you
tell-
wouldn't. You wouldn't because you're dumb in regards to raising men. Like I'm sorry, it's just the facts. Like I love you, but you're just wrong fundamentally. Like this is how men
Dude, no, okay?
fundamentally
A
grow
lot
as
of
men.
kids, a lot of kids ruin their lives by being impulsive, by acting violently, and by
Some
not learning
kids
to
ruin their
control it.
lives.
A lot of them
Yeah.
do. A lot of them ruin their lives by being impulsive and
Some-
angry, and they have to be trained not to react to every
You-
little thing. Violence should be a last resort. It should
to
not be something.
FQ's
True.
Especially,
It's
To
true.
FQ's point, like my mother was the one who told me because the example you guys brought up previously, right? Like someone said something about your mother. Well, kids, especially when I was young, right? I guess like, through all time, have like attacked my mother, right? Like that was the insult, right? They went after my mother. It made me so angry, right? And I felt like I had to respond immediately. But my mother was the one who told me, like, well, first of all, they don't even know me, right? Like, what they called me a slut. Like, these people literally couldn't pick me out of a lineup, right? So, like, why are you like concerned with their opinions, right? Like, they're doing this just to get a rile out of you. Like, don't respond, right? It's perfectly fine. And then from there, that like it was a panacea. Like, as soon whenever I hear that, like, I laugh it off because, like, of course not. Like, you don't know anything about my wonderful, beautiful, amazing mother. So I don't know, man. Like,
you learn these social
You're
skills,
right.
you
Yeah,
learn
but-
them.
but-
You have to have the experiences in order to learn them, right? There's a difference between like ignoring it and then it going away, right? Versus other people who are like consistently pestering you, right? You can ignore the person who knocks the milk off your carton, knocks the milk off your table. They do it once, you ignore it, they leave you alone, and then you're done. The issue is that a lot of the times people get picked on. They get picked on specifically, and things stick with them. People start to hyperfixate on like one individual, right? So if something's happening consistently on a day in day out, right? Sometimes the solution is, well, I mean, if you're going to consistently come up to me every day and call my mom a slut, well, you're going to get punched in the face, and then maybe you won't call my mom a slut anymore. That's really kind of how it goes.
And then it also teaches the aggressor something.
Go ahead.
It teaches the aggressor, maybe don't be a bully if you get your ass beat by somebody. Like if you never get your ass beat and you just keep bullying kids, guess what? Eventually you get your ass beat, you stop being a bully.
Gibby?
I feel like we have a disconnect because women don't live in the same world that men do growing up. Like with young men, a lot of things are centered around physical dominance, physical violence, aggression, right? It's like there's a competition there, right? That boys go through. I think women go through the same thing, but like more on social shit, like who your friends are, how popular you are, like how pretty you are, like shit like this, right? And I mean, I remember growing up with I have 3 sisters, right? All younger than me. The oldest one is, I think, like 3 or 4 years younger than me, right? And I distinctly remember, right? Because I got in fights all the time in school and out of school, but of course I never hit a girl, right? That was one of the things. Don't ever hit a girl, no matter what, right? And I distinctly remember telling my sisters sometimes, like, they were just being really fucking annoying, right? Like, if I wanted to, I could pin you down, put my fingers in your mouth, and rip your face open. You couldn't do shit about it, right? So, like, stop fucking with me, like, seriously, like shit like this. Because women just don't understand when they're fucking with a guy.
Yeah,
what an you guys capable of,
it.
right? So, like, I just feel like that's the disconnect, right? We just live in different worlds.
They don't have any expectation of like physical violence. Like there isn't like.
Are you kidding me? Okay, hang on. Whoa.
That might be a little too much.
Yeah, that's way too much. Okay.
On average, like, wait.
Nope, I'm talking now. Okay.
So they should suspect an execution from fucking Street Fighter. That's what they should. That's what they should.
Mortal Kombat is what you mean, but yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, sure.
FQ.
Well, okay. I'm saying that there is something that women. Okay, I mentioned this before at the very beginning. Okay, dads are important for boys, and they are important for their daughters. They bring something specific to kids that kids specifically need from their dad. But mothers bring a similar dyad to their sons, okay? Boys need their moms, okay? Boys need their moms to tell them how to behave appropriately, how to have good manners, not to burp at the dinner, like when you're trying to like get a raise somewhere, to like how to like to not be weird, to not say sexual crude things like when you're around other women. These are the types of things that mom has to teach, okay? You are probably not going to get that from your dad. And your dad probably will say a lot of the things probably that most of you are saying. But you also need mom to say, okay, to talk to the principal, call the police, go to the authorities, use it as a last resort. This is ridiculous.
Counterpoint, single father homes do way better than single mother homes. Crazy how that's working. I just got to say, we have way more single mother homes, crime rate way higher. But when we look at statistics for single father homes, those kids do good. So it seems like we actually don't need the mother. Sounds like, once again, a big hole in your flaw. And that's the stats-based argument. Kind of crazy.
So actually, I can counter this a little bit, okay?
Oh, a little bit. No, it's just
what happens when you don't do no reading, okay?
Yeah, no reading. We know the stats.
Wait, I want to touch on my point. I want to touch on my point. The whole like women have a less what's called. Have any of you guys ever been with a girl and like some guy in a different car does some stupid shit and she starts yelling at him as if she's gonna be the one who has to fight him? Like when a girl just like mouths off at like in random public all the time, especially when they're drunk. That's kind of what I mean by like there's no like girls don't expect that they're gonna say something and get hit. It just doesn't happen like enough for it to be like an actual expectation, which is why girls typically mouth off a lot to guys. Now, I'm not saying it happens all the time. I'm not saying there isn't an expectation of like or any threat of violence like that comes from guys at all. I'm just saying on average, like there's a reason why girls typically do mouth off. And
Fairy Queen, do you know what continental style versus American style like eating is, like when you're holding the knife and the fork? I'm curious.
I don't actually. No, I don't.
Thank God. Okay, so this is you just triggered the memory of like one of the first arguments I ever had with my wife. Okay, this is when we were dating.
Okay.
We were at a dinner, I think with our friends, right? It's a fancy ass restaurant. Now I went to dinner with our friends. And apparently, I was not using my knife and fork properly, because you're supposed to cut the meat, and then set the knife down, switch hands with a fork, and then you do it, right? Apparently, that's written down somewhere in some fucking tablet from God, right? And if you don't do it that way, you're doing it wrong.
Class, Matt.
I'm like, why the fuck would I do that? I already have the fork in one hand, then I have the other hand. I'll just fucking eat, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, and there's like this whole thing. Oh no, you're doing it wrong. It looks a little class when you do it like that. Like, according to who? You know, we just went on and on and on for like 2 weeks, right? She sent me these fucking videos of these like gay guys on TikTok, right, talking about this is how you eat peas. You scoop it on the back of the
You scoop the corn on the back of the fork and eat it. Fucking idiot.
Did he have a British accent?
British high class fucking retard.
Some fucking idiot. He decided this like 200 years ago. Fuck you. I'll eat how I want to eat, right? So like this is like this kind of shit. It just doesn't make any sense to me, right? It just doesn't. I
think it's primarily about the logic, not the rule. Okay, it's about showing respect to other people. That's the whole purpose.
You. It's my food. I'll eat how I want to eat. Okay, we respect each other by letting each other eat how you want to eat. Okay, that's it. Like, if I want to eat the fucking steak with my spoon, I'm going to do it, right? And that's
elbows on the table was a rule that I never really understood. Like, why?
You can't have your elbows on the table. Like, it's a whole deal.
You can't be comfortable when you're eating
because it's not polite society.
Why do I have to wipe?
If you didn't realize, if you haven't realized, it's like women are doing these things that like it's just they make no sense. They're just arbitrary rules for the sake of being arbitrary and for the sake of saying like no, this is classy and this isn't, and then you want us to like fall into it, and it's weird.
Okay, let me just put it to you this way, okay? Whether or not you think it makes any sense or whether or not you think it's good or bad, okay? You have all at least agreed with me that this is something that largely a way that women are different in comparison to men. That women do care about these things more so than men. So if you're a man and if you wish to date a woman, okay, you should consider some of these things. Like when you are trying to court the opposite sex.
Some neurotic
not really. I'm not gonna lie. When you do that kind of shit, girls, when you do that kind of shit, girls think you're gay. Or they think you're way too feminine when you're sitting here catering way too much to like as a guy you shouldn't know that like you shouldn't know what fork to use and switch the hands, because honestly, what the fuck is like the point of
Unless
you
you
knowing
learned
that
it,
as a
learned it
I'm
ironically.
not
a girl does
saying-
not see that as
I'm not
a girl
saying-
doesn't see it as
I'm
attractive.
not-
A girl doesn't see it as polite. If anything,
I am not
girls
saying you
want
have to
guys
be
to be a
insane
little
with
bit around
standards.
the rough.
I'm saying like basic,
I gotta bounce, guys.
basic
See ya,
forms of
buddy.
etiquette.
I like
Like
it. Take care.
don't burp, like dress appropriately, be kind, be
Girls don't care
respectful,
about that shit.
compliment people about. Yes, they do. They do.
No,
Yes, they
Fairy
do.
Queen, you don't date girls. You've never like tried to pick up women as a guy. Coming from like guy
I
who has
care
spoken
about,
to
like,
a lot of women who has
Yeah,
actually
you don't
I
ask the
care
fish
about-
how
a
to
bunch of
fish.
women.
That's right.
Girls don't really care about that shit. Like they just
first-
don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The women that
Okay.
I know, the women that
Yes,
I know,
the women
and,
that
like,
you know.
and
Hold on,
myself,
let her,
Oh,
let her
wait,
finish.
Gibbs
let her
knows
finish,
some women
let her
too.
finish.
Let's
I
ask
know.
the women around him.
And I bet I know
Okay.
more women.
okay,
If we have
the
that
women
number
that
finish.
I know and myself, okay, do like there are all kinds of nitpicky rules, and I'm not saying that all of them make sense or that you have to like follow every single itty bitty rule that you have to know to switch your spoon with your knife like when you're eating steak. I'm not saying you have to have
My
an
wife
entire
in a Dutch
tabula
oven
rasa.
last night.
Okay, but okay, what I am saying is that it's more about the logic and the way that you're interacting with other people. If we're going to a party and it's full of a bunch of nice people and they're trying to be polite to you, you should try to be polite back. And one way that we're polite to other people when we're out in public is trying to fit reasonably within a set of social norms.
Are you dating a
hold on,
gorilla?
wrong. I want
Are you
to.
dating
I
a
want
gorilla?
to ask.
Regardless, from my listening library, this has become trauma bonding for the guys. GGFQ.
True. Actually true.
I want to.
Come on, hold on, guys, come on. We got to be a bit more reasonable. All right,
No,
we got to be
no.
a bit more reasonable here. I think that FQ. Look, I've had big disagreements with FQ. Right, we had a big disagreement last night. But like that doesn't mean that I don't think my friend FQ is like bringing a lot to this conversation. I think she is, right. I think what she's telling us about is like how there are rules to society, right, that like help reduce friction, right. She's saying, hey, like to reduce friction, follow these simple rules when you go to these places, right. And you guys are pretending like you don't understand these things, because even though you all follow them, right, you follow almost
I don't
everything.
follow them, Prime.
No,
They're
yeah,
basic
you're wrong.
logical
You don't do
things
the
that
the
no.
fork thing.
The
Yes,
Prime,
great,
the issue,
right?
the issue is the shit
hold
that
on.
we're talking
No,
about
yeah.
are basic
even
knowledge
to a point,
things.
wait a minute.
They're
But even
common
hold on,
sense.
the example that Doobie gave. The example that Doobie gave was about like the procedure with the forks and bullshit, right?
Okay,
right?
apparently
no,
I was
I
eating
wanna-
the continental style, not the
Wait.
American style.
Well, hold on.
And the example that Fairy Queen just gave is
hold
going
on,
to a
hold
party
on,
and being
also-
polite
hold
to
on,
people.
Calm down. I'm gonna finish my point. Right.
All right.
The example that Doobie gave was specifically like managing like your utensils, and rich people have fancy ways of doing that. However, if we rewind the conversation back, right, to that cancer that FQ and Chloe put us through, right? FQ talked about like class status, right? Class symbols and class values, right? And yes, Doobie is quite wealthy, but Doobie didn't grow up wealthy, right? He grew up working class. And his wife, as far as I know, grew up quite wealtly in comparison.
Way more wealthy than I was. Yeah,
far more wealthy than
upper middle
than he
class.
was. Yes, right.
look who she
And so,
married.
like, she had those values, instilled in her, right? Those procedures instilled in her, right? And she was like super embarrassed that her working class, but now very wealthy boyfriend, didn't understand those things, right? There was a clash where, like, Doobie's like
And what won,
class
Prime?
background.
Which clash?
like,
Who won? What won that clash? This is kind of the point we're making.
I won.
Actually,
I
yeah,
won.
he
Okay,
won.
I
He
won.
won. She compromised her
Fuck you.
values
I wanna eat.
because her
I'm
values
paying
didn't
for the
matter.
fucking dinner.
Her values
If I
didn't
want
matter.
to eat, if I want to dump my
Yeah.
fucking steak into the cup and fucking eat out of the cup, I'm gonna fucking
That's
do it.
goddamn
Fuck
right.
you.
That's right. And also, really rich guys that are alpha, like fat masculine guys, think the same way, right? And also, I want to pick up back off what Ollie said. He said he just Dutch ovened his wife the other night. All right, this is a real true statement. If you're married or you have a long-term relationship, it's not going to work out if you can't be gross with each other, right? I know women who they like, spit in your food on accident or something,
private,
or drop
not
something.
in public.
No, in public.
public.
I've been at at fucking Nobu,
Talking about at a
and I was at
party,
Nobu.
at work.
I was at Nobu,
Wait,
and like,
this
hold
is-
on, and this girl girl dropped something.
I'm gonna give
Or
it
like
back to
the
you.
girl I was with dropped something in the salad that I was eating, and I was like, "Oh, I don't want that." She goes, "Oh no, you're eating that, and we're gonna be swapping fluids later." And took my fork and put it in my mouth. And this is a common thing I've seen from
What the
many
fuck?
women. Are like, "Oh, you're gonna be sure that you're not gonna be grossed out by me, because if you're gonna sit here and make out with me, if I accidentally have saliva on something, guess what? You're gonna eat that. Like,
I
it's not
hate
even like
that
a kink thing. You're not gonna be embarrassed of me. It's not. You're not gonna be
Anyways,
gross. It's a normal
so,
thing
like,
for you to be gross around other people. Like,
FQ to
Yeah, like my
FQ. To
wife
be
does that
fair,
'cause she
like
gets
to be
offended
fair,
that I don't want to
when
use the same straw she does for some reason.
to be fair,
What's
so
your,
like
what you do? Sorry, what does your wife do?
She gets offended when I don't want to use the same straw she does. Or
exactly,
drink out of the
straw,
same cup she does.
smaller.
Like,
yeah, a lot of
I
people
wanna
don't
do
like
it.
that
Like,
shit.
I have my
Saliva on
own
my
fucking,
stuff.
like I have my
A lot
own
of people
fucking
don't like
straw.
this shit.
What do you mean?
But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is FQ. You're talking about like the example you were bringing up is like going to a party and not being polite, like maybe not farting or like belching. It's like, I'm not gonna lie, if you're dating a gorilla or an oaf who doesn't know what the fuck to do in just like basic society, right? Like most of us right now, the people who are telling you that like none of the consideration, I'm not gonna go to a party and just fart in public and just make a scene. Like it's just not, that's just not what you do. But that's just common sense. That isn't shit that necessarily needs to be taught
No.
to you by your mother.
Or
My mom
no,
didn't
for
teach
some-
me not to fart at parties. That was just
Okay,
kind of
that-
something that like,
there are-
like if
okay,
you fart,
no.
people make fun of you, and then you just don't do that.
There are specific things that kids have to be taught in order to like behave well, like
Like
saying
what?
thank you, like writing a thank you note after you get a gift, for instance, from a distant relative. That is something you have to be explicitly told by your
Thank
mom.
you note?
Okay?
Bro,
Yes, a thank you
fuck
note.
all
Wait,
that.
no,
Write a
that
thank
wait,
you
wait,
note.
wait,
all
wait, wait.
that.
That applies to a specific wait, my aunts gave me gifts. I said thank you right there and then.
Yeah, I sent him a text.
Well,
My mom didn't teach me to
max.
say. My mom didn't have to. My mom and my dad both taught me to say thank you when you get things in order to be polite.
Yeah, that's
like I don't know
crazy.
where.
You gotta write
I don't
a
know what it
thank
is that
you
my
for
mom had to
Christmas?
specifically teach me to my dad didn't. If anything,
I-
growing up, my
I-
dad
okay,
was
Has
the
your
one who
aunt ever
tried.
wrote you a thank you note for a gift you gave
Wait,
them? Like your
wait,
aunt?
wait.
Like, give
Growing
me, I
up-
would
growing
never
up
have done
for
a thank
me,
you note for my aunt.
And
That's crazy.
for a lot of people, it was my dad who taught me how to like take care of my clothes and keep them clean and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, my mom taught me how to do like laundry, but my dad also knew how to do it. Like, what's something specific that your mom teaches you that your dad doesn't?
Okay, so I'll give you a classic example. So my dad and my mom, like we were out, like actually we were celebrating her. She got her doctorate actually, which was we're pretty excited for her. And we went out to dinner. Okay, we were out at dinner. Okay, it was a nice Italian restaurant. It was supposed to celebrate her. And my brother, he took out a phone, and it's one of those how-to basic videos where like there's some guy and he like basketball slams like a head of lettuce. He like a bunch of shatters glass like on like it's basically like really dumb lowbrow humor. Okay, like if you've ever looked up a
Okay.
how to
Dude bro
basic
stuff.
video, yeah, it's that kind of
Okay.
thing. And he was sharing this with with dad, with my father, like at the table, and they were laughing. They were making a bunch of jokes that I won't repeat here. They were saying things, okay, that
Probably fine
probably
jokes.
might prevent them from running for political office one day. Okay, and we're in this really nice Italian restaurant and we're celebrating my mom getting this doctorate, and in the middle of this, okay, my mom was, I was upset. We were upset because it was disrespectful to my mom.
Wait,
okay?
was your mom
And
upset, or were you upset for your mom?
Dinner.
both, right? It was not okay. Like it hurt my mom's feelings because like we were in a nice restaurant and it was expensive to go there and it was supposed to specifically celebrate her. And to be honest with you, I mean, in my opinion, okay, there are many occasions like where men, I think, try to sabotage their wives on purpose or their girlfriends
my
on purpose.
God.
Wait, is that what you think that was? That your brother was
They're just trying to
sabotaging
have
his mom
fun.
by
They're
sharing a
just
moment
having
with
some-
his dad,
They,
like sharing a
they,
video?
I'm telling you exactly what I think. I think that in many, not in all of these cases, but at least in some of these cases, like the reason like why when you have a house party and you're inviting your boss over because you want to schmooze him at your dinner party because you want to raise, the reason like why your boyfriend comes downstairs and he's wearing, like sweatpants, okay, and a shirt that says something like, I don't know, like inappropriate, like I poop in public, like when he walks downstairs. And then
Like
later
that.
on he says, well, you know what? I just
Lots of
like
bees
being
and pools,
comfortable
though.
in my I just like being comfortable in my house. Like it's my house. Like why should I have to worry about it? It's my dinner. I
Yeah,
paid for
don't
the
marry a
food.
sitcom character.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to have the conversation with a person like that to explain to them why it was bad in that moment. It's bad because it fucks me up at work. It's bad because it makes me look unprofessional to these people that I'm trying to impress.
You're at
And you
home.
fucked it
You're
up.
like
Okay.
Okay,
And you
hold on.
fucked
If
it
you're
up
if you're
because
if
you
you want to
wanted to
be
be
professional
selfish.
with the boss, like don't invite him to your house. Like
Yeah,
if you're inviting
amen.
your boss
That's
to your
crazy.
house, and that boss expects you to act like you're in the fucking office, like that's just not a good boss to work for. Like that's just
I'm
a
not saying
fucking
you-
weirdo, stick up the ass piece of shit.
I'm not saying you have to act like you're in the office. What I'm saying is that you don't come downstairs with like an inappropriate shirt. Like when somebody who you're trying to impress
Inappropriate
in
You
a
have company
Brown?
over. Just say company, like
Oh, I
the
know.
boss thing. You have
Come
company
on,
over.
people. FQ. Oh, like, oh god damn. So I was like yelling at FQ like last night, right? But now I've got to defend her, right? Defend a woman. Ugh, I hate it. But like she's being perfectly reasonable here, right? Like,
No, she's
yes,
Yeah, wrong.
there are
And-
absolutely men who sabotage the woman. Like they're seeing like, and this
Yeah,
is like
a small
literally
percentage.
like this is FQ's like entire thesis, right? About like male female relationships, right? About like how men will, when they see a woman like aspiring to be more or like achieving, right, will do little things to sabotage them, to bring them down, to put them in their place, right? And so the situation she's crafting here is like a thing that has happened. Yes, if you, this person, they did come to your house, right? Like, yes, I own this house.
You're removing
right?
all
And
context from
I
why she
own
brought
this
this
house.
example up.
Hold on, I own this house, right? I like, which is me. It's in my name, and my girlfriend or my wife, right, is inviting her boss, right, and they're doing some sort of event, right? And then I know that. And then I decide I'm going to Bigfoot them. I'm going to impose upon them. I'm going to come in attire that's clearly unbecoming, and maybe say something that's unbecoming, right? Not like necessarily like attacking anyone, but something that would just be
Being a
awkward,
douche
right?
and sabotaging your wife.
That specifically, yes, do that specifically to put her in her place. That's a thing that men do.
Yeah, but
right?
she would all.
Not
Wait.
all
This
men.
isn't a
Blank
thing.
statement.
Wait.
But it's a
But
thing that men
this
do.
conversation, this example stemmed from me asking her what's something that a mother specifically teaches to her son. Then she brought up the example of going to dinner and her brother pulling up a dude bro video and then cracking some jokes with his dad at dinner, but like the mom and her got offended because it was a fancy dinner that was supposed to be celebratory towards the mom, and she felt like maybe it was taking away from the situation. Maybe the jokes were inappropriate. Maybe she was embarrassed because they were at a nice restaurant. The waitress might have heard. I understand all of these situations, but the fact of the matter is, I have to ask, like, was your brother sabotaging your mom, or was he just?
It might not have been her brother. It might not have been her brother, right? It could have been.
But in this situation, I know.
Yeah, I know. I know.
And I asked.
I followed the situation.
Right? I know.
The
Wait,
brother,
I'm not done yet, though.
Video, but I'm just saying that it might not have been the the father.
Yeah, but now for us to have a conversation about these types of men,
this is your mother's moment, right? Thank you for showing me the video. We'll look at it later.
But
right?
what did she
that
teach
would be
them?
where the sabotage.
When is a woman going to teach that out of a boy? Like, when is a mom going to teach that out of a boy? Like,
I'm gonna tell you how. Okay, mom sets the rule and tells him what the etiquette is, and dad is the nuclear missile in the corner that enforces it. Okay, he is not gonna.
That's terrible.
No,
that's how
terrible.
it works. She
No,
tells him
so
what
let
the
me
etiquette
give you a
is, and dad
scenario.
terrifies him.
Wait. Gibbs. Let me keep engaged with it. Okay. So here, this is from, I'm gonna tell you from the guy's perspective what I think, what I saw happen at this, what you just explained. You guys went to dinner. You guys were at a fancy restaurant. You guys are a family who probably sees each other all the time. You're celebrating the promotion or whatever it may be. So the dad was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to a fancy restaurant. We're gonna go have a family dinner." And typically in family dinners, people talk and they make jokes, whatever it may be. So the idea is that, like, you're not allowed to make jokes, or you're not allowed to watch a video and bring it up to your dad during this specific dinner. The focus should all be on your mom. I mean, yeah, sure. That just seems like very like fucking dictator-like. But I'm
sorry. Like, this is the reason, like, why these standards have to be here. This is not dictator-like, okay? This is
it
like
is
very.
dictator-like.
I don't think this is not.
It sounds like a very unhappy experience.
Yeah, it sounds very unhappy.
It sounds like everybody there is extremely tense, trying to make sure they don't say the wrong thing.
They don't say
Yeah, I want to talk about this.
No, you're rolling your head, but this instantly became a conversation about men sabotaging their women. I don't think. Was your dad sabotaging your mom?
Hold on, I want to.
Was your dad sabotaging your mom in that moment? Or was he just sharing a moment with his son and laughing at a video?
In a happy family, safe environment.
I mean, I don't really want to make this too personal about my family, but I
Well,
would
I
say
mean,
in general, okay, that when men do these types of things, they will say, "Look, I was just trying to be comfortable. I was just trying to laugh. I was just trying to have a moment." But really, most of the time, often, not most of the time, but often in many of these cases, they are trying to be deliberately performatively dumb. They are pretending to be dumber.
that's just
They under
misandrist. I'm sorry.
I,
That's
no, hold
misandrist.
on,
it's
hold on,
not.
I'm
hold on,
using
hold
No,
the
on.
it's
word
not.
in
No,
reverse. That's
no,
misandry.
hold on. I
Okay,
want to jump
no.
in here. I'm gonna give you an equally familiar scenario. All right, I've gone to this. I've seen this happen multiple times, and I'll be at like a party, right? And it'll be a house party, like a dinner party, and it'll be the woman hosting it because she's like a business exec or whatever. And her husband, who's like a blue collar guy, will come out and he'll come through the door and he'll be in his work uniform. And it's like, standard like mechanic or some other kind of uniform, or specifically it looked like a jumpsuit because he probably was in an oil field, right? So he's a rich dude, making good money, but he's covered in grease, covered in oil, yada yada. And he comes through and he smells like oil, he smells like the refinery, and he goes to work, and like one of the women there will inevitably say, "Oh my God, how embarrassing." Right, and that they say, "Oh yeah, he sabotaged you in this big moment. He should have just stayed away and gone to the bar or something instead of going to the house that he pays for and going quietly and just going straight by and watching it something in the other." Hold on, I've seen this happen thousands of times in my lifetime. And so when you're sitting here telling me this other scenario, maybe that scenario is true, where they actually purposely sabotaged you. But I see this happen way more often. So we're talking about an extremely small subset of men that purposely sabotage, and much
No,
more.
we're not.
Hold on. And we're talking about a much larger portion of women that do this next thing that I'm about to describe, which, because this is important, is if they're willing to sit here and say, how embarrassing for this man to walk from his garage straight to his bedroom to sit here with his attire that was his work attire in the house that he pays for, and say he sabotaged his wife by simply walking from the garage to the bedroom and not saying a word otherwise, which I've seen happen thousands of times. What women do is they always do this thing they've done since Adam and Eve, where they sit here and go, "Oh, we live in the Garden of Eden, everything's wonderful. Is there something more?" Well, this guy can do everything in the world, but they're going to find something wrong with him because they want to put forth this unobtainable standard and then say that
No, it's
somehow
not
men are being this.
unobtainable.
It is, because you're sitting here, no matter what he
Refusing to
does,
not wear
no
"I
matter what,
poop in
hold on,
public"
no
shirts
matter what he
at your
does,
wife,
it's
like,
unobtainable. No matter what he does,
off
it's unobtainable
schmoozing
because
dinner
there's
is
a
not an unattainable
significantly
standard.
larger
That's
number
ridiculous.
of women that do my scenario than what you're saying. And in the scenario you even described to Ali, there's, like I said, he described a whole moment in a happy family. My family, for example, would have been
Ridiculous. I'm sorry, dude.
hold on, I'll tell you what's ridiculous. In my family, what would have been ridiculous is us not being able to share a moment, and my mom sitting there being upset. That would have been narcissistic, neurotic behavior. And thank God that she didn't do that, because we actually had a family where we enjoyed company. And mom, I can laugh in the presence of my father in a nice restaurant. Like, that's good. Laughing in a restaurant at an expensive one, that's something to be looked good upon. Like, people like a happy environment.
Look,
you don't go to a restaurant where
I
everybody
will
sit there and
build a
look like it's a
bridge.
fucking
Okay,
rape.
I will.
I don't want to go to a
will build.
steakhouse and everybody be crying. I want to go to a steakhouse
Okay,
and you're laughter.
no, dude.
Oh, you know,
I will.
like,
It's
Jesus
not crying.
Christ,
What are
so
you talking
gross.
about?
on, man.
I will build a
Look what
bridge
she's
here. Okay, I
describing.
will
She wants
say
to sit here and
there
go,
are
"Yes,
some.
pass
Come
me the
on, dude.
potatoes, John. Oh, yes, thank you. I would love to eat that dick over there.
Ridiculous.
Oh,
I'm
yes, spider
sorry.
dick is
FQ,
great.
hold on,
Oh,
let FQ,
yeah.
let
Did you
FQ
see the
respond.
winner this
Okay,
week? Oh, it's Hey, John, did you see the Patriots game last week? Man, Tom Brady was real
FQ, let
good.
FQ.
Okay, I will build a bridge here. Okay, I'm not going to disagree. Okay, that there are some women who are way too snooty about their husband, but there are things, okay, that I don't think you should be snooty about. Like, for instance, if your husband is in the military, okay, and he arrives, okay, to a wedding ceremony or to some sort of ceremonious event, like in a military uniform, right? I don't think that you should be snooty about that. I don't think that you should be snooty because, like, the person showed up in a military uniform. That's something that you should be proud of, right? If it has something to do with something that's immutable to you, like your heritage, like where you come from, like if somebody's being actively racist towards your partner, and your husband, or to your children, if it's something like that, that's an immutable thing, okay? Or if it's something that maybe it is something other people will be snooty about, but you're proud of it, okay? Like, there are going to be occasions, okay, like where you just tell other people to shut up, okay? But there are also going to be a lot of occasions, many occasions, okay, that are not going to be this extreme, okay? I don't think that you should be ashamed of your husband for working a blue collar job, okay? And for coming home being drenched in oil, okay? I think that you should be proud of your husband, like, for working hard and for doing like what he's and for like trying to do his best to like be a good husband and a good father to the family. However, okay, that does not mean, okay, that this is a carte blanche to show up in every single public ceremonial situation in jeans smothered with, car oil. You have to, and I mean, and I refuse to believe that everyone, okay, is like, that most people, okay, lack the ability to change their clothes or to take a shower,
Well, most
or
people
to
do
or to be
change
able to
their
or to not
clothes.
drop the F slur at dinner, okay, or to avoid like making racist jokes like when they're in public or when they're in like with
that
company,
one.
okay. These are the types of things, okay, that you
If
just
I
don't
worked a
do.
12-hour
You don't
day
do
and I
these
get to my
things,
daughter's
okay.
recital in the clothes, right, and it's embarrassing that I'm covered in grease, but I just had to work a 12-hour day, like, and then I'm told it's embarrassing, like, that happens. Like, these are the standards, the unrealistic standards. Like, even if a man is providing, doing all
What
the
if
things
your
you want,
daughter
you
was trying to get a scholarship and it was
good,
dependent
then
upon other
good, then
people evaluating
she
her?
probably will get it because they see that she comes from a hardworking family where this guy came
Yeah.
straight from
But
work to
what if
get
she
there.
doesn't?
Well, what if she
it
doesn't? Well,
impress
those are
the
some
other
uppity
people, and
assholes
now she's
who
lost
we don't
money?
need to take their opinion, and we should breed them out because they're
You should
inbred.
want your daughter to be able to like to compete with those uppity assholes. You should want her to have enough money
Why?
so
Why?
that
They're
she could
losers. This culture is
It's
dying
not.
for a reason.
because you should want your daughter to be
I don't want my
competitive,
daughter to
okay?
compete with him.
And you should
Doesn't sound like Doobie wants his kids to compete with him because those fucking people are awful and they should all be die off.
No,
That's
hold
a
on,
culture that
Yeah, you
doesn't
shouldn't
need it
enable
around.
that stuff. Like honestly, you really shouldn't enable that
Yeah,
stuff.
it's
I think
awful.
when you enable it, it perpetuates it, and it's bad.
Yeah, that's
so,
what,
Hun,
true.
to be clear, I agree a lot with that, right? Like in that, like, hey, like there's a lot of social mores and taboos. Like I like pushing, because like yes, I don't want to like the thing with the forks, right? Fuck that. Like I'm like I'm with you, Doobie, all the way. Like I'm not like perpetuating that. I'm not like saying that she was reasonable to be asking him to do that. That's like nonsense. Okay, right? Sure. But it's also not unreasonable to acknowledge that there are certain expectations that it's fair to live up to, right? Like, and the example that FQ gave, yes, it's reasonable to say that within this moment we're specifically going to the restaurant not for anything else, right? For to celebrate like the accomplishment of FQ's mother, right? That we make it about FQ's mother. Right, that we focus on her. It's not to say that like you guys like can't have fun, right? That we can't trade stories, that we can't do all that, right? But in that moment, to like so I started watching a YouTube video making what sounds like crash jokes. I don't know, I wasn't there, right? With the other person, I think it's perfectly fine that the mother was upset, right? And Doobie,
She's upset that they were
look,
jolly and having fun at her event. That's crazy.
Okay, Doobie, like you got a kid, right? But it's like an infant, right? So it's not a problem yet. But like later on, right? Your kid is probably not going to go to the school that my kid's going to go to, right? Like with my current income trajectory. Hopefully that'll change. But your kid probably won't go to the same school. Your kid's going to have like different social pressures, right? Your kid's going to have to like try to fit in. Like, do you want to prepare your kid to like have an easier life, like within those circles, right? Like would you like tell your kid to ignore what his mother has been telling them, right? Like, because she has a better idea of those types of schools, right? And what's expected of them, or would you say ignore all that, just do what I do?
Okay, honestly, I think his mother's been victimized by this conditioning that she got through like fucking princess movies in society. Okay, I think whoever the fuck taught her this fucking you got to switch the fucking fork over.
Yeah,
you get
this
to look
elegance
at the food.
lifestyle.
Or when you're drinking the wine, you have to swirl it and look at the legs and appreciate it and sniff it. Like fuck that. And then drink the fucking wine. Like if you want to drink, just fucking drink it. Okay, things like this, right? I think these are like.
Yeah. I agree.
Cultural artifacts of some long dead age that are just people are just clinging to and they don't even know why. Right. So I'm going to encourage my son to challenge things like that if he wants to challenge them. I'm not going to say, oh, you should challenge them or you have to challenge them. But like, hey, if you don't want to do a thing, don't do it just because everybody says that's how it's supposed to be done. If you don't feel like it should be done in that way, do it a different way. Do it your way. Fuck it. And if people don't appreciate that or don't like that, then find other people to be with. Who cares?
Your kid will be more
I think
successful.
we should
for
encourage
that.
them, though, dude.
Otherwise,
you're
you're
like
like,
to say fuck that. Like actively go out.
yeah, but some people like that. Or some people like wearing costumes and shit. You know, and I say costumes, I mean like if you think
Some people want to be an NPC.
You think of a biker. You think of a biker guy, right? Someone who likes riding motorcycles. There's a certain costume that goes along with that, right? That people just kind of slot into. A biker, so I got to wear this and this and listen to this kind of music, whatever the fuck. Things like this. People like that for some reason. I think it's silly. Whatever. So if he likes that shit, sure. But I'd encourage him to try to make his own way, try to figure out what he likes, separate from other people's expectations, even society's expectations. So I'm not going to say, oh, your mom's wrong about everything. I'm just to say, hey, I understand this is how people typically do these things. You don't need to do it that way. If you want to do it some other way, do it some other way. And if people don't appreciate that, fuck them.
But we rank these things, right? Like you and I, we can agree. The fork thing, dumb as shit, right? Like the like the swirling the wine and the whole nonsense procedures, right? A lot of that, ignore it, you know. But like there are some of these procedures that are more.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Can we name one?
Yeah. So if you're in public speaking on your phone on speakerphone, that shit fucking drives me crazy. Okay. Things like very simple, right? Yeah. It's like some people are okay with that. It irritates the fuck out of me when someone's yelling at the phone. It's fucking loud. It's so annoying. Okay. Things like this, I understand. You know, I was just like, hey, people don't want to listen to your fucking conversation. It's really annoying. Try to be quiet. You know, you wear fucking earbuds. You know, things like that. I understand, right? If you're not, but because these things bother other people, but things that are just like, oh, you need to wear this thing and put the fucking handkerchief there, like that kind of stuff, just out the window.
Agreed, right? And I think there's a balance between violating social norms, right, to assert your individuality, which I'm with you, right? Like I wouldn't want my kid just to go along to get along, right, in all senses. But there are like certain, like I mean, look, like not showing up naked in public, right? That's a basic thing. So like we can agree on that, and I think that's what FQ is trying to say, that like. And again, I don't want to put words in her mouth if she can speak for herself, but like, it seems to me that there are these core social norms, right, that are important for society, and ones that are important for different social strata. That like, if you don't follow these, yes, you can assert yourself, but in the end, you're just going to get shown. You're not actually going to accomplish things, right? There's things, rules you can ignore, right? Rules you can bend, right? Yes.
Sometimes the places that are going to shun you are places you shouldn't want to be in, right?
True,
so you shouldn't want to be in this fucking hoity-toity party where they're very serious, talking about the fucking roasted carrots and shit, right? And just acting like fucking robots, cosplaying is like Middle Ages.
But all of that takes judgment. Which party don't you want to be in, right? There are going to be parties that have like ultra wealthy individuals that you want to be in, right? That you want to fit in to, and you have to figure out which one is which, right? Like you as the father, I'm sure you're going to teach your kid a lot to like figure that out, but it is a determination, right? And it does require a bit of wisdom, and I think that's what our FQ is saying. She's trying to impart that to her children.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not saying she's wrong about everything, right? It's just I think she's being too what's the word I'm looking for? And maybe we're too, right? We're being too black and white. This word for this, it's like a dichotomy. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're treating it like it's like a false dichotomy, right? You can be a little bit of both sometimes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm not saying she's totally wrong. Except on the what to do when the kid knocks over your milk carton. I think you have to.
Yeah, she's completely wrong there. No, she knows she's.
You're wrong about all that. But I understand the social mores. Okay.
Okay. Why don't we leave it there? Unless we'll give FQ the last word, and then we'll leave it there. Sorry, I want to give you space.
Yeah, no, thank you all for your input. I did have like other stuff to say, honestly. I didn't perceive us going all the way over here, but we are here. Okay. It's been a fun conversation, and I've missed talking to all of you guys. So it is genuinely very good to see all of you guys again. Hope everybody's like doing well for the holidays. Same. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Congratulations to everybody. Okay. Hope everybody's doing well. And if you want to invite me back, I'm happy to come back. Just let me know. However, the camera must stay off. Okay. Because I'm employed. Okay. And also there's a dangerous man out there with blue hair. Okay. Who I don't want.
You just got to get a VTube set up.
Yeah. Set up a VTube thing.
I'm afraid he'd like it a little too much. Okay.
So we would definitely love to have you back, FQ, to have these conversations. and to watch you and Corey get like super pedantic at each other, and like draw out an argument for an hour. That's like completely pointless. It's okay.
I just ask simple questions that you can.
You were just
I was
asking.
so
You were just
right.
asking questions. You were
Sorry.
just asking
Can we just
questions.
acknowledge the sweatpants picture? I didn't even look for it, and it was just.
Corey's
it was
hot as
just
fuck. Okay,
there,
let's just
okay?
Yeah, I was
acknowledge
about to
that.
say, he looks fucking good.
We're very proud of this podcast.
I'm more than
I
happy to
laughed
rehash
when I
this.
saw that.
I have no problem saying that I wear sweatpants, but like, what do you think that signals?
You
of,
should
like,
No. You wear the fuck out of sweatpants,
Yeah,
Corey. I
damn
need you
right.
to acknowledge.
No, no,
I
no.
need you to
Damn
acknowledge
right.
your fucking
And I have no
steez,
problem
bro.
saying that. Like, if I have middle class values, according to her, like, first of all, she's citing a book that's basically social commentary. This person is a literary historian. They have no actually
It's
expertise
astrology
in this area.
basically.
And there's a reason why. There's a reason why FQ has to
Facts.
read about, you know, high class and low class and all these, because she's not actually a part of it. Okay, I have no problem saying that I can provide the receipts. I grew up in the wealthiest neighborhood in Canada. Okay,
Did you
If
go to
wanna see my
private school?
address?
Did you go to
Yeah,
private
big
school?
money,
Did you go to
Corey.
private
Big
school?
I was
money.
Big
I-
dick and big wallet.
I
Did you
literally,
graduate from
I
private
Me and
literally,
Dude, we only
I
aspire to be like
I
Corey.
rejected.
Up in the
I have no problem
beginnings.
saying that my sister went to pretty much the most expensive all girls school. Okay, the study, you can look it up. I was
Talk
supposed
your shit.
Did you?
and
Did you?
I was looking to go into Someone House. I actively rejected it because I preferred public school. And Someone House,
What a
you can
Chad.
look it up.
Uh-huh.
Public
Yeah.
school builds character. Okay, I
You
encourage it.
rejected norms. Yeah. there you
Yes.
go.
Yeah. So what he's saying is get wrecked. That's what just happened right there. Go,
No,
wow.
I don't think so. I think that these sweatpants. I just think it's so funny looking at the sweatpants.
No,
I'm
no, no.
sorry.
That-
Like, I think
see,
it's hilarious.
there's
Because
an
here's
element.
the reason why I
There's
said
an
it, Corey.
element
I
of
said it
truth. There's an
because
element
you-
of truth in terms of like
FQ, we call that
I do not
flustered.
appreciate
When you're laughing, when
upper
you're looking
or
at a picture
higher
of a
class
great looking
values.
guy that's being
I'm
I'm
flustered.
flustered.
looking at the
that-
picture of a person who felt insecure about his sweatpants, and that's why he made a swipe at a girl who feels bad about herself in Brooklyn. That's
What,
I'm
no,
looking at,
what
okay?
exactly? What exactly?
Or
am I
maybe he
insecure
was hoping
about?
more people would
If
check
I-
out
if I-
his sweatpants.
if I grew up wealthy,
I'm not gonna lie, that
wealthy,
gym looks
how am I
fucking fancy,
insecure
Corey.
about my background?
Corey,
I-
what's the gym that you go to that has all this foliage around the fucking windows,
It's
brother?
well, you know what? It's a private gym. I was the only one
Yeah, I
there.
was about to say this ain't
Yeah.
no LA Fitness.
Yeah,
This ain't no
Sarah wouldn't
Planet-
be invited to that gym. Yeah.
Sarah couldn't get
Yeah,
in. How's she gonna hate from outside of the gym? She couldn't
What,
even
what,
get
I,
in.
what I would
bro.
bet my money on is that FQ is more insecure about her
A nice
status
gym,
and her
Jesus.
class because she's probably middle class and she's desperate to be upper class.
Well,
Look
first
at
of
that
all,
Silo Fit
first of all,
membership,
I'll
baby.
say it loud and I'll say it proud. I mean, my family does come from middle class roots. Okay, that's why I know about like what it looks like to be middle class. But I mean, I don't have any shame in saying that. My dad, okay, he's a doctor, but his dad, he was a carpenter in New York, and my mom, even though like she's very successful today, she was a waitress, okay, before she met my dad, and they worked for every single thing that they had, even though currently they are very wealthy and very well off. It is not something that they inherited or that they took for granted. They had to work for every single penny that they had. And I, okay, went to private school. Okay. I went to private school because
Hey,
of
me
them.
too.
Okay. And
I
so
was a rich kid.
guess what? Okay. So I grew up in military, but I didn't grow into that. Like I grew up on Air Force bases most of my life. I only like went to private school, like really like towards like the end of my like high school education, like the last like 3 years. All of the rest of my time, all the rest of my life, I spent it growing up, moving every 2 to 3 years and living on base housing on Air Force bases. So most of my friends and most of my experience like was around like other people like from middle class backgrounds. So yeah, I do know something about it, and I'm not embarrassed to say that. I'll say it like very clearly, and
Yeah,
that's
just
why
like-
that's why I can tell you with full confidence, Corey, that the values that are expressed when you show a progress pic of you
Yes,
trying to strive,
I
those
have-
are middle class values. Okay,
I'm not
That is a
necessarily disputing that,
middle-class thing.
at least
You
based
are
off of the book.
dressed-
But then, what am I insecure about? If I grew up wealthy, what am I insecure about?
It could be the case that like you have experienced a status decrease as in recent years. It could be.
But that's
the case
that's
maybe-
intentional. I actively reject those values.
Maybe
I don't
he
think
just
that
wants to be comfortable and this is how he's comfortable, right? Like,
No,
it's not,
I don't-
it's not
I don't
that
think
deep.
so.
What's
No,
that
I
line
have no-
from
I
the
have
Seven
no-
Wonders?
I have
Like,
no-
sometimes
about
the
that,
right
there
I have
would
no
be a
problem
progress
saying.
picture.
I have
There's
no
a
problem
progress- the
saying.
fact that there's a
I have
progress
no
picture that
problem
has been
saying that I'm
posted.
the black sheep of my family because I
There-
reject those values.
No,
Chad.
okay.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
No, you didn't.
Exactly.
No, you
Because it doesn't
okay.
fit her narrative.
You,
I mean, how are
okay,
you
look,
not going to show off your gains? That's a better question. Like, if you're doing
No.
the work
If
of
I
like,
grew
You're
up
not supposed
wealthy,
to.
if I grew up in the wealthiest neighborhood in Canada, what am I insecure about in my class?
I don't think that you probably are currently wealthy. I don't know that, but that would be my guess.
Hey, you're
okay?
right. I am.
My
You
guess.
are absolutely. I am not currently, but I absolutely
Yep.
come from a wealthy background, and I
Use the
grew up
pole
wealthy,
around here.
and I
So,
absolutely,
yeah,
Hey, boss,
you,
I
you
absolutely have a
went,
built-in
very
social
careful.
safety net in my family.
Okay, you went to public school. That is a big distinction, okay, between people
Yes, that
who
was
are
an
upper
that was
middle
a, that
class.
was an active choice on my part.
Doesn't
because
matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay.
If I'm
Public school
rejecting
versus
private
is a
school for
big.
public school, so I'm
No,
choosing
nope,
to be
nope.
insecure.
No, okay. The place that where you went to school, what school you went to, the type of the way that you present yourself, the way that you carry yourself, the way that you talk to other people, this is what denotes your values, okay? And the way that you present yourself, the way that you behave towards other people, the signaling, the talk, even talking, okay, talking about being a vegan, okay? That's an example. That's an example of trying to signal to the virtue in order to try to signal to boost your status, okay? Just to be honest.
Or maybe
with you,
he just
okay?
genuinely
That's an
believes that
example. That's a trend
that
thing, okay?
veganism is the most ethical thing.
Well,
and he
she
wants
wouldn't
to
know anything
promote
about
that.
principles. So
Maybe that's just like what he
wouldn't
believes. He thinks, hey, this is
Oh,
what
fuck
people
you.
should be doing. I want to promote this thing, so I'm going to show it off. Like, there's nothing. I don't know why you
I
assume
don't.
that this. Oh, he wants a
all
virtue
this
signal.
I
This is
demonstrates
don't
that
think.
FQ
I
has
don't
has
think.
no
I don't
understanding of
think.
basic
I
human
don't.
psychology.
I don't think that there is anything wrong necessarily with having a set of values. I do think that there's something wrong, okay, with picking on somebody who is just making a crass throwaway comment because he's insecure about the fact that he
No,
wears
but that
baggy Hanes in the
connected.
gym.
I have
think
no
that's
problem
weird.
saying.
I
I
think that's
have no
gross.
problem
And I
saying.
think it is
I
because
have
the
no.
middle
I
class.
have no
That's what
problem
I think,
saying
okay?
that I adopt and intentionally cultivate middle class values according to you. But then, what makes me insecure about that? If I grew up wealthy.
What makes you if you weren't insecure? Well, I'm going to tell you why I think you're insecure about it. I think you're insecure about it because you responded to that girl. And if you weren't insecure about it,
So it has nothing to do exactly. It has nothing to do with class. She's changing it.
I'm not changing it. I am saying based off of
Oh,
your
no,
behavior.
I'm not opening up for this
You can't reply
conversation.
to
I'm
anyone
getting out
on
of here.
Twitter without being middle or low class.
All right, guys, we are going to end it there. And call it, I think. Let's raid somebody. I think we're gonna raid Brutal Banks. What we're gonna do here, I think. Oh, hold on, let's see all's online. Who should we raid? Let's raid. I know.